Chapter 2301. The voice of Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, contained a powerful saint origin. As soon as it rang out, it suppressed all the whispers and even the rumbling of thunder from the tribulation clouds in the sky. Palace Master Yuan, kill him. Are you going to help a human become an eminent celestial? These were Shi Nanfeng's words. Naturally, many people present on the scene could hear the exasperation in Shi Nanfeng's voice. It was not difficult for them to guess the reason for Shi Nanfeng's exasperation. I'm afraid the palace master of Great Spirit Palace didn't expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have threatened to kill Duan Lingtian if Duan Lingtian dares to leave the Wandering Saint Palace. Now that he's seen Duan Lingtian's strength that's even stronger than his, I'm sure he's feeling uneasy. After all, the words he said earlier can be considered as a complete enmity between him and Duan Lingtian. Now that he knows he's no match for Duan Lingtian, he wants to use Palace Master Yuan to get rid of Duan Lingtian. At this moment, everyone present on the scene, including the people from Great Spirit Palace, could vaguely guess Shi Nanfeng's thoughts. They could see that Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. Based on Duan Lingtian's strength, it was likely that only Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, was a match for him. As soon as Shi Nanfeng finished speaking, everyone turned to look at Duan Lingtian. Everyone's eyes fell on Yuan Haochen, as if they wanted to see Yuan Haochen's reaction after hearing Shi Nanfeng's words. However, Yuan Haochen did not react to Shi Nanfeng's words. You've hidden it well? Duan Lingtian did not react to Shi Nanfeng's words. When he heard Yuan Haochen's words, he replied calmly, "What do you mean, Palace Master Yuan? What are you referring to?" Yuan Haochen's expression darkened when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. "You're the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, but you disguised yourself as a humanoid devil to infiltrate the Wandering Saint Palace. You even became a vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. Don't tell me you haven't hidden it well enough? When I attacked you 3 years ago, you pretended you weren't a match for me. Don't tell me you haven't hidden it well enough?" Yuan Haochen's words that out of Spirit Palace Master Yuan Haochen's words that Duan Lingtian. Palace Master Yuan Haochen's Palace Master is Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian said with a faint smile. Duan Lingtian had an indifferent expression on his face as though he did not care about Yuan Haochen's words at all. Of course, in the depths of his heart, he only acknowledged the first point. As for the second point, it was purely Yuan Haochen's own conjecture. However, Duan Lingtian had no intention of explaining himself. What was there to explain? Did the current Yuan Haochen still have the qualifications for him to explain? 3 years ago, he was not a match for Yuan Haochen because he had not broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He had not comprehended heaven and earth to its limit. However, not only was he a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, but his comprehension of heaven and earth had also reached its limit. Currently, he had attracted his Celestial Ascension Tribulation when Yuan Haochen had attracted his Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Duan Lingtian's comprehension of heaven and earth was not inferior to Yuan Haochen at all. Under such circumstances, even if he had to fight Yuan Haochen head-on, he was not afraid at all. "You're quite calm." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words and seeing Duan Lingtian's nonchalant attitude, Yuan Haochen felt as though he was being looked down upon. As the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, how could he tolerate being looked down upon? For this reason, his tone was extremely cold when he spoke again. An icy cold voice sounded out, and when it entered into the ears of the spectators, it caused many of them to feel as if they were in a world of ice and snow, and it was as if winter had arrived. As soon as Yuan Haochen finished speaking, the saint origin on his body roared and resonated with heaven and earth. His saint origin was like an angry dragon that was shackled by iron chains. It struggled to break free from the chains and regain its freedom. Lord Palace Master is going to make his move. The same thought appeared in the minds of the people from the Wandering Saint Palace at this moment. Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, was very excited. If Yuan Haochen made a move against Duan Lingtian, he would be happy to see it. He hoped that Yuan Haochen would be able to kill Duan Lingtian. After all, if Duan Lingtian did not die, not only him, but even the Great Spirit Palace would be in trouble. As long as Duan Lingtian dies, I'll be able to get them back if I promise Yuan Haochen some benefits. Shi Nanfeng looked at Ke and the other two women with a lustful look in his eyes. The people from Great Spirit Palace and the other 3 palaces and 6 halls were also hoping that Yuan Haochen would be able to kill Duan Lingtian. In their eyes, Duan Lingtian was a genius. After all, Duan Lingtian was a human who was about to become an eminent celestial. If he successfully became an eminent celestial, it would not be a good thing for the human devil clan or the entire devil clans. Faced with Yuan Haochen, whose saint origin was roaring like a raging dragon, Duan Lingtian stood there with a calm expression on his face. It was as though he could remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. On one side was Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace from the human devil clan, and on the other side was Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, who did not seem to care about Yuan Haochen at all. At this moment, the atmosphere at the scene had completely frozen. The thick smell of gunpowder permeated the air. A great battle was imminent. How's this possible? In the distance, Yun Fuyi, the vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace and the eldest direct disciple of Yuan Haochen, looked at Duan Lingtian's back in disbelief. He still found it hard to believe that Duan Lingtian had attracted the celestial ascension tribulation and was about to become an eminent celestial. As far as he knew, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion was just a weak martial cultivator who had not even entered the saint celestial stage 10 years ago. But now, he already possessed strength that was on par with his master. He, beside Yunfei, Huang Wenjing looked at the purple figure in the distance. A rare look of surprise appeared on her face that was as cold as ice. She did not expect Duan Lingtian would be so strong. She did not expect him to be so strong. He was hiding his strength 3 years ago. Huang Wenjing had witnessed the battle between her master and Duan Lingtian 3 years ago. Therefore, she knew Duan Lingtian was no match for her master 3 years ago. For this reason, she knew Duan Lingtian had been hiding his strength 3 years ago. His current strength has actually reached such a level? Gan Ruyen was dumbfounded. As for Ke and Duan Xiling who were standing next to her, they did not seem surprised at all. It was as though they had expected this. Master's strength, initially, Peng Lai did not feel confident at all. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian's strength and the celestial ascension tribulation that Duan Lingtian had attracted, he was excited as well. As expected, his master was not an ordinary person. The miracle he had been longing for had finally appeared. Duan Lingtian. In the end, it was Yuan Haochen who broke the tense atmosphere with a cold shout. He continued in a stern voice. 3 years ago, I made a mistake in letting you join the Wandering Saint Palace and appointed you as the Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. Today, I, Yuan Haochen, will kill you right here and now to clean up the mess in the Wandering Saint Palace. As soon as Yuan Haochen finished speaking, the Saint Qi in his body surged out like a furious dragon that had just broken free of its chains and soared across the sky, shaking the surrounding area. Yuan Haochen's saint origin resonated with heaven and earth as it surged out like a raging dragon. Whoosh! Like a gust of wind, Yuan Haochen disappeared into thin air in the eyes of those with a weaker cultivation base. However, those with higher cultivation bases were able to vaguely catch a glimpse of Yuan Haochen's silhouette. Naturally, they could only vaguely see Duan Lingtian's figure. Apart from Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, Duan Lingtian was the only one who could see Yuan Haochen's figure clearly. Naturally, this only applied to those who were present. Those who were not present, such as the duo hiding in the tribulation clouds, the patriarch of the human devil clan and his disciple, could also see Yuan Haochen's figure clearly. Moreover, they could see Duan Lingtian's figure much clearer than Duan Lingtian and his disciple. A human? Almost as soon as Yuan Haochen made his move, the grey-clad old man, the patriarch of the human devil clan's master, frowned slightly. Under the tribulation clouds. In Duan Lingtian's field of vision, Yuan Haochen was charging toward him like a cannonball. As he ran, the saint origin around Yuan Haochen's body revolved around him like angry dragons. It resonated strongly with heaven and earth, and at the same time, it seemed to be pushing Yuan Haochen toward Duan Lingtian. This speed, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he saw Yuan Haochen was not far away from him. Boom! At the same time, the saint origin that he had been accumulating in his body exploded. As soon as his saint origin exploded, it resonated strongly with heaven and earth. It was as though every move he made was related to heaven and earth. Golden Crow's Wings. After using the movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings, Duan Lingtian's saint origin flapped a pair of flaming wings behind him. Then, in a flash, he disappeared before most people's eyes. Chapter 2302. When Duan Lingtian moved, apart from the profundity of his movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings, he also used the profundity of his movement martial tactics. However, even with that being the case, his speed was still not much faster than Yuan Haochen. Yuan Haochen's movement divine ability was also extraordinary. Coupled with his movement martial tactic that was better than Duan Lingtian's, his speed was almost on par with Duan Lingtian's. What a fast speed! Yuan Haochen was shocked by Duan Lingtian's speed as he chased after Duan Lingtian. Let alone the human devil clan, even in the entire devil clans, he dared not say he was the fastest below the eminent celestial, but he dared to say his speed was second to none. However, today, he finally met someone who was on par with him. Moreover, it was a human. Stop! After chasing after Duan Lingtian for a while, Yuan Haochen realized it would be difficult for him to catch up to Duan Lingtian. He raised his hand and formed a claw with his fingers before he grabbed Duan Lingtian. 5 beams of saint origin shot out from between his fingers. They looked like 5 meteors that streaked across the sky. Swoosh! 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 The 5 beams of saint origin shot out at a speed that was more than twice as fast as Yuan Haochen and Duan Lingtian. In just a blink of an eye, the 5 beams of saint origin shot out from Duan Lingtian. At this moment, whoosh! 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 When the 5 beams of saint origin were about to catch up to Duan Lingtian, they suddenly shone brightly before they expanded one by one. It was as though they had transformed into pillars that supported the heavens. In just a blink of an eye, the 5 pillars transformed into dozens of pillars that supported the heavens. In just a blink of an eye, they transformed into hundreds of pillars that supported the heavens. Swoosh! 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 Hundreds of heaven-supporting pillars condensed from Saint Chi shot out at the same time, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Their momentum was so great that it seemed like they were about to shatter the heavens. What kind of technique is this? At the same time, Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness also detected the several hundred heaven-supporting pillars that were condensed from Saint Origin behind him. As soon as Duan Lingtian discovered these towering pillars, they had already traversed the sky. From top to bottom, from left to right, they formed a gigantic cage that enveloped Duan Lingtian. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian did not even have time to react. 5-finger cage. Just as Duan Lingtian was enveloped by this huge cage, many onlookers exclaimed. They recognized the technique that Yuan Haochen had just used. As the onlookers whispered, Duan Lingtian also learned that Yuan Haochen was using an assistive divine ability called the Five-Finger Cage. This support-type divine ability was originally not very powerful. Even if it was cast by someone who was on par with the caster, they could still easily destroy the cage and escape. However, after Yuan Haochen mastered this assistive divine ability, he made many improvements to it. He even integrated the mysteries of the offensive divine ability, universe domination, into it. Therefore, when Yuan Haochen cast this assistive divine ability, the Five-Finger Cage, even if someone with similar strength as him wanted to break free, it would take some time. Just like Duan Lingtian right now. Boom! 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 Faced with the cage that enveloped him, Duan Lingtian immediately cast the sword-wielding technique that was given to him by the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Whoosh! 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 The sword ray swept across the sky and shot toward the cage with the intention of breaking it. However, after a series of attacks, Duan Lingtian discovered that it was impossible for him to break free. Without some effort, it would be difficult for him to break free from the cage. Whoosh! Just as Duan Lingtian was unable to break free from the cage, Yuan Haochen caught up to him. With just a flash of his body, he passed through the cage and entered it. In front of him, the cage was as good as nothing. The reason for such a situation was because the cage was originally Yuan Haochen's technique. Duan Lingtian, you won't be able to escape from my five-finger cage. Yuan Haochen said coldly to Duan Lingtian after entering the cage. Escape? Upon hearing Yuan Haochen's words, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and said nonchalantly, Palace Master Yuan, aren't you overestimating yourself? In front of you, I, Duan Lingtian, don't need to escape. The reason Duan Lingtian had chased after Yuan Haochen earlier was because he wanted to be in his best condition for the upcoming battle with Yuan Haochen. After all, compared to Yuan Haochen, he was not fully prepared. However, even if he was not fully prepared, he was confident that he could deal with Yuan Haochen who was fully prepared. His confidence came from his speed and the 99 saint veins in his body. His speed ensured that he would be in his best condition. The 99 saint veins in his body ensured that his saint chi would surge out of his body immediately. In that case, I'd like to see where you get your confidence from. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words and seeing the indifference on Duan Lingtian's face, Yuan Haochen was so angry that he laughed. He raised his hand and formed a claw with his 5 fingers again. With a whoosh, he charged toward Duan Lingtian. However, this time, he did not cast the assist-type divine ability, Five-Finger Cage. Instead, he cast his offensive divine ability, Universe Domination. Whoosh! 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 As Yuan Haochen's 5 fingers formed into a claw and swept out, the void suddenly shook and ripples spread out like ripples. An aura that seemed to be able to suppress everything was born. At this moment, Yuan Haochen seemed to be able to grab the sun, the moon, and the stars. His 5 fingers formed a claw and seemed to be able to control everything. And when the 5 fingers formed a claw and swept out, the universe was born. Universe domination was perfectly displayed by Yuan Haochen. It's not just an offensive divine ability. When Yuan Haochen's body shook and his 5 fingers formed a claw and attacked him, Duan Lingtian could see that. When Yuan Haochen attacked, it did not only contain the mysteries of divine abilities, he also saw the mysteries of a martial art move that seemed familiar. As he thought about it, he recalled the scenes from 3 years ago. At that time, Yuan Haochen's 5 fingers formed a claw that contained the mysteries of this martial art move. He casually pinched the sword that Duan Lingtian had activated with all his strength, making him feel powerless. However, compared to Yuan Haochen's attack 3 years ago, Yuan Haochen's attack today was even more powerful and terrifying. This was because Yuan Haochen had only used martial art moves when he attacked 3 years ago. This time, not only did he use martial art moves, but he also displayed his offensive divine ability. Naturally, the two could not be mentioned in the same breath. Where does your confidence come from? In the face of Yuan Haochen's thunderous attack, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly again. His face was as calm as ever. Don't worry, Palace Master Yuan. I'll show you where my confidence comes from. As soon as he finished speaking, although Duan Lingtian still had a faint smile on his face, there was a flash of seriousness in the depths of his eyes. Otherworldly celestial. Sword-wielding art. In the face of Yuan Haochen's ferocious and unreserved attack, Duan Lingtian did not dare to be careless. With just a flash of his body, he conjured a few more clones. At the same time, he took out his 1,000 inscription saint sword and cast the sovereign heart sword. Swoosh! 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 Along with a series of short-lived sword whistling sounds, several sword rays flashed, and like soldiers, they lined up and charged towards Yuan Haochen. The sword rays pierced through the air with a piercing aura, causing the air to tremble as though it would be torn apart at any moment. Many onlookers were dazzled by Duan Lingtian and Yuan Haochen's attacks. Naturally, most of them could not see their attacks clearly. Duan Lingtian's technique is so powerful. As the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, Shi Nanfeng was a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who was close to breaking through to the eminent celestial stage. For this reason, when he saw Duan Lingtian casting the offensive divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, and the sword-wielding art, he knew Duan Lingtian's technique was not inferior to Yuan Haochen. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's comprehension of heaven and earth was not inferior to Yuan Haochen. Shi Nanfeng, who thought Yuan Haochen would be able to kill Duan Lingtian, his confidence in Yuan Haochen was shaken for the first time. At the same time, regret rose in his heart. If he had known Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, was so powerful, he would not have come looking for trouble with Duan Lingtian no matter how much he wanted to avenge his last disciple. Provoking such a powerful existence was a huge disaster for both him and the entire Great Spirit Palace. What happened next was just as Shi Nanfeng had expected. Boom! 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 Duan Lingtian and Yuan Haochen attacked with all their might. As they fought, the air trembled and created an earth-shattering commotion. However, in the end, neither of them could do anything to the other. They were evenly matched. It was a tie. It was the same for the next few exchanges. Duan Lingtian is actually so powerful? At the same time, Duan Lingtian's strength had completely shocked the onlookers. Even those who could not see Duan Lingtian and Yuan Haochen's attacks clearly realized how powerful Duan Lingtian was. He was not inferior to Yuan Haochen when they saw Duan Lingtian was unharmed. Palace Master Yuan, I'll help you. Chapter 2303. When Duan Lingtian heard the voice of Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, and saw Shi Nanfeng charging toward him from the corner of his eye, he narrowed his eyes. A cold light flashed in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes. Duan Lingtian was about to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior to fight against 2 opponents when, whoosh! White light spread from the tribulation clouds, causing the group of people below the tribulation clouds to feel that it was incomparably dazzling. Boom! When the day was blinding, an earth-shattering clap of thunder resounded, and it also came from above the tribulation clouds. Is this the second tribulation lightning of the celestial ascension tribulation? The earth-shattering sound of thunder alerted Duan Lingtian that the second tribulation lightning of the celestial ascension tribulation was about to descend. As it turned out, he had been fighting with Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, for quite some time. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 bolts of tribulation lightning descended from the sky. The first bolt was aimed at Yuan Haochen while the second bolt was aimed at Duan Lingtian. After overcoming the first tribulation lightning of the celestial ascension tribulation at the same time, Duan Lingtian and Yuan Haochen had to face the second tribulation lightning of the celestial ascension tribulation at the same time. The second tribulation lightning of the celestial ascension tribulation was much more powerful than the first one. However, this level of tribulation lightning was nothing to Duan Lingtian and Yuan Haochen. With just a wave of their hands, they destroyed the tribulation lightning. After all, the second tribulation lightning was one of the 2 weakest tribulation lightning of the 81 tribulation lightning of the celestial ascension tribulation. If this level of tribulation lightning was enough to pressure them, there was no need for them to continue with the tribulation lightning. Although the second tribulation lightning was not powerful, it still caused Shi Nanfeng to stop in his tracks. He did not dare to get close to Duan Lingtian before the tribulation lightning struck. At this moment, he recalled something. Currently, Duan Lingtian was undergoing the tribulation lightning of the celestial ascension tribulation. If he approached Duan Lingtian while Duan Lingtian was undergoing the tribulation lightning, the tribulation clouds might think he was trying to help Duan Lingtian overcome the tribulation. At that time, the tribulation clouds would not show him any mercy. They might send a tribulation lightning that was as powerful as the 81st tribulation lightning of the celestial ascension tribulation lightning. Fortunately, the second tribulation lightning of the celestial ascension tribulation lightning. For a moment, Shi Nanfeng silently retreated, ignoring the strange gazes that were directed at him from all directions. Duan Lingtian, Duan Tian, seeing Shi Nanfeng retreat, many of the onlookers started whispering again. Duan Lingtian. Currently, both the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace and Duan Lingtian are undergoing the celestial ascension tribulation. If Shi Nanfeng recklessly rushes forward, he might incur the wrath of the celestial ascension tribulation and be killed by the tribulation. An elder from the Crimson Blaze Palace said matter-of-factly. The Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace must hate Duan Lingtian to the core. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost his mind and joined forces with the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace to deal with Duan Lingtian. If it wasn't for the fact that the second tribulation lightning of the Immortal Ascension tribulation struck him in time and reminded him, he probably wouldn't have escaped death. How reckless. The people from the Great Spirit Palace are all brainless brats. Shoo. Lower your voice. There are quite a few people from the Great Spirit Palace here. It's not a good thing to offend them. The crowd of onlookers whispered to each other. They all knew why Shi Nanfeng had acted so hastily and stopped in time. With Shi Nanfeng's hearing, it was only natural that he heard the whispers. Duan Lingtian's face turned pale. In the end, his eyes landed on Ke, Duan Xiling, and Gan Ruyen who were standing nearby. A crazy idea appeared in his mind. Why don't I capture these 3 women and use them to threaten Duan Lingtian? I'll make sure Duan Lingtian doesn't retaliate and let Yuan Haochen kill him. However, as soon as this idea appeared in his mind, he quickly suppressed it. This was because he was worried that even if he detained these 3 women, they might not be able to threaten Duan Lingtian. Once they were unable to threaten Duan Lingtian, he would be in an even more passive position. This was because it would mean that he had completely offended Duan Lingtian, and there would be no turning back. At that time, if Duan Lingtian did not die, the Great Spirit Palace would not be able to rest in peace. Of course, the reason why Shi Nanfeng had such concerns was because he himself was a selfish person. Therefore, he liked to use his own selfishness to measure others. If he knew Ke and Duan Xiling were Duan Lingtian's weakness and would definitely be able to threaten Duan Lingtian, he would not have such concerns. Whoosh! 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 While Shi Nanfeng was pondering, Duan Lingtian and Yuan Haochen made their moves again. One of them moved like a bird while the other moved like a cannonball. As their figures crossed each other, they also repeatedly attacked each other. However, after a while, they were still evenly matched. It was difficult to determine the victor. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. It seems like it'll be difficult to determine the victor between us. Yuan Haochen said in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Lingtian, who had also stopped moving. I didn't expect you to be so powerful as well, Palace Master Yuan. Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Yuan Haochen. Duan Lingtian's tone changed as soon as he finished speaking. However, Palace Master Yuan, I don't agree with you when you say it's difficult to determine the victor between us. Duan Lingtian paused for a moment when he reached the end of his sentence. What? Are you trying to say that you still have some tricks up your sleeve? Yuan Haochen sneered. Naturally, he did not think Duan Lingtian still had some tricks up his sleeve. This was because he had seen all the tricks Duan Lingtian had up his sleeves when they exchanged blows earlier. Apart from those tricks, he did not think Duan Lingtian had any tricks up his sleeves. I really did have some tricks up my sleeve. Duan Lingtian replied with a faint smile almost as soon as Yuan Haochen finished speaking. As soon as he replied, his body began to swell again. It seemed as though he had become much stronger in just a blink of an eye. Moreover, his purple robe seemed to be tight-fitting. Pa! 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 Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian's purple robe was torn apart by his expanding body. The seam that appeared after his robe was torn apart caused everyone's eyes to narrow in shock. This was because Duan Lingtian's body was no longer that of a human. Although Duan Lingtian's body was still in human form from his neck down, it no longer resembled a human. Instead, it was covered in shining scales. They were dragon scales. His hands and feet also transformed into 4 seemingly strong and powerful dragon claws. The 9 sharp claws of each dragon claw flickered with a terrifying luster, as if they could tear through everything. Human dragon body. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had finally revealed his trump card. He had transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Dragon warrior? When Duan Lingtian transformed into a dragon warrior, the first person to react was not the group of people under the tribulation cloud. Instead, it was the grey-clad old man, the master of the patriarch of the human devil clan, who was standing on the tribulation cloud. Moreover, he's a 9-clawed dragon warrior? The grey-clad old man's gaze pierced through the tribulation cloud and landed on Duan Lingtian. An expression of shock appeared on his calm face. Don't tell me there's a 9-clawed divine dragon in the Saint Province realm? Upon seeing the 9-clawed dragon warrior, the grey-clad old man immediately thought of the 9-clawed divine dragon behind the 9-clawed dragon warrior. After all, a 9-clawed dragon warrior could only be created by a 9-clawed divine dragon. A 9-clawed dragon warrior. The patriarch of the human devil clan who was standing next to the grey-clad old man finally regained his senses. His eyes widened in shock as an expression of shock appeared on his face. Naturally, he had heard of the dragon warrior. However, he did not expect to see a 9-clawed dragon warrior in the Debussy subterranean realm in the Saint Province realm. After all, there were different grades of dragon warriors. A 9-clawed dragon warrior was the highest grade among all dragon warriors. Only a legendary 9-clawed divine dragon could create a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Could it be that a 9-clawed divine dragon has appeared in the Saint Province realm? At the same time, the patriarch of the human devil clan shared the same thoughts as his master. At the same time that this thought arose in his mind, his eyes couldn't help but reveal waves of fear. A 9-clawed divine dragon was a legendary existence after all. If a 9-clawed divine dragon appeared in the Saint Province realm, it would not be good news for the human devil clan. Since a 9-clawed dragon warrior had appeared, how could a 9-clawed divine dragon be far away? This was the thought that surfaced in the minds of the patriarch of the human devil clan and his master. Under the tribulation clouds. This is a nine-clawed dragon warrior? Whether it was Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, or the knowledgeable onlookers, all of them recognized Duan Lingtian's current form. A nine-clawed dragon warrior? What's that? Naturally, this was the first time some of the Wandering Saint Palace's disciples had heard of a nine-clawed dragon warrior. However, when the elders of Wandering Saint Palace explained to them what a nine-clawed dragon warrior was, they were stunned. A nine-clawed dragon warrior was a descendant of a nine-clawed divine dragon? They had never heard of a nine-clawed dragon warrior before, but they had heard of a nine-clawed divine dragon. A nine-clawed divine dragon was the most powerful existence among dragons. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to be a nine-clawed dragon warrior. Yuan Haochen looked at Duan Lingtian solemnly and said in a deep voice, I admit that I'm no match for you after you transform into a nine-clawed dragon warrior. Chapter 2304. Upon hearing Yuan Haochen's words, Duan Lingtian, who thought he would be able to defeat Yuan Haochen after transforming into a nine-clawed dragon warrior, was taken aback. Yuan Haochen had been holding back when they fought earlier? Everyone present on the scene was shocked as well. After all, when they saw Duan Lingtian transforming into a nine-clawed dragon warrior, they did not think Yuan Haochen would be a match for Duan Lingtian. After all, before Duan Lingtian transformed into a nine-clawed dragon warrior, he had fought to a draw with Yuan Haochen. Now that Duan Lingtian had transformed into a nine-clawed dragon warrior, his strength had improved. It would be a piece of cake for him to defeat or even kill Yuan Haochen. But now, Yuan Haochen's words made it clear that he didn't have a choice. He also had a trump card up his sleeves. Lord Palace Master still has a trump card up his sleeve. At this moment, even the people from the Wandering Saint Palace were shocked by Yuan Haochen's words. Let alone the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls. Does Yuan Haochen still have any trump cards he hasn't used yet? Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, thought Yuan Haochen would definitely die. However, when he heard Yuan Haochen's words, his eyes lit up. He felt as though he had risen from hell to heaven. From the beginning until the end, Shi Nanfeng did not doubt Yuan Haochen's words at all. He did not doubt Yuan Haochen's words because he knew Yuan Haochen well. He knew Yuan Haochen was not a boastful person. Master, he, Yun Fuyi, Yuan Haochen's first direct disciple, seemed to have thought of something as his eyes lit up. However, as soon as Yun Fuyi's eyes lit up, he recalled something important. The smile on his face froze. If Master uses that technique on Duan Lingtian, then... Yun Fuyi muttered to himself, if Master uses that technique on Duan Lingtian, then, Master, please don't. Huang Wenjing, who was beside Yun Fuyi, seemed to have thought of something as well. Her frosty face slightly changed as a look of deep worry appeared in her eyes. Duan Lingtian, you've been in the Wandering Saint Palace for 3 years. You must have heard that the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace has a technique that allows us to overcome the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Due to this technique, no Palace Master has ever failed the Celestial Ascension Tribulation in the history of the Wandering Saint Palace. When Yun Fuyi and Huang Wenjing heard what Yuan Haochen said to Duan Lingtian, they realized they had guessed correctly. Their master intended to use the technique to overcome the Celestial Ascension Tribulation on Duan Lingtian. As the direct disciples of Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, although they did not know what the technique was, they had vaguely heard their master mention it before. The technique could only be used for a period of time during the Celestial Ascension Tribulation with the help of the Tribulation Lightning. If it was used against an enemy, it would deplete all its energy in one go. If the technique was used against an enemy, those below the level of an eminent celestial would definitely die if there were no accidents. Only those who were eminent celestials or stronger would be able to survive the attack. Swoosh! Upon hearing Yuan Haochen's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood what Yuan Haochen meant by the trump card. The Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace's inherited technique to overcome the Celestial Ascension Tribulation can be used against an enemy? Duan Lingtian was shocked. He had heard about the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace's inherited technique to overcome the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. It was because of this technique that the Wandering Saint Palace was able to maintain a record of not having any Palace Masters fail the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. However, he did not expect this. The Celestial Ascension Tribulation could be used against an enemy. I see. So that's how it is. While Duan Lingtian was still in shock, the group of people present on the scene also realized what Yuan Haochen meant by the trump card. Just like Duan Lingtian, they were equally shocked. According to Lord Palace Master, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace's inherited technique to overcome the Celestial Ascension Tribulation can be used against an enemy. How unexpected. If that's the case, it's not certain who will have the last laugh today. One side is a 9-clawed dragon warrior while the other side is the inherited technique of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. I think the latter has a higher chance of winning. I agree. Apart from the people from the Wandering Saint Palace, the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls also joined in the discussion. In the end, they all came to a consensus. If Duan Lingtian and Yuan Haochen both used their trump cards, there was a high chance that Yuan Haochen would be the last one standing. Palace Master Yuan, if I'm not mistaken, as soon as Duan Lingtian opened his mouth, his voice was as loud as a bell as it drowned out the discussions of the crowd. Everyone fell silent and turned their attention to Duan Lingtian. The inherited technique of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace should have some restrictions, right? Otherwise, you would have used it long ago and killed me. Duan Lingtian continued to speak when everyone looked at him. His words were laced with a tone of certainty. Everyone nodded in agreement when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. They agreed with Duan Lingtian's words. If there were no restrictions, why would Yuan Haochen waste so much time arguing with Duan Lingtian? He could have just used the technique to overcome the Celestial Ascension Tribulation to kill Duan Lingtian. That's right. Yuan Haochen did not deny Duan Lingtian's words. Instead, he agreed with Duan Lingtian's words. If I use the inherited technique of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace on you, it means I won't be able to use it to overcome the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. However, with the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, I'm 90% confident I'll be able to kill an eminent celestial. I'm no match for you when you transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. If I don't use the technique, I'll definitely die. If I die, the technique won't work. In that case, I might as well use it to deal with you. At most, I'll rely on my own strength to overcome the Celestial Ascension Tribulation after I kill you. Although I might fail the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, I might not necessarily fail. Yuan Haochen's words were filled with determination. The meaning of his words was very simple. Duan Lingtian, since you want me to die, I'll drag you down with me. Moreover, I might not necessarily die. Upon hearing Yuan Haochen's words, the indifferent expression on Duan Lingtian's face disappeared. It was replaced by a solemn expression. His eyes gleamed as he assessed the gains and losses in his heart. The inherited technique of the Palace Masters of Wandering Saint Palace must be extremely powerful. Otherwise, how can it withstand the tribulation lightning after the Celestial Ascension Tribulation? There were 81 bolts of tribulation lightning in the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. The bolts of tribulation lightning would be more powerful. Throughout the generations, none of the Palace Masters of Wandering Saint Palace had failed the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. It was clear the technique could withstand the tribulation lightning after the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. If I were him, would I be able to withstand the tribulation lightning after the celestial ascension tribulation? Duan Lingtian was not certain. If I use the super saint weapon, the devil seal tablet, would I be able to kill him before he uses the technique? Duan Lingtian shook his head as he thought about this. Although he was now a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was not certain if the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, would be able to deal with a Devil Cultivator at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. After all, the Devil Seal Tablet was incomplete and incomplete. However, the complete Devil Seal Tablet could only deal with eminent celestials and devils at most. For this reason, he did not dare to take the risk. If he lost, he would lose everything. At that time, it would be too late for him to stop. Palace Master Yuan, you win. In the end, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and took out a purple robe before he reverted to his human form from a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Duan Lingtian had no choice but to compromise when faced with the inherited technique of the Palace Masters of Wandering Saint Palace. The people present on the scene were not surprised when they saw Duan Lingtian had compromised. If they were Duan Lingtian, they would have compromised as well. Palace Master Yuan, we'll have another duel when both of us become eminent celestials. I'd like to see how you're going to stop me at that time. After compromising, Duan Lingtian glared at Yuan Haochen and said coldly, let's fight. Duan Lingtian's compromise was only temporary. The people present on the scene were not surprised by Duan Lingtian's words since they had the same thought as well. You'll have to wait until you pass the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. It's not as simple as you think. Yuan Haochen replied nonchalantly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. It was as though he did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to pass the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. There was a reason why he thought this way. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian's Celestial Ascension Tribulation came from the tribulation clouds he had attracted. It was not Duan Lingtian's own doing. In the history of the Devil clans, there were many powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had comprehended heaven and earth. They would take advantage of the situation to attract their own Celestial Ascension Tribulation. However, all of them failed the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. It was more like a curse. For this reason, he did not think Duan Lingtian would win. Chapter 2305. Duan Lingtian had chosen to compromise for the time being for a simple reason. As long as he and Yuan Haochen successfully passed the heavenly tribulation, they would become eminent celestials. At that time, Yuan Haochen would not be a threat to him even if he had the heavenly tribulation technique that was passed down from the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. After all, he would be an eminent celestial by then. An eminent celestial possessed the celestial origin energy that was unique to celestials. Even a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had comprehended heaven and earth would not be a match for an eminent celestial. I'd like to see how Yuan Haochen will be able to compete with me when I become an eminent celestial. Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with battle intent when he looked at Yuan Haochen again. However, Duan Lingtian only glanced at Yuan Haochen for a moment before he shifted his attention back to the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. There are 81 bolts of lightning in the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. The later the bolts of lightning are, the more powerful they are. It won't be easy to pass the heavenly tribulation. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he looked at the tribulation clouds that were gathering in the sky again. His heart sank slightly. He's compromised. When Shernan Feng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, saw Duan Lingtian had chosen to compromise, he could not help but feel slightly disappointed. He had thought there would be a good show to watch. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would compromise. If only Duan Lingtian doesn't compromise. If Yuan Haochen uses the heavenly tribulation technique passed down from the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace to kill him, Yuan Haochen might fail the heavenly tribulation as well. This was what Shernan Feng wanted to see the most. Although it was good news for the human devil clan that Yuan Haochen had become an eminent celestial, it was still a good thing. However, this was not a good thing for him and the Great Spirit Palace behind him. As the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, Shi Nanfeng was a selfish person to begin with. Naturally, he hoped that Duan Lingtian and Yuan Haochen would end up injured and one would die while the other would fail the heavenly tribulation. However, isn't Yuan Haochen worried that Duan Lingtian would kill him after he passes the heavenly tribulation and becomes an eminent celestial? Soon after, Shi Nanfeng thought of this and could not help but frown. If Duan Lingtian would to kill Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian would be killed by Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian to die to Duan Lingtian. In Yuan Haochen's opinion, Duan Lingtian was worried about Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian successfully passed the heavenly tribulation and became an eminent celestial, Yuan Haochen would not be a match for Duan Lingtian at all. Oh, right. I almost forgot. Just as Shi Nanfeng's frown deepened, a thought flashed through his mind, as if he had suddenly thought of something. Duan Lingtian didn't attract the celestial ascension tribulation on his own. Instead, he used Yuan Haochen's celestial ascension tribulation to attract it. In the history of the devil clans, although there are not many people who attracted the celestial ascension tribulation like Duan Lingtian, there were still quite a few. However, all of them failed the heavenly tribulation without exception. At this crucial moment, Shi Nanfeng finally remembered this matter. No wonder Yuan Haochen was so calm when Duan Lingtian chose to compromise. It's as though he's not worried that Duan Lingtian's life would be threatened after Duan Lingtian successfully passed the heavenly tribulation and became an eminent celestial. As it turns out, he didn't think Duan Lingtian would be able to pass the celestial ascension tribulation from the beginning. Shi Nanfeng finally understood Duan Lingtian's thoughts. To think I treated Duan Lingtian as my greatest enemy. As it turns out, he's also a dying man. When Shi Nanfeng looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was no longer any fear in his eyes. He looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was looking at a dead man. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was no different from a dead man. Duan Lingtian and Yuan Haochen stopped fighting and waited for the third lightning bolt from the celestial ascension tribulation to strike. The onlookers began to discuss among themselves again. Duan Lingtian made a wise choice by compromising. As long as he passes the heavenly tribulation and becomes an eminent celestial, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace won't be a match for him. That's right. Currently, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace still has the inherited technique to overcome the heavenly tribulation. After he passes the heavenly tribulation, he'll have to use it to overcome the heavenly tribulation. Even if he doesn't use it to overcome the heavenly tribulation, he won't be able to threaten Duan Lingtian, who's already an eminent celestial. I really don't know what the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace is thinking. If I were him, I'd definitely use the inherited technique to overcome the heavenly tribulation to kill Duan Lingtian. Even if he doesn't have the technique to overcome the heavenly tribulation, he might not necessarily fail. Indeed. If he uses the technique to overcome the heavenly tribulation to kill Duan Lingtian, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace might not necessarily fail the heavenly tribulation. Unless Duan Lingtian fails the heavenly tribulation, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace will definitely die. It's obvious the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace has no intention of using the technique to overcome the heavenly tribulation to kill Duan Lingtian. Similar discussions broke out among the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls. It was so noisy that the surroundings seemed to have turned into a wet market. Naturally, the people from Wandering Saint Palace heard these discussions. All of a sudden, their expressions turned extremely ugly. However, when one of the vice palace masters of Wandering Saint Palace spoke up, their expressions quickly returned to normal. Not only did they return to normal, but their faces were also filled with excitement. In the history of the devil clans, none of those who relied on the celestial ascension tribulation to attract the celestial ascension tribulation have ever succeeded. After all, the celestial ascension tribulation they attracted didn't come from their own luck. They weren't prepared to face the celestial ascension tribulation. These were the words of the Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. That seems to be the case. I've read something similar in an ancient book. In the history of the devil clans, no one like Duan Ling Tian who relied on the celestial ascension tribulation to attract the celestial ascension tribulation has ever succeeded. How could I have forgotten about this? No wonder Lord Palace Master is so calm. As it turns out, he's already aware of this. Does this mean Duan Ling Tian will be killed by the celestial ascension tribulation without Lord Palace Master personally making a move? The elders and disciples of the Wandering Saint Palace discussed among themselves as a wide smile appeared on their faces. It was as though they had been lifted from hell to heaven in just a blink of an eye. When the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls heard the words of the Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, they knew they had overthought things. As expected of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. He actually thought of this. Does this mean it's impossible for Duan Ling Tian to pass the celestial ascension tribulation? Of course. In the history of the devil clans, no one like him has ever passed the celestial ascension tribulation. Do you think he's an exception? When the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls looked at Duan Ling Tian again, there was only pity in their eyes. Unsurprisingly, Ku, Duan Si Ling, and Gan Ru Yen heard the discussion among the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls. Their expressions changed when they heard this. Uncle Peng Lai. Is this true? Duan Si Ling turned to look at Peng Lai who was standing nearby. A worried expression could be seen on her beautiful face. Duan Si Ling was no longer the little girl she used to be. When she heard the discussions of the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls, she knew her father was in grave danger. As soon as Duan Si Ling finished speaking, Kerr and Gan Ru Yen turned to look at Peng Lai. They were curious about this as well. At this moment, they hoped Peng Lai would say the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls were exaggerating. However, when they saw Peng Lai nodding with a grave expression, their hearts sank completely. This was especially true for Ku-er. Her heart sank and her face turned deathly pale. If they didn't mention this, I would have forgotten about this as well. In the history of the devil clans, there has never been anyone like Master who passed the celestial ascension tribulation. Peng Lai said in a deep voice. However, seeing Kerr and the other 2 women's expressions change, Peng Lai hurriedly comforted them. Master is not a member of the demon race after all. Maybe he can create a miracle? Miracles may be very difficult for ordinary people to create, but for Master, it is not impossible. Of course, although Peng Lai said so, he did not hold much hope in his heart. A miracle. Hearing Peng Lai's words, although Kerr and the other 2 girls knew that Peng Lai was comforting them, their expressions still eased a bit. When they looked at Duan Ling Tian again, their eyes revealed a bit of hope. Although the chances were slim, however, they still hoped that a miracle would happen to Duan Ling Tian. There will definitely be a miracle. Throughout Brother Tian's journey, countless miracles have happened to him. This time, there will definitely be a miracle too. Kerr looked at Duan Ling Tian and thought to herself. Even if a miracle doesn't happen, I won't live alone if something happens to Brother Tian. Naturally, Kerr was prepared for the worst. Si Ling and sister, when Kerr thought about her daughter and sister, she did not dare to continue thinking about it. At this moment, in the depths of her heart, she hoped her man could create a miracle. It was not for anything else but for her daughter and sister. Duan Ling Tian won't be able to escape death. Chapter 2306. Naturally, Yun Fu Ye's sneer was not directed at Huang Wenjing. It was directed at Duan Ling Tian. The reason he sneered when he looked at Huang Wenjing was because he wanted to share the joy of Duan Ling Tian's death with Huang Wenjing. Little junior sister, aren't you happy for master? However, Yun Fuyi was taken aback. He discovered Huang Wenjing was not happy at all. Not only did his junior sister not reveal a joyful expression, she instead looked as if she had a lot on her mind. He was puzzled. What's wrong with little junior sister? Little junior sister. Little junior sister. What are you thinking about? Huang Wenjing finally regained her senses when Yun Fuyi greeted her. She forced a smile on her cold face and said, "Eldest senior brother, I'm happy for master as well." "I was just thinking about something else," Yun Fuyi nodded and said with a smile, "Just watch. Duan Ling Tian will be killed by the Celestial Ascension Tribulation before master even makes a move." As soon as Yun Fuyi finished speaking, he shifted his gaze from Huang Wenjing to Duan Ling Tian. His gaze was as cold as a knife. Although Yun Fuyi and Duan Ling Tian did not have much interaction, he could not wait to kill Duan Ling Tian when he found out Duan Ling Tian was the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion. After all, he did not have the ability to kill Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, Duan Ling Tian would not have survived until now. Killed by the Celestial Ascension Tribulation? Huang Wenjing looked at Duan Ling Tian again after she was certain Yun Fuyi had shifted his gaze away from her. A hint of worry could be seen in her eyes. Even Huang Wenjing did not know why. She knew that it was impossible for her to be with this man, but she couldn't help but worry for him and hope that he would be safe. "If master wants to kill you, I can still plead for mercy on your behalf. However, how am I supposed to help you during the Celestial Ascension Tribulation?" When she thought of this, Huang Wenjing's beautiful face, which was as cold as ice, revealed a deep helplessness. Her master had killed the Duan Ling Tian, so she could still plead for leniency. However, there was nothing she could do about the immortal Ascension Tribulation. Above the tribulation clouds. "Master." The patriarch of the Human Devil clan looked at the gray-robed old man and said solemnly, "Although no one in the history of the Devil clan has succeeded in transcending the heavenly tribulation like this human, I have a feeling that this human is different from the people in the history of the Devil clan. Most importantly, this human is a nine-clawed dragon warrior." A hint of fear could be heard in the patriarch's voice as he spoke. Indeed. In the history of the Devil clan, no one in the history of the Devil clan had ever succeeded in transcending the Celestial Ascension Tribulation like Duan Ling Tian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. However, Duan Ling Tian was different from the people in the history of the Devil clan. Duan Ling Tian was a nine-clawed dragon warrior. A nine-clawed dragon warrior's body was as strong as an eight-clawed divine dragon. He could even withstand the heavenly tribulation with his body. For this reason, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan had to be wary of Duan Ling Tian. "Why? Are you so confident that he'll be able to transcend the heavenly tribulation?" the gray-robed old man asked indifferently when he heard the patriarch of the Human Devil clan's words. From the beginning until the end, the gray-robed old man's expression remained calm. It was as though he could remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. "I have a feeling that he's different from the people in the history of the Devil clans. It's not impossible for him to transcend the heavenly tribulation," the patriarch of the Human Devil clan said solemnly. "So? Don't tell me you're planning to kill him now so he can transcend the heavenly tribulation?" the gray-robed old man asked again. "Master, please don't tease me. He's currently undergoing the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. If I make a move recklessly, the Celestial Ascension Tribulation will think I'm trying to help him overcome the Celestial Ascension Tribulation." The patriarch of the Human Devil clan smiled bitterly. Although he was an eminent celestial, he would still be killed by the heavenly tribulation if he provoked the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. The Celestial Ascension Tribulation, even the 81st bolt of tribulation lightning, which was the last bolt of tribulation lightning, was not a threat to an eminent celestial. However, if an eminent celestial interfered with the celestial ascension tribulation, the heavenly tribulation would be even more powerful and terrifying. In the history of the devil clans, there was once an eminent celestial who wanted to help someone transcend the heavenly tribulation. However, he was killed by the heavenly tribulation. Rumor had it that the tribulation lightning that killed the eminent celestial was more than 10 times stronger than the last tribulation lightning of the celestial ascension tribulation. How would he dare to make a move when the human was undergoing the heavenly tribulation? Would he not be seeking death if he did that? So what if he successfully transcends the heavenly tribulation? Don't tell me you're not confident you can kill him after he becomes an eminent celestial? The gray-robed old man asked indifferently. Upon hearing the gray-robed old man's words, the patriarch of the human devil clan smiled wryly. Master, although I became an eminent celestial earlier than him, I'm not confident I can kill an eminent celestial who can transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Humph. If you're so useless, I'll do it myself. The gray-robed old man snorted coldly. Based on his tone, there was a hint of disappointment in his tone. Upon hearing the gray-robed old man's words, the patriarch of the human devil clan's eyes lit up immediately. Master, you'll definitely succeed. What a joke. His master was stronger than an eminent celestial. In terms of strength, his master was comparable to a real celestial. How could he not be able to kill a mere 9-clawed dragon warrior who was an eminent celestial? Duan Lingtian was, naturally, unaware that the threat he faced was not limited to Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. He was waiting for the third bolt of lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation. Time continued to pass by. In just a blink of an eye, another half an hour had passed. All of a sudden, whoosh! The bright day was like a ball of fire ignited in the darkness, lighting up the entire world. Boom! As the dazzling light shone, an earth-shattering sound of thunder rang in the air, causing pain in the ears of those with a lower cultivation base. In the next moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, 2 bolts of lightning struck from the sky one after another. The first bolt of lightning was targeted at Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. The target of the bolt of lightning was none other than Duan Lingtian. These 2 bolts of lightning were the third bolt of lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation that Duan Lingtian and Yuan Haochen had to face. It was much stronger than the first 2 bolts of lightning. However, before the 2 of them, the third tribulation lightning was still too weak to withstand a single blow. They easily neutralized the third bolt of lightning with just a wave of their hands. The people present on the scene were not surprised when they saw how easily Duan Lingtian and Yuan Haochen neutralized the third bolt of lightning. After all, this was only the third bolt of lightning from the 81 bolts of lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation. If such a bolt of lightning was able to pressure Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian, they would be surprised. After Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian had neutralized the third bolt of lightning, the entire place fell silent. Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian were not the only ones waiting for the fourth bolt of lightning to strike. Everyone else was waiting for the fourth bolt of lightning as well. Time continued to pass by. Boom! Soon after, the fourth bolt of lightning struck. After the fourth bolt of lightning struck, the fifth bolt of lightning struck, the sixth bolt of lightning struck, boom! Boom! Bolts of lightning struck one after another, targeting Duan Lingtian and Yuan Haochen. However, both of them easily neutralized the bolts of lightning. When the 30th bolt of lightning struck, Duan Lingtian and Yuan Haochen finally became serious. This was because the power of the lightning bolts this time was much stronger than the previous ones. However, when they became serious, the lightning bolts did not pose much of a threat to them. At this moment, more than a day had passed. It's getting harder and harder. After another day had passed, Duan Lingtian finally resolved the 55th lightning bolt from the celestial ascension tribulation. His expression was no longer as relaxed as before. Because he discovered, the strength of the 55th tribulation lightning was comparable to the full strength of a powerhouse who had just broken through to the 9th form of the Saint's celestial stage. However, it was still not much of a threat to him. However, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel heavy-hearted when he thought about the 26 more lightning tribulations. Boom! Boom! As time passed, the tribulation lightning continued to fall. More and more shocking tribulation lightning struck down one after another, widening the horizons of everyone present. This is the 70th lightning bolt. Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, seems like he can't hold on for much longer. Apart from the Wandering Saint Palace, there was no lack of observant people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls who noticed Yuan Haochen's pale face. At this moment, Yuan Haochen seemed to be using all his strength. At the very least, he had displayed all the strength he had displayed when he fought Duan Lingtian 3 days ago. Duan Lingtian can't hold on for much longer as well. Duan Lingtian's situation was not much better than Duan Lingtian's. Duan Lingtian can still transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. A crimson blaze palace elder's eyes flashed as he said unhurriedly, "As for the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, I'm sure he's about to use the inherited technique to overcome the heavenly tribulation." I've long heard of the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace's inherited technique to overcome the heavenly tribulation. Unfortunately, I've never had the chance to witness it. I'm going to witness it today. I've heard people say that it's extremely difficult to overcome the celestial ascension tribulation, but I didn't think much of it. However, now that I've witnessed how terrifying the celestial ascension tribulation is, I finally believe it. There are only 11 more lightning tribulations left. I'm sure the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace will be able to overcome the heavenly tribulation with his technique. As for Duan Lingtian, it's hard to say. Chapter 2307. After all, Duan Lingtian didn't attract the celestial ascension tribulation on his own. For this reason, he's completely unprepared for the celestial ascension tribulation. Under such circumstances, it's impossible for him to pass the celestial ascension tribulation even if he transforms into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Indeed, his strength will increase if he transforms into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, but there's a limit to it. If he attracted the celestial ascension tribulation on his own, there's an 80% chance he'll pass the celestial ascension tribulation. However, no matter what you think, I don't think he'll succeed. I don't think he'll succeed as well. Currently, none of the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls thought Duan Lingtian would succeed. After all, in the history of the devil clans, there was no one like Duan Lingtian who had successfully passed the celestial ascension tribulation. All of them had failed the celestial ascension tribulation. For this reason, even if Duan Lingtian could transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior and was stronger than an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint's celestial stage, they did not think he would be able to pass the celestial ascension tribulation. Brother Tian, while the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls were discussing among themselves, Kerr looked at Duan Lingtian with blind trust in her eyes. "I believe you'll definitely pass the celestial ascension tribulation." At this moment, Kerr was also eager for Duan Lingtian to pass the celestial ascension tribulation. Not for herself. It was for her man, her daughter, and her sister. Of course, if something really happened to her man, then she wouldn't live alone. She would follow her man to the Yellow Springs and wouldn't let her man be alone. "Father." Duan Si-ling looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly. Her tender cheeks were tensed up and did not relax for a long time. Gan Ru Yen looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression on her face. No one knew what she was thinking. As for Peng Lai, he looked at Duan Lingtian with hope in his eyes. "I hope Master can create a miracle and break the record of the devil clans. After all, Master is a 9-clawed dragon warrior. I hope he passes the celestial ascension tribulation." In the distance, Huang Wenjing, the last disciple of Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace and the most beautiful woman in the human devil clan, looked at Duan Ling Tian expectantly. At this moment, she seemed to have forgotten about it. If Duan Ling Tian successfully passed the celestial ascension tribulation and became an eminent celestial, her master, Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, would not be able to escape death. After all, based on the current situation, it would be fine if Duan Ling Tian failed the celestial ascension tribulation. However, if he passed the celestial ascension tribulation and became an eminent celestial, Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, would not be a match for him. At that time, he would be able to use his trump card to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Yuan Haochen's trump card, the celestial ascension tribulation that had been passed down for generations by the palace masters of Wandering Saint Palace, would not pose a threat to Duan Ling Tian after he became an eminent celestial. I'd like to see how many bolts of tribulation lightning Duan Ling Tian can withstand. Huang Wen Jing's eldest senior brother, Yun Fuyi, the vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, glared at Duan Ling Tian with a faint sneer on his face. In his eyes, Duan Ling Tian was already a dead man. It's a pity that Duan Ling Tian didn't die in my hands. However, it's fine as long as he's dead. I'll be able to avenge my disciple if I personally witness him being killed by the tribulation lightning. Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, thought to himself as he glared at Duan Ling Tian. However, when he looked at Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, a hint of pity could be seen in his eyes. It's a pity that Yuan Haochen didn't use the celestial ascension tribulation technique that has been passed down for generations to fight Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, he might not have been able to overcome the celestial ascension tribulation today. What Shi Nanfeng wanted the most was for Duan Ling Tian and Yuan Haochen to end in a fight where one of them was killed and the other failed to overcome the celestial ascension tribulation. Although he was happy that Duan Ling Tian was about to be killed by the tribulation lightning, he was displeased when he realized that Yuan Haochen would definitely be able to overcome the celestial ascension tribulation and become an eminent celestial. A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. This saying could be used to describe Shi Nanfeng. How many more tribulation lightning bolts do you think Duan Ling Tian will be able to withstand? While Duan Ling Tian and Yuan Haochen were waiting for the 71st tribulation lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation to descend, the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls began to discuss among themselves. They could not help but discuss among themselves. Based on their words, they were speculating how many more tribulation lightning bolts Duan Ling Tian would be able to withstand and how long he would be able to survive. I can see that Duan Ling Tian was barely able to withstand the 70th bolt of lightning earlier. For this reason, I'm sure he'll transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior when the 72nd or 73rd bolt of lightning strikes. An elder from Azure Sheen Hall speculated. 72nd tribulation lightning? 73rd tribulation lightning? Another elder from Crimson Blaze Palace chimed in. He refuted the elder from Azure Sheen Hall. I think he'll transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior when the 71st tribulation lightning strikes. I think so too. After all, based on his condition when he withstood the 70th tribulation lightning, he must have exhausted all his strength. I agree. Many people agreed with the elder from Crimson Blaze Palace's speculation. In the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, countless gloomy tribulation clouds gathered above the residence of the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. It was as though dark clouds were looming over the city. Everything under the tribulation clouds seemed to darken as though the sun and moon were dim. 2 people were undergoing the celestial ascension tribulation at the same time in such an environment. The duo's tribulation lightning had successfully attracted the attention of many people. These people were from the 3 palaces and 6 halls of the Human Devil clan. Apart from the leaders of the 3 palaces and 6 halls who were absent, almost all of the high-ranking officials from the 3 palaces and 6 halls were present. At this moment, a group of people accompanied the duo as they waited for the 71st tribulation lightning to descend. Naturally, the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls were below the tribulation clouds. 2 people were hidden above the tribulation clouds. One of them was the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. The other person was even more impressive. He was the master of the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. His strength was even stronger than an eminent celestial. At this moment, both of them were looking through the tribulation clouds and looking at one of the people undergoing the tribulation lightning. The person they were staring at was a young man in purple clothes. However, they did not pay any attention to the other person. What's going on? I feel like someone's watching me. Moreover, it seems like there's more than one person watching me. Duan Ling Tian, who was waiting for the 71st tribulation lightning to descend, could vaguely sense the patriarch of the Human Devil clan and his master's gaze. However, after looking around for a while, he extended his divine consciousness to investigate, but to no avail. Maybe I'm mistaken. In the end, this was the only thing he could think of as he continued to wait for the 71st tribulation lightning to descend. The celestial ascension tribulation is really terrifying. It's only the 70th tribulation lightning, but I've already used all my strength. I'm afraid I'll have to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior after 2 or 3 more tribulation lightning. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself when he recalled how terrifying the 70th lightning bolt from the celestial ascension tribulation was. Fortunately, the people present on the scene were unaware of Duan Ling Tian's thoughts. Otherwise, they would have been shocked as well. After all, based on Duan Ling Tian's thoughts, he would be able to withstand 2 or 3 more tribulation lightning without transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. One had to know that the tribulation lightning after that was much stronger than the 70th tribulation lightning. Moreover, each tribulation lightning was stronger than the previous one. Time's up. After waiting for a while, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as his heart jolted. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had withstood 70 tribulation lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation, so he had figured out the time interval between each tribulation lightning. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian could accurately predict the time of each tribulation lightning. As soon as Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, whoosh! An expanse of white suddenly lit up, illuminating the dusky space beneath the tribulation clouds. It similarly caused many people with weaker cultivations to be unable to help but squint their eyes. This light that was as bright as day was extremely dazzling. Boom! When the group of people with a weaker cultivation base squinted their eyes, an earth-shattering sound resonated in their ears. It was a thunderous sound that seemed to be able to shatter the heavens. These people with a weaker cultivation base instantly felt their eardrums vibrate. Many people were even bleeding from their ears. Some of them even had blood oozing out of their 7 orifices. The combination of the 2 tribulation thunders is truly terrifying. Many high-ranking officials from the 3 palaces and 6 halls who were not affected thought to themselves when the thunderous sound resonated in the air. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as the thunderous sound resonated in the air, the source of the dazzling light in the sky appeared. 2 thunderbolts that were as thick as pillars shot out from the tribulation clouds in the sky. After the thunderbolts shot out, they went straight for Duan Ling Tian and Yuan Haochen. Initially, they were together. However, in just a blink of an eye, they split into 2 and charged toward Duan Ling Tian and Yuan Haochen respectively. It seemed like they were going to kill both of them. It's finally here. Duan Ling Tian, who was prepared for the 71st tribulation lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation, surged out of his body through his 99 saint veins. In just a blink of an eye, his saint origin resonated strongly with heaven and earth. Chapter 2308. Otherworldly Celestial. Sword-wielding art. Faced with the 71st lightning bolt from the celestial ascension tribulation, Duan Ling Tian, naturally, did not dare to hold back. He unleashed all his strength as soon as he made his move. Apart from his offensive divine ability, he also unleashed the profundity of the third stage of the Supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Whoosh! 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 In just a blink of an eye, under the watchful eyes of the others, Duanling Tian's figure flashed and split into a few clones. Clones of the Thousand Inscription Saint sword that was similar to the Thousand Inscription Saint sword he wielded appeared in his clone's hands as well. Whoosh! 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 The sound of swords whistling in the air rang briefly as the Thousand Inscription Saint swords in the hands of Duanling Tian and his clones shot out in a formation toward the tribulation lightning that was descending from the sky. Black Turtle's Barrier. Faced with the 71st tribulation lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation, Duanling Tian cast a defensive divine ability that he had not used for a long time. This defensive divine ability was the best defensive divine ability in Zoroastrianism in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Black Turtle's Barrier. A few moments later, a gigantic black tortoise's silhouette appeared out of thin air and shielded Duanling Tian within it. The people present on the scene were not surprised at all. After all, they had seen Duanling Tian cast this divine ability before. However, it had been destroyed by the tribulation lightning as easily as breaking a twig. This time, there was no exception. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang in the air as the gigantic black turtle silhouette formed by Duanling Tian's defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, was destroyed by the 71st tribulation lightning. From the beginning until the end, only a portion of the tribulation lightning's energy was depleted. The remaining energy from the tribulation lightning was like an angry strike from a god as it collided with Duanling Tian's sword rays. It was as though it would not stop until one of them was dead. Boom! 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 Bursts of thunderous booms rang out, complementing the thunderous booms coming from the tribulation clouds in the sky. Following that, there were also bursts of terrifying waves of aura spreading out from where the tribulation lightning and a group of sword lights collided. Waves of chi wreaked havoc, transforming into gusts of rapid wind that swept in all directions. At the center of the collision, small mushroom clouds bloomed out of thin air. When the mushroom cloud bloomed further, a shockwave that seemed to be able to destroy the world also swept out. For a moment, the void trembled. Everyone present could clearly feel the powerful shockwave that was rushing towards them. Having learned their lesson from the previous incident, they immediately cast their own defensive techniques. Like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each of them showed their remarkable abilities and barely managed to resist the shockwave that hit them in the face. How is it? This Duanling Tian didn't transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior? Is he that confident? Why do I feel like he's seeking death? The people present on the scene discussed among themselves as they shifted their attention to the purple figure in the center of the scene. At the same time, the 71st tribulation lightning of the celestial ascension tribulation had also destroyed the sword lights that were lined up in formation. The remaining force, which was the remnant force of the tribulation lightning, continued to blast toward Duanling Tian. Good timing. Faced with the remnant force of the 71st tribulation lightning, Duanling Tian's clones disappeared in just a moment. In the next moment, Golden Crow's wings. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duanling Tian did not retreat. Instead, he moved forward and cast his movement divine ability before he flew out at lightning speed. It was as though he had transformed into a mighty goshawk that soared into the sky to meet the incoming tribulation lightning. Boom! 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 A series of muffled thunderclaps reverberated in the air as the remnant force of the tribulation lightning engulfed Duanling Tian, who was charging forward. Duanling Tian disappeared before everyone's eyes. Is he dead? Duanling Tian is really seeking death. I really don't know what he's thinking. Is he trying to hatch eggs with the ability to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior? The onlookers shook their heads. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials from the 3 palaces and 6 halls looked at the remnant force of the tribulation lightning that drowned Duan Ling Tian with a solemn expression on their faces. At this moment, their divine consciousness could clearly sense a powerful life aura coming from inside the tribulation lightning. Duan Ling Tian was not dead. Brother Tian. Father. Kerr and Duan Si Ling's expressions were tense and anxious. Madam, young miss, master is fine. They only sighed in relief when they heard Peng Lai's words. Gan Ru Yen sighed in relief as well. She was equally anxious. However, since she had nothing to do with Duan Ling Tian, she did not show it. In fact, she was overthinking things. Even if she did not deliberately hide it, no one would pay attention to her. After a while, under everyone's watchful eyes, the remnant force of the 71st bolt of tribulation lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation finally dissipated. That's when the clouds and mist dissipated, Duan Lingtian's figure appeared before everyone's eyes. Although Duan Lingtian looked a little wretched at this moment, his robes were tattered, his body was stained with blood, and his aura was weak. However, he had managed to withstand the remnant force of the tribulation lightning. Moreover, he had withstood it with his body. He. Is he really human? After a moment of silence, someone took the lead to ask such a question. His question was the same as everyone else's. Although it was the remnant force of the tribulation lightning, none of them dared to say they could withstand the remnant force of the tribulation lightning with their bodies. Even the people from the Great Spirit Palace who specialized in body tempering could not do so. However, Duan Ling Tian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, a human force, had withstood the remnant force of the tribulation lightning with his body. Was this something a human was capable of? Master, isn't this a little too exaggerated? Peng Lai was so shocked that his mouth was agape. His expression was one of disbelief. As for Kerr, Duan Si Ling, and Gan Ru Yen, they heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Duan Ling Tian was unharmed. Even if I didn't transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, the strength of my body is still incomparable to ordinary people. Even the devil clans who specialize in body tempering and the saint beasts who are known for their strong bodies might not be as strong as me. Duan Ling Tian was very confident about his body. Although his body was not invincible and could not be compared to when he transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, it was as though his body was made of copper and iron. Although he had withstood the remnant force of the tribulation lightning, he only suffered some superficial injuries. Yuan Haochen, after withstanding the 71st bolt of tribulation lightning, Duan Ling Tian could not help but look in the direction of Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. Coincidentally, Yuan Haochen was still resisting the 71st bolt of tribulation lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation. So this is the technique passed down by the palace masters of Wandering Saint Palace to overcome the heavenly tribulation? Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he saw Yuan Haochen. This was because he saw Duan Ling Tian standing in front of him. At this moment, Yuan Haochen was standing in the distance with a calm expression on his face. He did not move at all. There was not even a trace of saint origin around his body. However, it was precisely such a Yuan Haochen that managed to block the 71st bolt of lightning. Boom! 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 The 71st bolt of tribulation lightning came crashing down menacingly, but when it was still 10 meters away from Yuan Haochen, it seemed to be blocked by something, and could not cross half a step. However, this was not the only thing. What surprised Duan Ling Tian the most was that after the tribulation lightning was blocked, its energy began to disperse before it gradually disappeared into thin air. Duan Ling Tian watched in disbelief as the 71st bolt of tribulation lightning that targeted Yuan Haochen gradually disappeared before his eyes. From the beginning until the end, it did not even touch Yuan Haochen's clothes. Although both of them were undergoing the heavenly tribulation and faced the same tribulation lightning, Duan Lingtian and Yuan Haochen were completely different. Duan Lingtian's clothes were tattered, and his body was covered in blood. He looked extremely wretched. On the other hand, Yuan Haochen's clothes were not even touched. That formless energy is actually so powerful. Not only can it resist the lightning tribulation, it can also form some sort of resonance with the lightning tribulation to a certain extent. In the end, it can even guide the lightning tribulation, causing it to continuously drain away. Duan Lingtian had not been idle when he was watching Yuan Haochen undergoing the heavenly tribulation earlier. For this reason, he could clearly see how Yuan Haochen was undergoing the heavenly tribulation. At that time, Yuan Haochen's body also emitted a force that did not belong to him. That force seemed to be an external force. Moreover, when he faced the 71st bolt of tribulation lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation, he still had a lot of energy left in him. No wonder there has never been a case of a palace master failing the heavenly tribulation in the history of the Wandering Saint Palace. With such a technique, it's almost impossible for him to fail. Duan Lingtian was shocked. At the same time, he felt a great pressure. The 71st bolt of tribulation lightning was already so powerful. There were still 10 bolts of tribulation lightning left. Although my body is strong, I'm afraid I can only withstand 1 or 2 bolts of tribulation lightning if I don't transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. I'll have to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior to withstand the remaining bolts of tribulation lightning. However, even if I transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior to withstand the remaining bolts of tribulation lightning, will I be able to withstand the 81st bolt of tribulation lightning, which is also the last bolt of tribulation lightning? Duan Lingtian was not confident at all. How powerful! How terrifying! So this is the technique passed down by the palace masters of the Wandering Saint Palace? Chapter 2309. Duan Lingtian did not have the time to care about Yuan Haochen's method of overcoming the heavenly tribulation. Although he wasn't seriously injured, he still needed to spend some time to recover. There's still about an hour left. It's enough time for me to recover. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he calmed down and began to recuperate. At the same time, the people in the surroundings began to discuss among themselves. The same tribulation lightning was useless against Palace Master Yuan from the Wandering Saint Palace. It didn't even touch Palace Master Yuan's clothes. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian's clothes are torn and covered in blood. He looks wretched. The gap between them is a little exaggerated. However, it has nothing to do with their strength. It's because the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace's method of overcoming the heavenly tribulation is too powerful. It's indeed powerful. That was the 71st tribulation lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation. However, it was nothing compared to Palace Master Yuan's method of overcoming the heavenly tribulation. As the one transcending the tribulation, Palace Lord Yuan wasn't even touched. No wonder no palace master has ever failed the heavenly tribulation in the history of the Wandering Saint Palace. With such a method of overcoming the heavenly tribulation, it's almost impossible for him to fail. Indeed. After witnessing the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, Yuan Haochen's heavenly tribulation transcendence technique, many people sighed in awe. I'm afraid Duan Lingtian is in danger now. Soon after, someone looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Indeed. Although Duan Lingtian's body is different from ordinary people, I'm afraid he'll only be able to withstand 1 or 2 more tribulation lightning before he transforms into a 9-clawed dragon warrior." After witnessing the strength of Duan Lingtian's body, the group of people present on the scene had a higher opinion of him. However, this did not mean they thought Duan Lingtian would be able to overcome the heavenly tribulation today. After all, the tribulation lightning earlier was only the 71st tribulation lightning. There were 10 more tribulation lightning after that. Furthermore, it was 10 bolts of tribulation lightning, each stronger than the last. Even if the Duan Ling Tian could handle 1 or 2 more bolts of tribulation lightning before he transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, he would still be able to handle them. After transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, he continued to deal with the tribulation lightning. What about the rest of the tribulation lightning? What could Duan Ling Tian use to resist? Although this Duan Ling Tian is a human, I have to admit that he's a rare genius. It's really a pity that he failed the tribulation today. How great would it be if he's not a human but a human devil? With his talent and potential, he'll definitely become a pillar of support for the human devil clan in the future. Many of the people present felt that it was a pity that Duan Ling Tian was about to fail his tribulation. With Palace Master Yuan from Wandering Saint Palace and Palace Master Shi from Great Spirit Palace here, even if Duan Ling Tian manages to escape after failing the heavenly tribulation, he won't be able to escape death. In any case, Duan Ling Tian is definitely going to die this time. Unless he manages to pass the heavenly tribulation and become an eminent celestial, there's still a chance for him to survive. Otherwise, he'll definitely die. Based on the current situation, it's impossible for him to pass the heavenly tribulation. As the group of people discussed and whispered, time passed quietly. In just a blink of an eye, almost an hour had passed. It's coming. When the 72nd lightning bolt from the celestial ascension tribulation was about to strike, everyone turned to look at Duan Ling Tian. It was as though they were waiting to see how Duan Ling Tian would deal with the remaining lightning bolts. However, not many people paid attention to Yuan Haochen. Based on the technique Yuan Haochen had used to overcome the heavenly tribulation that was passed down by the Palace Masters of Wandering Saint Palace, the next bolt of tribulation lightning would not affect him much. Under such circumstances, there was no need for them to pay attention to him. After all, the outcome would be the same regardless of whether they paid attention to him or not. Boom! Soon after, the 72nd bolt of tribulation lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation struck. Moreover, there were 2 bolts of tribulation lightning. One was aimed at Duan Ling Tian while the other was aimed at Yuan Haochen. What happened next was just as most people had expected. Duan Ling Tian did not transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. After exhausting most of the tribulation lightning's energy, he continued to rely on his powerful body to withstand the remaining force of the tribulation lightning. Naturally, he was even more severely injured. However, overall, it did not affect him at all. On the other side, Yuan Haochen faced the 72nd bolt of tribulation lightning, and it was no different from facing the 71st bolt of tribulation lightning. He easily withstood it, just like before, and just as most people expected. After the 72nd bolt of tribulation lightning, it was time for the 73rd bolt of tribulation lightning. Boom! As the light of day once again illuminated this dim space, an earth-shattering sound of thunder resounded. The 73rd bolt of tribulation lightning struck as expected. Duan Ling Tian used the same trick again to deal with the 73rd bolt of tribulation lightning. However, this time, he was barely able to withstand it and was severely injured. It seems like I'll have to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior for the next bolt of tribulation lightning. Otherwise, even if I manage to withstand it, I'll be severely injured. Under such circumstances, if I'm severely injured, it'll be extremely dangerous for me to face the next bolt of tribulation lightning without fully recovering. Moreover, it'll form a vicious cycle. If that's the case, it'll be impossible for me to overcome the next bolt of tribulation lightning. Duan Ling Tian knew this very well. For this reason, even if he could withstand the 74th bolt of tribulation lightning without transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, he would not do so. After all, it was unnecessary. I can't believe Duan Ling Tian didn't transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior even after facing the 73rd bolt of tribulation lightning. He's really bold. However, looking at his current situation, I think he's almost at his limit. He'll probably transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior for the next bolt of tribulation lightning. I think so too. It was just as most people had guessed. Almost an hour later, before the 74th bolt of tribulation lightning struck, Duan Lingtian transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior and waited for the bolt of tribulation lightning in his strongest state. He's finally transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. I wonder how many bolts of tribulation lightning this Duan Lingtian can withstand after transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. It doesn't matter how many bolts of tribulation lightning he can withstand. I'm sure he won't be able to overcome the remaining bolts of tribulation lightning. After all, there are still 8 bolts of tribulation lightning. Although a 9-clawed dragon warrior is powerful, he's not that powerful. I think so too. Upon seeing Duan Lingtian transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, the people present on the scene looked forward to his performance. Boom! Under everyone's expectant gazes, the 74th bolt of tribulation lightning struck as scheduled. Faced with the 74th bolt of tribulation lightning, Duan Lingtian, who had transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, easily withstood it. From the beginning until the end, he did not even suffer a minor injury. Next, it was the 75th bolt of tribulation lightning. Although it was a little strenuous, it was still relatively easy for him to withstand it. The 76th bolt of tribulation lightning gave Duan Lingtian quite a bit of pressure. The 77th bolt of tribulation lightning gave Duan Lingtian even more pressure and injured him. The 78th bolt of tribulation lightning severely injured Duan Lingtian. The 79th bolt of tribulation lightning further injured Duan Lingtian, who had not fully recovered from his previous injuries. After the 79th bolt of tribulation lightning, Duan Lingtian's body swayed. His internal organs trembled as he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Blood splattered across the sky, dazzling and eye-catching. Currently, Duan Lingtian was even more injured than he was before. There are only 2 bolts of tribulation lightning left. With my current condition, let alone an hour, even if I'm given 10 hours to recover, I won't be able to recover to my peak condition. When Duan Lingtian thought to himself, a bitter expression appeared on his face. A hint of unwillingness could be seen in his eyes. The Celestial Ascension Tribulation had a total of 81 bolts of tribulation lightning. There were only 2 bolts of tribulation lightning left. However, with his current condition, it was almost impossible for him to overcome the 80th bolt of tribulation lightning of the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Let alone the 81st bolt of tribulation lightning, which was also the last bolt of tribulation lightning. It's also because I wasn't prepared beforehand that I didn't use all my strength to overcome the tribulation. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state right now. If I'm prepared, as a 9-clawed dragon warrior, it wouldn't be difficult for me to overcome the tribulation. After the 79th bolt of tribulation lightning, Duan Lingtian realized his shortcomings. He was not prepared enough. The reason for this was because his Celestial Ascension Tribulation had come too suddenly. It was so sudden that he was completely unprepared. He could only brace himself and face it. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian to be able to endure until now. He even managed to withstand the 79th bolt of tribulation lightning. When many people looked at Duan Lingtian again, they were filled with respect. In this world, it was not only the human world that respected the strong. Even the devil clans respected the strong. Duan Lingtian, a human who was completely unprepared for the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, had actually made it to this stage when faced with the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Not to mention anything else, just this point alone was enough to earn their respect. Based on his current condition, it's impossible for him to overcome the 80th bolt of tribulation lightning. However, he's still considered to have created a new record in the devil clans for being able to survive the 80th bolt of tribulation lightning. An elder from the Crimson Blaze Palace said. In the history of the devil clans, people like him have all failed to overcome the tribulation. However, the last person standing only lasted until the 75th bolt of tribulation lightning. If he's not a human but a member of the devil clans, his name will definitely be remembered in the history of the devil clans. What a pity. Chapter 23:10. Although Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, had the help of the Wandering Saint Palace's inherited technique to overcome the heavenly tribulation, it was no longer as easy for him as it was in the beginning. Whoosh! 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 Yuan Haochen hovered in the air about 10 meters away from him. The tribulation lightning was dispersed by an invisible force. Boom! 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 However, a large portion of the tribulation lightning broke through the invisible force and charged toward Yuan Haochen like a mad bull. Yuan Haochen had no choice but to defend himself against the tribulation lightning that had broken through the inherited technique of the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. Although the tribulation lightning was not enough to worsen Yuan Haochen's injuries like what happened to Duan Ling Tian, it was still enough to injure him severely. His robes were torn, and his body was stained with blood. His aura was weak, and he looked like he was in a terrible state. Huff 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 huff. After resisting the 79th tribulation lightning, Yuan Haochen finally relaxed. He panted heavily as sweat dripped down his face. It was as though he had just gone through a fierce battle. When the people present on the scene saw Yuan Haochen's current condition, they could not help but sigh despite being mentally prepared. Although Palace Master Yuan is in a slightly wretched state, the difference between him and Duan Ling Tian is like heaven and earth. Based on his current condition, it seems like he'll be able to withstand the 80th and 81st tribulation lightning like a child's play. Everyone has a different fate. Duan Ling Tian will die in the next tribulation lightning. On the other hand, Yuan Haochen is about to pass the heavenly tribulation and become an eminent celestial. No matter what, this is a good thing for the human devil clan. Palace Master Yuan is the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, one of the human devil clan's 3 palaces and 6 halls. He's one of us. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, is an outsider. Indeed. The crowd of onlookers was almost certain that Duan Ling Tian would definitely die when the 80th bolt of lightning struck. And judging from the current situation, that was indeed the case. At this time, even Duan Ling Tian himself thought so. Brother Tian. Seeing her man in such a miserable state, Ker's beautiful cheeks were already wet with tears. She felt a heart-wrenching pain and wished that she could take her man's place and suffer in his place. She even wished that she could face the oncoming 80th bolt of lightning. Father. Duan Si-ling, who was standing next to Ker, was also in tears. She wanted to rush forward a few times, but she was stopped by Gan Ruyen. Gan Ruyen looked at Duan Ling Tian, her eyes glistening with tears. Her beautiful face was tense, unprecedentedly nervous. Master, Peng Lai looked at the purple-clothed youth standing in the distance and let out a long sigh. He no longer had any illusions in his heart. Based on the current situation, he did not think there would be any miracles. Based on his master's current injuries, let alone the 80th bolt of lightning, even the 70th bolt of lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation would not be able to withstand it. If Master dies, I'll die as well. The Wandering Saint Palace won't let a traitor off the hook. Peng Lai knew this very well. However, even if I die, I won't die in vain. At the very least, I've experienced what it's like to have an indigo innate spiritual root. Peng Lai muttered to himself. He had come to terms with it. Peng Lai was clearly in despair now. Brother Ling Tian, Huang Qi Ling looked at Duan Ling Tian helplessly as his heart trembled violently. He could only watch, unable to do anything. You shouldn't have come 3 years ago. In the distance, Huang Wenjing, the most beautiful woman in the human devil clan, said to Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission as she looked at him with a complicated gaze. Huang Wenjing was not annoyed by Duan Ling Tian's lack of response. She continued to speak through voice transmission. However, I still don't understand. Why didn't you leave when I spread the news of your identity to everyone in the Wandering Saint Palace? If you left immediately, not only would my master not be able to come out of closed-door cultivation in time, but even Shernan Feng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, wouldn't have been able to come out in time. Are you too confident in your own strength? Huang Wenjing did not expect to receive a response from Duan Lingtian. However, she was surprised when she received a response. Duan Lingtian replied. Thank you. This was Duan Lingtian's response to Huang Wenjing. Before Duan Lingtian arrived at the Wandering Saint Palace, he had learned about what had happened in the past year from Peng Lai. At the same time, he also learned that news of him being the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion had spread in the Wandering Saint Palace. It was said that someone had leaked the news in advance. For this reason, Yun Fuyi, the vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, had killed several people who might have leaked the news. However, Duan Lingtian did not expect Huang Wenjing to be the one who leaked the news. He did not expect Huang Wenjing would be the one who secretly leaked the news to help him. A complicated expression flashed in his eyes when he found out it was Huang Wenjing. He thanked her from the bottom of his heart through voice transmission. Although Huang Wenjing had leaked the news in advance and did not provide him with any substantial help, he still felt indebted to her. You're finally willing to talk to me? Huang Wenjing sighed through voice transmission, her voice faintly tinged with excitement. Once the 80th lightning bolt strikes from the celestial ascension tribulation, I'll definitely die. Duan Lingtian continued to say through voice transmission, before that, I would like to ask you for a favor. You want me to protect the people around you, right? Before Duan Lingtian could finish speaking, Huang Wenjing interrupted him through voice transmission. She seemed to have guessed what he was going to say next. Yes. Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. Indeed, he wanted to ask her this. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was not worried at all. Huang Wenjing was the last disciple of Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. It would not be difficult for her to protect Kerr and the others. Although the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls of the Human Devil clan were gathered here, the person who had the most say was undoubtedly Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, who was about to become an eminent celestial. As long as he agreed to Huang Wenjing's request, Kerr and the others would not have to worry about their lives. They're really lucky. You're still concerned about their safety even when you're in such a dire situation. Huang Wenjing sighed faintly. I promise you. After a few moments, Huang Wenjing replied through voice transmission again. At the same time, Huang Wenjing's eyes were filled with determination. She would do her best to fulfill this man's request. Even if she had to threaten him with her own life, she would ask her master to spare the lives of the people around this man. Thank you. Duan Lingtian thanked her again. Then, he said solemnly through voice transmission, if there's an afterlife, Duan Lingtian will repay your kindness tenfold. If there's an afterlife, I don't need you to repay my kindness tenfold. I only want you to belong to me. Huang Wenjing's voice transmission was firm. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly. He sighed inwardly. How am I, Duan Lingtian, worthy of such treatment? I can't believe I, Duan Lingtian, am going to die here today. Before I die, I'll have to tell Kerr what to do. Otherwise, she'll commit suicide as soon as I leave. Duan Lingtian knew Kerr's character very well. For this reason, he had to take precautions. In addition, he also realized that, no matter how hard he tried to recover, it was impossible for him to withstand the 80th bolt of tribulation lightning. Therefore, he did not plan to waste time on recovering from his injuries. Kerr. Duan Lingtian looked at Kerr in the distance and said through voice transmission, can you promise me one thing? Brother Tian, what is it? Kerr replied through voice transmission. Before I ask you to promise me one thing, I want to tell you that even if I fail the heavenly tribulation today and die, the wandering Saint Palace might not execute all of you. Duan Lingtian said. He was very confident in Huang Wenjing's ability. Based on how much Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, loved Huang Wenjing, as long as Huang Wenjing was determined, she would definitely be able to protect Kerr and the others. After all, Kerr and the others were not a threat to the Wandering Saint Palace or the entire Human Devil clan. Brother Tian, if you want me to live alone, I won't agree. We're husband and wife. We'll either live or die together. Kerr will never leave you again. Before Duan Lingtian could say what he wanted her to do, Kerr seemed to have predicted his words. Her tone was resolute. Duan Lingtian felt helpless when he heard Kerr's voice transmission. Naturally, at the same time, Duan Lingtian was also touched. With such a wife, what more could he ask for? Kerr, you, Duan Lingtian was about to send a voice transmission to dissuade Kerr. However, Kerr interrupted Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. If you want to talk about Si Ling, I've already made up my mind. With my sister around, she'll definitely take good care of Si Ling on my behalf. After that, no matter how Duan Lingtian tried to dissuade her, Kerr's attitude remained firm. I'll live if you live, and I'll die if you die. Nothing, can make me waver. No. I can't die. I can't die here. When Duan Lingtian realized Kerr had made up her mind to tie her life to his, it was as though he had been injected with chicken blood. His eyes narrowed, and his gaze was filled with determination. In Kerr's heart, Duan Lingtian's life was more important than her own life. In Duan Lingtian's heart, Kerr's life was more important than his own life as well. Although Duan Lingtian knew there was nothing he could do, he still decided to give it his all. Even if he was reduced to ashes, he would still give it his all. Chapter 23:11. Duan Lingtian knew his current situation better than anyone else. Although he seemed fine now, he was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Let alone the 80th tribulation lightning, even if the first few tribulation lightning were to strike him, he would not be able to withstand it. Initially, he had already accepted his fate. He did not even plan to withstand the 80th tribulation lightning. After all, it would be useless no matter how hard he tried. However, because of Kerr, although he knew it would be useless no matter how hard he tried, he still decided to give it his all. If he did not give it his all, how could he face Kerr? I still have more than half an hour. I should heal as much as I can. Since he had decided to give it his all, Duan Lingtian, naturally, dismissed the idea of giving it his all. He raised his hand and took out a pile of healing pills and stuffed them into his mouth. He did not care if they would work or not. He just stuffed as many into his mouth as though they were free. Naturally, since Duan Lingtian had consumed many healing medicinal pills before this, the healing medicinal pills he consumed now did not have any effect. Duan Lingtian closed his eyes. At the same time, Yang Kai was circulating the Saint Qi in his body to repair his damaged meridians and internal organs as much as possible, all in order to face the 80th bolt of tribulation thunder in half an hour's time. Duan Lingtian's transformation was, naturally, noticed by the people in the surroundings. Duan Lingtian seemed to have accepted his fate earlier. Why is he so serious now? Earlier, many people could tell Duan Lingtian had accepted his fate. However, they were not surprised by this. After all, they could tell Duan Lingtian was not worried at all. It was impossible for Duan Lingtian to withstand the 80th bolt of lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian had suddenly become serious as though he was ready for battle. This caused them to be dumbfounded. Don't tell me Duan Lingtian thinks he still has a chance to withstand the 80th bolt of lightning? How is that possible? In his current state, even if he was given 3 to 5 hours to recover, he would not be able to recover to his peak state, much less withstand the 80th bolt of lightning. But what's wrong with him now? Are you possessed? I guess he's unwilling to accept his fate. After all, some people are stubborn. So what if I don't accept my fate? Could it be that he can defy the heavens and change his fate? The onlookers shook their heads as they looked at Duan Ling Tian. They all felt that Duan Ling Tian was wasting his time. If I were him, I would definitely leave the remaining time for my family and bid them farewell. I really don't know what he's thinking. His wife and daughter are both here, but he doesn't leave the remaining time for them. He's just doing useless things. A vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace shook his head. Based on his words, he could not understand what Duan Ling Tian was doing. Many of the people from the Wandering Saint Palace agreed with his words. Why is he still wasting his time at this juncture? Yun Fuyi, one of the vice palace masters of Wandering Saint Palace and the first direct disciple of the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, looked at Duan Ling Tian with a mocking smile on his face. In Yun Fuyi's opinion, Duan Ling Tian was extremely stubborn. In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian was just making a last-ditch effort. Duan Rufeng, your son is about to be killed by the tribulation lightning. I wonder what kind of expression you'll have if you see this. Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, sneered as he looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was resting with his eyes closed. Duan Rufeng could be said to be the person Shi Nanfeng hated the most. Previously, when Duan Rufeng had escaped from under his nose, he had been suppressing his anger. Even until now, the anger had not been completely extinguished. Today, when he saw Duan Rufeng's son was about to be killed by the tribulation lightning, the anger in his heart was extinguished. Brother Tian, father, Ke and Duan Si Ling looked at Duan Ling Tian anxiously with hope in their eyes. As for Gan Ruyen and Peng Lai, they had already accepted their fate. Half an hour passed in just a blink of an eye. The 80th bolt of lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation was getting closer and closer. At this time, the atmosphere at the scene was completely quiet. No one made a sound. Only the muffled sound of thunder constantly came from above the tribulation clouds, as if it was constantly reminding everyone present, the celestial ascension tribulation was not over yet. Boom! 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 The rumbling of thunder continued. The tribulation clouds in the sky continued to rumble and press against the tribulation lightning. Purple lightning bolts flashed in and out of the tribulation clouds like purple pythons. It was as though each of their movements was capable of stirring up a storm. As the tribulation clouds continued to rumble and press against the tribulation clouds, the sky seemed to have darkened. However, even though it was getting darker, it didn't affect everyone's vision. Above the tribulation clouds, between the 5-colored auspicious clouds, the fiery red 3-legged golden crow was still flapping its wings and shuttling back and forth like an active fire spirit. In the distance, 2 figures stood there like statues. They had been standing there for a long time. Master! Duan Ling Tian won't be able to withstand the 80th bolt of lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation, right? The patriarch of the human devil clan asked the grey-clad old man standing next to him. If nothing goes wrong, he'll definitely die when the 80th bolt of lightning comes. The grey-clad old man said. If nothing goes wrong? The patriarch of the human devil clan was puzzled when he heard his master's words. What can go wrong at this time? I'm just saying. The grey-clad old man shook his head. The grey-robed old man shook his head. He could not help but look at the 5-colored auspicious cloud in front of him. To be more precise, it landed on the bird that seemed to be burning with raging flames as it shuttled through the colorful clouds. Naturally, he did not know it was the 3-legged golden crow. However, when the grey-clad old man looked at the 3-legged golden crow, a hint of doubt could be seen in his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking about. After a while, the time finally came. Under the tribulation clouds. It's here. The group of people who were waiting for the 80th bolt of lightning to strike suddenly had a thought. As soon as the thought appeared in their minds, whoosh! It was as if a scorching sun had suddenly appeared, illuminating the entire world beneath the tribulation clouds. It also caused many people with lower cultivations to subconsciously narrow their eyes. The 80th bolt of lightning is coming. Just as many people's hearts were moved. Boom! An earth-shattering sound of thunder reverberated in heaven and earth as a thick bolt of lightning came crashing down from the tribulation clouds in the sky. As soon as the first bolt of lightning came crashing down, another bolt of lightning followed suit. It was the 80th bolt of lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation that targeted Duan Ling Tian and Yuan Haochen. The 80th bolt of lightning was the second last bolt of lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation. If one managed to withstand this bolt of lightning, one would be able to face the 81st bolt of lightning. It was the last bolt of lightning. If one managed to withstand the last bolt of lightning, it would mean one had successfully passed the celestial ascension tribulation. After passing the celestial ascension tribulation, one would become an eminent celestial, surpassing most ordinary powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The reason it was said that eminent celestials were stronger than ordinary powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was because eminent celestials were still powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, they were powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had come into contact with the celestial origin energy. As long as I can withstand this bolt of lightning, I'll be able to become an eminent celestial. Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, had a wide smile on his face when he saw one of the bolts of lightning falling from the sky toward him. After recuperating for almost an hour, he had returned to his peak condition. Although this bolt of lightning was more powerful than the previous one, he did not feel pressured at all. Unlike Yuan Haochen did not feel pressured at all. Although Duan Ling Tian was prepared to give it his all, he could not help but feel apprehensive when faced with the same bolt of lightning. It was an instinctive reaction. Come on. Even if I, Duan Ling Tian, can't defeat you, I won't lower my head in front of you. Even if I die, I, Duan Ling Tian, will die standing and die with a bang. Duan Ling Tian's eyes turned cold when he saw the tribulation lightning that was halfway to him. He cast his movement divine ability, the golden crow's wings, and transformed into a three-legged golden crow as he charged toward the tribulation lightning at lightning speed. He was fearless. Humph! You're seeking death. Yun Fuyi and Shi Nanfeng sneered disdainfully when they saw this. However, most of the onlookers looked at Duan Ling Tian in awe. Duan Ling Tian knew he would die, but he still dared to face the 80th bolt of lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation head-on. This kind of action was not something that anyone could do, nor did anyone have the courage to do it. I, Peng Lai, didn't live in vain to have such a master. Peng Lai looked at Duan Ling Tian's figure that was like a ball of flames and had a respectful expression on his face. For the first time, he completely acknowledged Duan Ling Tian as his master from the bottom of his heart and not because of the restriction of the lightning penalty oath. Boom! 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 On Yuan Haochen's side, a portion of the 80th bolt of lightning was drawn away by his celestial ascension tribulation technique. He had to withstand the remaining force by himself. Although it was stressful, it was not difficult to withstand. On Duan Lingtian's side, the tribulation lightning was like a meteor that descended from outer space. It carried with it a destructive force as it descended toward Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed and transformed into a ball of flame. Chapter 23:12. The gap is too big. Under the tribulation cloud, many people shook their heads inwardly when they saw Duanling Tian had transformed into a spark of fire and was about to face the tribulation lightning that was falling from the sky like a meteor. Let alone the fact that Duanling Tian is severely injured, even if he's at his peak, he might not be able to withstand the 80th tribulation lightning. That's right. The 80th tribulation lightning is too powerful. It's nothing compared to the previous tribulation lightning. What a pity. Such a monstrous genius is going to die just like that. There's nothing to pity. He's not a member of the devil clans anyway. Humans don't deserve to die. At this moment, almost everyone present was certain Duanling Tian would die. As for Ku and Duan Si Ling, when they saw Duanling Tian facing the tribulation lightning that fell like a meteor, they were so frightened that they closed their eyes. Their faces were pale, and they did not dare to continue watching. Gan Ru Yen looked at the figure charging toward the tribulation lightning with a solemn expression on her face. Peng Lai, who was standing nearby, had a respectful expression on his face. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, nobody will be able to touch them. At this moment, Huang Wenjing closed her eyes as well. She could not bear to watch any longer. However, in her heart, she made a firm promise to Duanling Tian. Brother Ling Tian. Huang Qi Ling clenched his fists tightly as he closed his eyes in agony. He did not even notice the blood dripping from his fingernails. At this moment, he only hated himself for being too weak to help his friend. Humph. Die. Yun Fuyi, the Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, and Shernan Feng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, had a sinister smile on their faces as they watched the scene unfold before their eyes. It was as though they were afraid they would miss the moment when Duanling Tian was killed by the tribulation lightning. As for the others from the 3 palaces and 6 halls, most of them were looking at the scene coldly as well. In their eyes, no matter what, Duanling Tian was still an anomaly. Even if he was courageous and had earned their respect, he was not worthy of their sympathy. Boom! 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 Thunder continued to roar above the tribulation clouds in the sky. Under the tribulation clouds, Duanling Tian was getting closer and closer to the 80th tribulation lightning. In the blink of an eye, he was already within 100 meters of the tribulation lightning. For Duanling Tian and tribulation thunder, a distance of more than 100 meters could be crossed in the blink of an eye. Come on. I'd like to see how powerful the 80th tribulation lightning from your celestial ascension tribulation is. Faced with the tribulation lightning that was about to hit him, Duanling Tian's saint origin surged out of his body as though it was free. His saint origin resonated strongly with heaven and earth, causing the flame around his body to grow even stronger. The faint golden flames twined around Duanling Tian's body, and it made Duanling Tian seem as though he had transformed into a fire god that was awe-inspiring. Due to the strong resonance between his saint origin and the heaven and earth, Duanling Tian, who had released his saint origin without reservation, seemed to have become one with the heaven and earth at this moment. He gave off an ethereal feeling. However, all of this seemed so insignificant in front of the 80th tribulation lightning of the celestial ascension tribulation. So what if he had become one with heaven and earth? The tribulation lightning of the celestial ascension tribulation represented the heaven and earth energy. If heaven wanted you to die, you would have no choice but to die. Passing the tribulation lightning was a heaven-defying act. Passing the tribulation lightning was a heaven-defying act. After Saint Origin surged out of his body through his 99 saint veins, Duanling Tian stared coldly at the tribulation lightning that seemed to be right in front of him. His eyes glowed brightly, and his dragon scales shone brightly under the faint golden flame. All of a sudden, fight! As soon as Duanling Tian shouted, he cast the divine ability, otherworldly celestial, and created several clones that shot toward the tribulation lightning like cannonballs. Swoosh! 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 Along with Duan Lingtian's main body and several clones, his 1000 inscription Saint Sword and 1000 inscription Saint Sword's clones shot out as well. Several sword rays formed a formation in front as Duan Lingtian's main body and clones followed closely behind. Whether it was Duan Lingtian's main body or Duan Lingtian's clones, all of them had the same expression on their faces as though they were ready to die. Duan Lingtian is going to be killed soon. At this moment, almost everyone present on the scene had the same thought in their minds. Duan Lingtian's main body and clones followed closely behind the 1000 inscription Saint Sword and 1000 inscription Saint Sword. At this moment, they were only a few dozen meters away from the 80th tribulation lightning. Just as they were about to collide, time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Boom! A loud explosion rang from behind the tribulation clouds in the sky. At this moment, the patriarch of the human devil clan and his disciple who were standing on the tribulation clouds looked at each other in horror. The bird that was completely condensed from golden flames that was shuttling through the 5-colored auspicious clouds suddenly let out a strange cry. Then, the void around its body suddenly exploded. The void trembled, and ripples spread out like ripples. It was on the verge of collapsing. At the same time, the patriarch of the human devil clan discovered the bird had disappeared before his eyes. How fast! Naturally, the patriarch of the human devil clan did not think the bird had truly disappeared. Instead, he thought the bird had moved at a speed that was so fast that even his eyes could not capture it. Even the master of the patriarch of the human devil clan, the grey-clad old man, could only vaguely see the bird turning into a blur as it passed through the tribulation clouds and headed toward the tribulation clouds. This speed, the grey-clad old man's eyes widened in shock as though he had just seen a ghost. This was the first time the grey-clad old man had such an exaggerated expression on his face since he had appeared. And all of this originated from the bird that was completely formed from the golden flames. Under the tribulation clouds. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Swoosh! The bird that was formed from golden flames tore through the sky and crashed into Duan Lingtian's main body, clones, and Duan Lingtian's 1000 inscription Saint Sword. What's going on? At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt a terrifying energy shrouding his main body and clones. Moreover, he had lost control of his body in an instant. Under the watchful eyes of everyone present. Duan Lingtian's main body, clones, and Duan Lingtian's 1000 inscription Saint Sword were shrouded by golden flames that seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Moreover, the flames were in the shape of a bird. Chi! 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 The bird that seemed to have appeared out of thin air and shrouded Duan Lingtian collided with the 80th tribulation lightning in just a blink of an eye, emitting dazzling rays of light. The rays of light were a mixture of gold and white with a hint of purple mixed in. As soon as everyone sensed the changes in the bird, boom! 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 A series of earth-shattering explosions rang in the air as mushroom clouds appeared out of thin air, emitting terrifying shockwaves. It seemed as though the void where the mushroom clouds appeared had caved in for a brief moment. The shockwaves swept out in all directions. Although the onlookers were prepared, many of them with a weaker cultivation base were still sent flying. After the shockwaves swept out, a violent gust of wind followed, causing the onlookers' robes to flutter noisily. Most of them could not help but squint their eyes when they saw the violent gust of wind. What's going on? I don't know. As soon as Duan Lingtian collided with the tribulation lightning, he seemed to have cast another divine ability. He seemed to have transformed into a gigantic bird along with the techniques he had cast earlier. That bird is exactly the same as the one that soared into the sky and drilled into the tribulation clouds. Could it be that the bird that flew into the sky earlier is related to Duan Lingtian as well? At this moment, the onlookers were shocked by the commotion before their eyes. They could not help but discuss among themselves. Their conversation did not stray away from Duan Ling Tian and the bird that was formed from golden flames. This commotion. I'm afraid it can only be caused by two evenly matched forces. An elder from Azure Cloud Hall muttered. His voice was not loud, but because the scene had fallen into a dead silence for a short period of time, it was still heard by many people around him. They could not help but laugh mockingly. Evenly matched? Aren't you overthinking it? How can Duan Ling Tian, who's at the end of his tether, be able to withstand the 80th bolt of lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation? That's right. Even if Duan Ling Tian had cast an extraordinary divine ability at the end, it's impossible for him to withstand the 80th tribulation lightning in his current state. Based on the shockwaves earlier, Duan Ling Tian must have been killed. I can't use my divine consciousness to probe the area. However, I'll be able to see the situation after the shockwaves dissipate. However, I think Duan Ling Tian must be dead. The onlookers discussed among themselves as they looked at the spot where Duan Ling Tian and the tribulation lightning collided. At this moment, the shockwaves from the three colors of gold, white, and purple were still raging in the air. Not only did it obstruct the onlookers' vision, but it also prevented them from using their divine consciousness to probe the situation. Brother Tian, at some point, Kerr had opened her eyes. Her heart trembled as she looked at the spot where the shockwaves from the three colors were raging. Father. Duan Si Ling opened her eyes as well. Her emotions were similar to her mother's. That bird earlier, Kerr and Duan Si Ling did not see the bird that appeared out of thin air earlier since their eyes were closed. However, Gan Ru Yen and Peng Lai saw it clearly. Chapter 23:13. Above the tribulation cloud. He's not dead. The grey-clad old man said solemnly when the patriarch of the human devil clan discovered his divine consciousness could not penetrate the area where the three-colored energy was raging. He's not dead. The patriarch of the human devil clan's expression changed drastically when he heard the grey-clad old man's words. An expression of shock and disbelief appeared on his face. How? How's this possible? He was injured to such an extent. How is it possible that he's not dead? The patriarch of the human devil clan could not understand this at all. However, he was, after all, the patriarch of the human devil clan. He quickly regained his senses and looked at the grey-clad old man as he asked, Master, your divine consciousness can penetrate the area where the three-colored energy is raging and detect that Duan Ling Tian is still alive? Yes. The grey-clad old man nodded. I can barely penetrate the area and detect that Duan Ling Tian is still alive. However, my divine consciousness was repelled by the three-colored energy when I detected that Duan Ling Tian is still alive. The grey-clad old man's expression was unprecedentedly solemn when he reached the end of his sentence. This doesn't make sense. How is it possible that he's still alive? Let alone the fact that he's severely injured, even if he's in his peak condition, he might not be able to survive the 80th tribulation lightning. The patriarch of the human devil clan still could not understand this. It's that bird that's formed from some unknown energy that saved him. The grey-clad old man might not know what had happened earlier, but it did not mean he was unaware of it as well. Although he could not see everything clearly, he could vaguely make out what had happened earlier. Coupled with his own speculations, it was not difficult for him to figure out what had happened earlier. That bird? Isn't it an existence that doesn't possess life and is formed from some unknown power? The patriarch of the human devil clan was puzzled. Although it's a lifeless being, it saved Duan Ling Tian at the critical moment. First, it left the five-colored auspicious clouds and passed through the tribulation clouds. In the end, it merged with Duan Ling Tian and helped Duan Ling Tian withstand the tribulation lightning. The grey-clad old man said, however, although the bird's energy is on the same level as the celestial origin energy, I discovered that more than half of the bird's energy has been depleted when I probed it with my divine consciousness. In other words, Even if the bird helps Duan Ling Tian when he's facing the final celestial ascension tribulation, it'll be in vain? The patriarch of the human devil clan was not a fool. It was not difficult for him to guess the meaning of his master's words. Yes. The gray-robed old man nodded. His eyes flashed as he said with absolute certainty, the next tribulation lightning, he will definitely die. The patriarch of the human devil clan nodded. Then, he frowned and asked, Master, you're still not sure what kind of energy is on the same level as the celestial origin energy that formed the bird? I've never seen such energy before. It should be from a Devata realm. I don't know why it would appear in our mundane realm. The gray-clad old man shook his head. That human boy is really lucky to be able to obtain such a power from a Devata realm. The patriarch of the human devil clan said with a glint in his eyes. If he doesn't die, he'll definitely become a great enemy of the devil clans. However, he'll definitely die in the next tribulation lightning. The gray-clad old man said. Under the tribulation clouds. As time passed, the aftershock of the collision between the 80th tribulation lightning and the three-legged golden crow formed by the sun energy gradually dissipated. When the aftershock of the three-colored energy dissipated, the situation inside the tribulation clouds became clear to everyone. When the situation inside appeared before everyone's eyes, almost everyone was dumbfounded and stunned. Every one of them revealed an expression of shock and disbelief. Some of them even looked as though they had seen a ghost. Brother Tian. Father. Ku and Duan Si Ling's faces were filled with joy and excitement and they saw the unharmed figure in the distance. As for Gan Ruyen and Peng Lai, they were just as shocked as the others. He's, all right? Huang Wenjing's expression froze when she saw the unharmed figure in the distance. When she regained her senses, a hint of excitement could be seen in her eyes. Well done, Brother Ling Tian. Huang Qiling was so excited that he kept punching his fist in the air. It was as though he had been injected with chicken blood. How? How's this possible? Impossible. Impossible. Whether it was Yun Fuyi, the Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, or Shi Nanfeng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, their expressions changed drastically when they saw the unharmed humanoid dragon in the distance. At this moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Ling Tian, who was holding a 3-foot-long blade, was standing in the distant sky unscathed. However, the bird that was completely condensed from golden flames was nowhere to be found. It seems like the sun force has returned. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian did not seem to notice the shocked gazes around him. It was as though he had forgotten that he was undergoing the celestial ascension tribulation. When he regained his focus, he discovered that the sun force had returned to his body. He discovered that half of the sun force had returned. Earlier, all of the sun force had returned. However, the three-legged golden crow formed from the sun force managed to withstand the 80th lightning bolt, but it had consumed more than half of its sun force. It was clear Duan Ling Tian knew what had happened earlier. In other words, he knew what had happened when the three-legged golden crow formed from the sun force had enveloped him. It was the three-legged golden crow formed from the power of the sun that had left him and merged into the tribulation clouds in the sky. It had returned at the most critical moment when he was facing the 80th tribulation lightning of the immortal ascension tribulation to lend him a helping hand. Moreover, it had helped him withstand the 80th lightning bolt from the celestial ascension tribulation. It's a pity Hualao is no longer here. Otherwise, he would have known what happened to the sun force. Everything that had happened today was inconceivable to Duan Ling Tian. Ever since the sun force had led him here, his comprehension of the celestial ascension tribulation had deepened. Then, his comprehension of this world gradually deepened. In the end, he even comprehended this world to its limits. Moreover, with the help of Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, he had attracted the celestial ascension tribulation as well. all of this felt like a dream to Duan Lingtian. An ordinary person would easily need to spend tens of years, hundreds of years, or even hundreds of years, or even thousands of years to complete the journey. However, Duan Lingtian had only spent a day to complete this journey. In the end, all of this is because of the Sun Force. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was certain of this. He remembered clearly. It was only after the Sun Force left his body and transformed into the three-legged golden crow that his comprehension of heaven and earth had reached its limit and he had attracted the celestial ascension tribulation. It could be said that without the power of the sun, many things today would not have happened. Duan Lingtian had no idea why the Sun Force had done this. No matter what, everything the Sun Force did today is a good thing for me. Initially, I thought I would definitely die when faced with the 80th tribulation lightning. I didn't expect the Sun Force to return at such a crucial moment and help me withstand the 80th tribulation lightning. However, although I managed to withstand the 80th tribulation lightning, there's still the 81st tribulation lightning. It's also the last tribulation lightning. The last bolt of tribulation lightning is the most terrifying one among the 81 bolts of tribulation lightning in the celestial ascension tribulation. Its power is incomparable to the 80th bolt of tribulation lightning. In fact, it's on a completely different level. If the Sun Force was not depleted, I might be able to withstand the last tribulation lightning. However, more than half of the Sun Force has been depleted to withstand the 80th tribulation lightning. The remaining Sun Force is not enough to withstand the 81st tribulation lightning. Even if I fight with all my might, I won't be able to withstand the 81st tribulation lightning. Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he thought about this. For this reason, he did not feel happy about being able to withstand the 80th tribulation lightning. Instead, he felt even more troubled. How's this possible? At this moment, Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, successfully withstood the 80th bolt of lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation with the help of the technique that had been passed down for generations. He had thought Duan Lingtian would be killed by the tribulation lightning after he withstood the 80th tribulation lightning. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to be killed by Duan Lingtian. Not only was Duan Lingtian not killed by the tribulation lightning, but Duan Lingtian had also successfully withstood the 80th tribulation lightning. Since Yuan Haochen was focused on overcoming the tribulation lightning, he did not pay attention to Duan Lingtian's situation. Moreover, he was unaware that a bird made of golden flames had helped Duan Lingtian overcome the 80th lightning bolt from the celestial ascension tribulation at the most critical moment. How's this possible? Are you kidding me? Duan Lingtian managed to withstand the 80th lightning bolt from the celestial ascension tribulation without any injuries? What kind of divine ability did he cast earlier? He actually withstood the 80th tribulation lightning so easily. If he can withstand the 80th tribulation lightning so easily, I'm sure the remaining 81 tribulation lightning won't be difficult for him at all. Could it be that he has been pretending to be weak all this while? It's possible. Chapter 23:14. When the 80th lightning bolt from the celestial ascension tribulation struck, the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls thought Duan Lingtian would definitely die. After all, Duan Lingtian was severely injured at that time. It was impossible for him to withstand the 80th lightning bolt. Moreover, even if Duan Lingtian was not injured, he would not have been able to withstand the 80th bolt of lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation, let alone the fact that he was severely injured. Everyone thought Duan Lingtian would be killed by the 80th lightning bolt from the celestial ascension tribulation. However, an unexpected scene appeared again. When Duan Lingtian cast all sorts of techniques to face the 80th bolt of lightning from the ascension celestial tribulation head-on, he cast an unknown divine ability that allowed him to summon a bird made of golden flames that shrouded him. Following that, the bird successfully withstood the 80th lightning bolt from the celestial ascension tribulation. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian was not injured at all. Based on the technique Duan Ling Tian used to withstand the 80th lightning bolt from the celestial ascension tribulation, it should be a piece of cake for him to withstand the 81st lightning bolt from the celestial ascension tribulation. Yun Fuyi, the vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, had a grave expression on his face. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian would be able to withstand the 80th lightning bolt from the celestial ascension tribulation so easily. Not only did Duan Ling Tian withstand the lightning bolt, but he was also unharmed. Based on the current situation, it should not be difficult for Duan Ling Tian to withstand the 81st lightning bolt from the celestial ascension tribulation. The 81st lightning bolt from the celestial ascension tribulation was the last lightning bolt. If Duan Ling Tian managed to withstand it, he would be able to successfully overcome the celestial ascension tribulation and become an eminent celestial. If Duan Ling Tian becomes an eminent celestial, I'm afraid even Master won't be a match for him. Yun Fuyi shuddered when he recalled the battle between Duan Ling Tian and his master. This Duan Ling Tian had fought to a draw with his master in the beginning. After he transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, his strength was even stronger than his master. If his master did not possess the heavenly tribulation technique passed down by the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, his master would have been defeated or killed by Duan Ling Tian. What should we do now? What should we do? Yun Fuyi was completely flustered. It would be fine if Duan Ling Tian failed the tribulation, but if he succeeded, the situation would completely change. Now, Yun Fuyi was not the only one panicking. Damn it! How did Duan Ling Tian manage to withstand the 80th tribulation lightning without any injuries? Doesn't this mean he'll be able to withstand the 81st tribulation lightning and pass the celestial ascension tribulation with ease? Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, was also flustered. It would be fine if Duan Ling Tian failed the heavenly tribulation. However, if he succeeded, not only would he be in trouble, but the Great Spirit Palace would be in trouble as well. If he succeeds and becomes an eminent celestial, even Yuan Haochen won't be a match for him. Shi Nanfeng was completely flustered. This Duan Ling Tian. How's this possible? In the distance, Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, was still in a daze. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian would be able to withstand the 80th tribulation lightning even though he was severely injured. Moreover, based on Duan Ling Tian's current appearance, he did not seem to be injured at all. It was as though he was a completely different person compared to Duan Ling Tian. What's going on? Yuan Haochen could not help but ask his eldest direct disciple, Yun Fuyi, the vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, through voice transmission. Yun Fuyi, naturally, did not dare to be negligent in the face of his master's question. He told his master everything that had happened with a solemn expression on his face. Duan Ling Tian cast a divine ability that he had never cast before. A bird that was completely condensed from golden flames and easily withstood the 80th tribulation lightning of the immortal ascension tribulation. Yuan Haochen's expression darkened when he learned about what had happened. Moreover, Master, based on how relaxed he looks, it's obvious the technique he cast did not have any side effects. I suspect that from the very beginning, he was pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. He must have held back even when he was fighting you. Yun Fuyi told his master through voice transmission. Pretending to be weak? Yuan Haochen frowned, his heart filled with confusion. When we fought before, if he had used that flaming bird technique, I would have been killed by him. At that time, in that situation, did he have to deliberately spare my life? Could it be that there's a limit to the technique he cast? Is that why he kept it for the heavenly tribulation in the end? Yuan Haochen could not help but speculate. Naturally, this was only a guess. He was not certain. Perhaps, Duan Ling Tian was indeed pretending to be weak. Perhaps, he had intentionally spared Duan Ling Tian's life and was toying with him. Duan Ling Tian. Yuan Haochen looked at Duan Ling Tian with a piercing gaze as he said in a deep voice, "You're really good at hiding your strength." I thought you wouldn't be able to overcome the heavenly tribulation. I didn't expect you to have such a powerful technique up your sleeve. Upon hearing Yuan Haochen's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel a sense of helplessness. He had hidden his strength well. Even now, he was still confused by the sudden return of the sun energy. As for the three-legged golden crow that was formed by the sun force, it was not his technique. Naturally, he did not plan to tell Yuan Haochen about this. He did not think the remaining sun force in his body would be able to withstand the 80th bolt of lightning, which was also the last bolt of lightning. At this moment, everyone's attention was on Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, had his eyes closed. It was as though he was meditating with his eyes closed. Upon seeing this, Yuan Haochen was so angry that he almost threw up blood. No! I can't let Duan Lingtian pass the celestial ascension tribulation and become an eminent celestial. If he becomes an eminent celestial, I won't be able to suppress him even if I become an eminent celestial as well. As the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, Yuan Haochen was, naturally, worried about the current situation. I can only inform Lord Patriarch now. Soon after, he made up his mind. He had to inform the Patriarch of the Human Devil clan. With Lord Patriarch and me, even if Duan Lingtian becomes an eminent celestial, he won't be able to do anything to me. With this thought in mind, Yuan Haochen raised his hand and took out a bead that shone with a purple light. If one were to take a closer look, they would be able to see small bolts of purple lightning coiling around the bead. It was a dazzling sight to behold. In the next moment, Yuan Haochen flicked his finger and sent the bead flying. Whoosh! The bead rose into the sky and pierced through the tribulation clouds before it shone brightly. Although it was not as bright as the day before the tribulation clouds, it was not far off. Is that the violet light bead? Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, immediately recognized the bead that Yuan Haochen had thrown out. This was because he had a similar bead in his hand. The bead was called the violet light bead. It was given to him by the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. When the Great Spirit Palace was in danger, he could use the violet light bead to inform the patriarch of the Human Devil clan to come to their rescue. How could I have forgotten about Lord Patriarch? Shi Nanfeng's eyes lit up when he saw Yuan Haochen had used the violet light bead to summon the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. If Lord Patriarch makes a move, even if Duan Lingtian passes the heavenly tribulation and becomes an eminent celestial, he'll still die. Clearly, Shi Nanfeng was very confident in the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. The violet light bead. After Shi Nanfeng, many people recognized the violet light bead. Soon after, the people present on the scene learned that Yuan Haochen had used the violet light bead. Moreover, they knew what the violet light bead meant. Palace Master Yuan actually plans to summon Lord Patriarch. It seems like Duan Lingtian is putting a lot of pressure on him. Isn't it obvious? With Duan Lingtian's strength, Palace Master Yuan won't be able to suppress him once he passes the heavenly tribulation. That's right. Moreover, based on the current situation, it won't be difficult for Duan Lingtian to withstand the last lightning bolt of the celestial ascension tribulation. At this moment, only Lord Patriarch can suppress Duan Lingtian, who's about to become an eminent celestial. The people present on the scene discussed among themselves. They were very confident in the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. In the Human Devil clan, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan who had become an eminent celestial a long time ago was like a guardian deity in the eyes of the Human Devil clan. In their eyes, their Lord Patriarch was invincible. For this reason, they did not consider whether their Lord Patriarch would be a match for Duan Lingtian after he became an eminent celestial. They only thought their Lord Patriarch could easily suppress Duan Lingtian who had become an eminent celestial. Suddenly, someone with sharp eyes looked up at the sky where the tribulation clouds were gathering. There, a figure appeared out of thin air and floated down. It was a well-built middle-aged man dressed in a green robe. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes. His appearance was ordinary, and his expression was calm. No one could tell if he was happy or angry. However, when most people's eyes were on him, Lord Patriarch Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, and Shernan Feng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, immediately reacted and bowed respectfully at the green-clad middle-aged man. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Chapter 23:15. At this moment, Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, and Shernan Feng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, were unaware of this. The reason the Patriarch of the Human Devil clan had arrived so quickly was because he had been here all along. He had been here for a long time. Unlike Yuan Haochen and the others who were below the tribulation clouds, the Patriarch of the Human Devil clan was hidden above the tribulation clouds. Lord Patriarch. Upon hearing Yuan Haochen and Shi Nanfeng's greetings, apart from Duan Ling Tian, Ke, Duan Si Ling, and Gan Ru Yen, everyone present, including Peng Lai, bowed respectfully at the green-clad middle-aged man. In fact, apart from Yuan Haochen and Shernan Feng, not many people present had seen the Patriarch of the Human Devil clan before. If it were not for Yuan Haochen and Shernan Feng, they would not have recognized the Patriarch of the Human Devil clan even if he was standing right in front of them. Lord Patriarch is so fast. He arrived so quickly. Isn't his speed a little too fast? The violet light pearl only appeared for a moment, and Lord Patriarch arrived so quickly? Why do I feel like it's unreal? There should be some time between the appearance of the violet light pearl and the arrival of the Patriarch, right? However, it seems like there's no time at all. As soon as the violet light pearl appeared, Lord Patriarch appeared. The group of people present were shocked and in disbelief at the mysterious appearance of their Patriarch. Many thoughts appeared in their minds one after another. He's the Patriarch of the Human Devil clan? He's an eminent celestial? At some point, Duan Ling Tian had opened his eyes. He was no longer resting. He looked at the Patriarch of the Human Devil clan and sized him up. While Duan Ling Tian sized up the Patriarch of the Human Devil clan, the Patriarch of the Human Devil clan was also looking at him. Duan Ling Tian. After the Patriarch of the Human Devil clan appeared, he ignored Yuan Haochen, Shernan Feng, and the others. He turned to look at Duan Ling Tian and said nonchalantly, "I have to say, you're really lucky. You managed to obtain the energy from the Devata realm that's comparable to the celestial origin energy. Not only that, but it's also able to help you. The energy from a Devata realm that's comparable to the celestial origin energy." Upon hearing the Patriarch of the Human Devil clan's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened, and his expression changed drastically. Naturally, he knew what the Patriarch of the Human Devil clan was referring to. It was none other than the Sun Force that came from Huolao, the three-legged golden crow, in his body. Previously, he had heard Huolao mention the Sun Force. The Sun Force was superior to all other forces in the mundane realms. It was on the same level as the celestial origin energy. However, up until now, no one had been able to see through it. However, as soon as the Patriarch of the Human Devil clan showed up, he knew Duan Ling Tian possessed the celestial origin energy from the Devata realms. In other words, the Patriarch of the Human Devil clan had discovered the Sun Force in his body was extraordinary. The energy from a Devata realm that's comparable to the celestial origin energy? Upon hearing the Patriarch of the Human Devil clan's words, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. Everyone, including Yuan Haochen and Shernan Feng, was stunned as well. Lord Patriarch said Duan Ling Tian possesses energy that's comparable to the celestial origin energy this year? Many people were puzzled as they looked at each other. They could see the same confusion in each other's eyes. Don't tell me, the celestial origin energy Duan Ling Tian that the Patriarch mentioned is the technique he cast later on? Or could it be that the bird formed from the golden flames was created by the patriarch of the human devil clan? One of the vice palace masters of Crimson Blaze Palace muttered to himself as he pondered. The patriarch of the human devil clan's next words confirmed the vice palace master's conjecture. It's obvious that the patriarch of the human devil clan didn't cultivate the patriarch of the human devil clan. If I'm not mistaken, you must have had a fortuitous encounter and accidentally obtained the patriarch of the human devil clan. The patriarch of the human devil clan said unhurriedly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. It was as though the patriarch of the human devil clan knew Duan Lingtian like the back of his hand. His gaze seemed to be able to see through everything, making Duan Lingtian feel as though there was nowhere to hide. Duan Lingtian remained silent when he heard the patriarch of the human devil clan's words. However, in the depths of his heart, waves of shock had already been set off. Are all eminent celestials so terrifying? The patriarch of the human devil clan can see that the sun force in my body is not something that I obtained through cultivation. It's something that I obtained by accident. Naturally, the sun force was not something that Duan Lingtian obtained through cultivation. The sun force was the energy that Hualao, the three-legged golden crow, had imbued into his body. It complemented his saint origin, so there was no need for him to expend the sun force. However, when he was resisting the 80th tribulation lightning earlier, more than half of the sun force had been depleted. Since it was not something that he obtained through cultivation, it was impossible for him to replenish it once it was depleted. The patriarch of the human devil clan was not angered by Duan Lingtian's lack of response. He continued to say nonchalantly, "You're right." He continued to say unhurriedly, "Earlier, the celestial origin energy in your body that transformed into the human devil clan helped you resist the 80th tribulation lightning. However, more than half of the sun force has been depleted. There's not much left. But I don't know, am I right?" Swoosh. Upon hearing the patriarch of the human devil clan's words, Duan Lingtian could no longer maintain his composure. His expression changed again. He did not expect this. The patriarch of the human devil clan would be able to see through this. An eminent celestial is truly terrifying. A hint of dread could be seen in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he looked at the patriarch of the human devil clan again. He felt as though he had no secrets in front of the patriarch of the human devil clan. If I'm not mistaken, the human devil clan no longer has the ability to help you resist the 81st tribulation lightning. Even if you attack with all your might with your injured body and with the help of your remaining celestial origin energy, it won't be enough to withstand the last tribulation lightning of the celestial ascension tribulation. The patriarch of the human devil race continued. Every word he said echoed in the air. Duan Lingtian's expression darkened when he heard this. The patriarch of the human devil clan's words were exactly what he was worried about. In the eyes of others, Duan Lingtian was worried. Since Duan Lingtian had easily withstood the 80th lightning bolt from the celestial ascension tribulation, he was certain he would be able to withstand the 81st lightning bolt from the celestial ascension tribulation and become an eminent celestial. However, Duan Lingtian knew very well. Even though the sun energy had returned to his body, the remaining sun energy was not enough to help him withstand the 81st tribulation lightning, which was also the last tribulation lightning. What? Upon hearing the patriarch of the human devil clan's words and seeing Duan Lingtian's grave expression, Gan Ruyen and Peng Lai's expressions changed drastically. Initially, they thought Duan Lingtian would be able to easily pass the celestial ascension tribulation and become an eminent celestial when they saw how easily Duan Lingtian had overcome the 80th bolt of lightning. Who would have thought that there would be so many twists and turns? I thought there was a miracle. I didn't expect it to be short-lived. Peng Lai smiled wryly. Brother Tian. Father. Ku and Duan Si Ling, who had originally heaved a sigh of relief, turned pale again. How did this happen? Huang Wenjing's frosty face turned pale. She felt as though she had fallen from heaven to hell in just a blink of an eye. It was the same for Huang Qi-ling, as it turns out. The technique Duan Ling Tian cast earlier that easily withstood the 80th tribulation lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation was merely a sign of terminal lucidity. To think I thought he'd really overcome the celestial ascension tribulation. This was what most people thought. Yun Fuyi and Shi Nanfeng laughed. Most people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls laughed as well. I see. Yuan Haochen sneered as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, I've overestimated you. To think I even asked Lord Patriarch to deal with you. Now, it seems like Lord Patriarch doesn't have to make a move, and I don't have to make a move either. The last tribulation lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation will kill you. Yuan Haochen's voice grew louder and louder as he spoke. Apart from that, Yuan Haochen, Shi Nanfeng, and the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls realized the patriarch of the 3 palaces and 6 halls had arrived. The patriarch of the Human Devil clan had arrived a long time ago. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to know so much about Duan Lingtian's situation. As expected of the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. What a sharp eye. Duan Ling Tian could not help but sigh when he saw the patriarch of the Human Devil clan had exposed his predicament. He was shocked by the patriarch of the Human Devil clan's eyesight. At the same time, he turned to look at Ke. His gaze swept past Ke and Duan Si-ling as though he was trying to engrave their faces in his mind. Goodbye, Ke, Si-ling. If there's an afterlife, I'll make it up to both of you. No matter how unwilling Duan Ling Tian was, he knew it was impossible to change the outcome. Of course, this did not mean Duan Ling Tian was going to resign himself to his fate. No matter how powerful the last tribulation lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation was, he would not just stand there and wait for his death. He would fight the tribulation lightning with all his might until he was killed. Even if he died, he would not feel wronged when he walked on the road to the netherworld. Chapter 23:16. After the patriarch of the Human Devil clan revealed Duan Lingtian's current situation, he stood at the side and watched coldly. He did not return to the tribulation cloud for the time being. As for the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls, most of them were looking at Duan Ling Tian mockingly. I can't believe Duan Ling Tian, the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion, is so weak. When I saw how easily he withstood the 80th tribulation lightning, I thought he would be able to withstand the last tribulation lightning as well. Me too. I thought he was going to overcome the tribulation lightning and become an eminent celestial. I didn't expect this to be the truth. Lord Patriarch is truly amazing. With just a few words, he managed to point out Duan Ling Tian's current situation. As it turns out, Duan Ling Tian won't be able to withstand the last lightning bolt from the celestial ascension tribulation. This human genius is destined to fail the tribulation lightning and die in our Human Devil clan. As the crowd discussed among themselves, they looked at Duan Ling Tian as though they were looking at a dead man. In their opinion, Duan Ling Tian was no different from a dead man since the patriarch of the Human Devil clan had already sentenced Duan Ling Tian to death. Apart from that, in their opinion, Duan Ling Tian was not an ordinary person. Put aside the fact that it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to withstand the last tribulation lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation. Even if Duan Ling Tian managed to withstand the tribulation lightning and become an eminent celestial, with the patriarch of the Human Devil clan here, Duan Ling Tian would not be able to escape death. Boom! 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 A series of deafening thunderclaps reverberated from the tribulation cloud in the sky. Within the tribulation clouds, numerous small purple snake-like lightning bolts continuously shuttled back and forth, giving one a visual shock. The last tribulation lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation is about to strike. At this moment, Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, no longer bothered with Duan Ling Tian. After he had fully recovered from his injuries, he prepared himself to face the 81st Tribulation Lightning from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. With the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace's inherited technique, he was confident he would be able to overcome the last Tribulation Lightning from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Today, I, Yuan Hao Chen, will become an eminent celestial. The Wandering Saint Palace will be able to suppress the 3 palaces and 6 halls and become the leader of the 3 palaces and 6 halls. Yuan Haochen couldn't help but feel excited when he thought of this. While Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, was excited, the other members of Wandering Saint Palace were equally excited. Master of the Palace Masters is Palace Master is Celestial Ascension Celestial? From now on, the Wandering Saint Palace will be the strongest force in the Human Devil clan. Just as the people from the Wandering Saint Palace were getting excited, when the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls, led by Shi Feng, the Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, realized that Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, was about to become an eminent celestial, their expressions darkened. Although it was good news for the Human Devil clan that Yuan Haochen had become an eminent celestial, it was not good news for them. Brother Tian, no matter what the result is, Kerr will stay by your side and never leave you. Kerr's gaze fell on Duan Ling Tian. She was unprecedentedly determined. Kerr also noticed Duan Ling Tian's gaze, so she was prepared for the worst. In the Devata realm, the solitary destructive heaven. The solitary destructive heaven was one of the 81 Devata realms. It was a vast and boundless Devata realm that was much larger than the mundane realms. At this moment, somewhere in the vast Devata realm, someone sighed. The sigh came from the depths of the solitary destructive heaven. In the depths of the solitary destructive heaven, there was a boundless void. When one looked down, it seemed like a bottomless abyss. When one looked up, one could not see the end of it. A small island hovered in the middle of the void. This small island floated in the boundless void. From afar, it looked like a speck of dust. Taking a closer look, he saw that there were wisps of condensed clouds moving around in the air around the small island. Their speed was neither fast nor slow. Upon closer inspection, one could see that there were translucent clouds floating in the air. Numerous translucent sword lights were mixed within the clouds and mist. Moreover, these sword lights were of various sizes and shapes. Upon closer inspection, one could see that there was a small courtyard. On this small island, there was a small courtyard. Inside the small courtyard, there was an inconspicuous small wooden house. At this moment, a tall young man was sitting in front of an old wooden table in the courtyard outside the wooden hut. The young man seemed to be sitting casually, but he gave off an ethereal aura. The young man was dressed in a slightly tattered grayish-white robe. His long hair was tied behind his back. His eyebrows were dashing, and his eyes were bright. His face was so perfect that it seemed as though it was carved out by a knife. It was hard for one to look away from him. At this moment, the young man's calm gaze was focused on the void in front of him. Whoosh! 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 There was a ripple in the void, and a constantly changing mirror image was clearly reflected in the young man's eyes. It was also because Duan Ling Tian was not here. If Duan Ling Tian was here, he would have seen it with just a glance. The constantly changing mirror image showed the young man in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate and the group of people waiting for the 81st lightning bolt from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Humph! Suddenly, a cold snort came from behind the young man. However, the scoff was not directed at the young man. It was directed at another person standing behind the young man. Behind the young man sitting in front of the wooden table, there were 2 other people standing. One of them was a tall young man dressed in a blood-red robe, and the other was an old man dressed in a fiery red robe. At this moment, the the tall and sturdy young man in crimson-red clothes looked at the old man and snorted coldly before he said in a deep voice, "If you didn't act on your own and infuse your sun energy into young master's body." "How could this happen to young master?" The old man smiled bitterly when he heard this. "Lord Kuang-ling, I don't know, that's enough." At this moment, the young man sitting in front of the wooden table spoke. His voice was calm and refreshing. As the saying goes, the ignorant are innocent. You can't blame him for this. Moreover, he did it out of good intentions. Moreover, it's not necessarily a bad thing for that little fellow. The young man's gaze pierced through the mirror image and landed on the purple figure. It was as though the handsome purple-clad young man was the only person in his world. "Master, what do you mean?" In front of the old man, the young man in blood-red clothes was arrogant. However, in front of the young man in front of the wooden table, the young man in blood-red clothes was respectful. He even inadvertently revealed humility from the bottom of his heart. "You'll find out soon enough." The young man merely smiled mysteriously in response to the red-clad young man's question. He did not explain further. Suddenly, both the red-clothed young man and the old man next to him looked at the constantly changing mirror image in the void in front of them. At this moment, their eyes were filled with anticipation and curiosity. If Duan Tian was here, he would be shocked to see the old man standing next to the red-clad young man. This was because the old man was none other than the three-legged golden crow, Huo Lao, whom he thought had died when the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda was destroyed. Moreover, Huo Lao had already left the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. Naturally, Duan Tian was unaware of what was happening in the solitary destructive heaven in the Devata realm. Otherwise, he would have been shocked. There was someone in the Devata realms who could monitor what was happening in the mundane realms. What kind of powerful and terrifying method was this? There were only 81 Devata realms in total. However, there were countless mundane realms. Currently, in one of the mundane realms, many people were waiting for the 81st lightning bolt of the celestial ascension tribulation. It was also the last lightning bolt of the celestial ascension tribulation. The last lightning bolt of the tribulation is about to strike. Duan Tian's heart skipped a beat. He extended his divine consciousness again and shrouded Ku, and Duan Ling who were standing in the distance. It was as though he wanted to sense their auras one last time. After all, he did not think he would be able to withstand the last lightning bolt of the celestial ascension tribulation. Earlier, when he was faced with the 80th lightning bolt of the celestial ascension tribulation, he was prepared to die. However, he did not expect something would happen at this critical moment. Not only did the sun force that had left his body return, but it even transformed into a three-legged golden crow to help him withstand the 80th lightning bolt of the celestial ascension tribulation. Unfortunately, the sun force could only help him once, but it would not be able to help him a second time. Currently, there was not much sun force left in his body. It was not enough for him to withstand the 81st lightning bolt of the celestial ascension tribulation. It's here. Most of the people present on the scene had the same thought in their minds. As soon as the same thought appeared in their minds, whoosh! A blinding white light shone from the tribulation cloud in the sky. Many people who were prepared for it could not help but squint their eyes. Boom! When the blinding white light illuminated the small world under the tribulation cloud, an earth-shattering thunderclap reverberated in the air. This earth-shattering thunderclap was so loud that it was even more exaggerated than any of the thunderclaps that had appeared before. Chapter 23:17. It's here. When Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, heard the thunderous roar, his eyes lit up immediately. The saint origin in his body surged as he quickly cast the technique passed down by the palace masters of Wandering Saint Palace to overcome the heavenly tribulation. The 81st lightning bolt from the celestial ascension tribulation, which was also the last lightning bolt, had finally descended. This meant he would be able to become an eminent celestial very soon. With the technique passed down by the palace masters of Wandering Saint Palace, he was not afraid of the last lightning bolt from the celestial ascension tribulation at all. Even if he felt pressured by the last lightning bolt from the celestial ascension tribulation, he would at most suffer some minor injuries. On the other hand, Yuan Haochen was filled with confidence. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was also preparing to make his move. However, he was in a completely different mood. I, Duan Lingtian, have braved through many obstacles. I can't believe I'm going to die here. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was, naturally, filled with reluctance. However, what else could he do? Everything that had happened had already gone out of his control. Swoosh! Swoosh! Almost at the same time as the earth-shattering thunder roared, two dragon-like thunderbolts whizzed out from the tribulation clouds in the sky. They were like two meteorites flying from outer space, coming menacingly. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that the two bolts of lightning were extremely powerful. After the two dragon-like bolts of lightning left the tribulation clouds, there were no longer any purple snake-like bolts of lightning in the tribulation clouds that filled the sky. Even the thunderous roar that had never stopped from beginning to end seemed to have disappeared at this moment. However, none of this was discovered by anyone. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the two bolts of lightning that were descending from the sky. The two bolts of lightning descended from the sky like two gigantic purple divine dragons. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced toward Duan Lingtian and Yuan Haochen. During this process, the strength displayed by the two bolts of tribulation lightning as they tore through the sky caused many people with weaker cultivations to tremble in fear. These people could clearly sense how powerful and terrifying the two bolts of lightning were. Good timing. Yuan Haochen laughed before he leaped into the air. He seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he charged toward the last lightning bolt from the celestial ascension tribulation fearlessly. Indeed, he was fearless. This was because he had the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace's inherited technique to overcome the celestial ascension tribulation. There was no record of a palace master failing the celestial ascension tribulation in the history of Wandering Saint Palace. However, even though Yuan Haochen had taken the initiative to face the last lightning bolt from the celestial ascension tribulation, not many people paid attention to him. At this moment, almost everyone, including the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, was looking at Duan Lingtian. As the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, everyone knew Yuan Haochen would definitely pass the celestial ascension tribulation today. Therefore, they were not interested in him. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was different. Duan Lingtian is going to be killed by the tribulation lightning. Human genius. If there's a next life, don't provoke the Human Devil clan. Everyone looked at Duan Lingtian as if they could already see the scene of Duan Lingtian being killed by the last tribulation lightning of the immortal ascension tribulation. Even if I only have a short time left, I will make this short life of mine bloom with the most dazzling brilliance. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with determination when the onlookers looked at him as though they were looking at a dead man. He did not hold back as the saint origin in his body surged out through his 99 saint veins. It was as though a raging dragon was roaring. During this process, Duan Lingtian discovered that there were many people in the surroundings. The sun force that had just returned to his body and had yet to integrate with his saint chi swept out along with his saint chi and once again turned into a three-legged golden crow that enveloped him, giving him a feeling of being surrounded. It's that bird. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian's figure was enveloped by the bird formed by the golden flames, many people's pupils suddenly shrank. This bird is indeed much weaker than the bird that faced the 80th lightning bolt of the Ascension Celestial Tribulation head-on. In fact, the strength it contains is not even half of the former's strength. The upper echelons of the 3 palaces and 6 halls quickly realized this. It's impossible for this bird to withstand the last tribulation lightning of the immortal Ascension Tribulation. After Shi Feng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, extended his divine consciousness, he confirmed the patriarch of the Human Devil clan's words. Previously, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan had directly said, "That's right." Duan Ling Tian did not have much celestial origin energy left in his body. It was not enough to withstand the last tribulation lightning of the celestial ascension tribulation. At this moment, Shi Feng was certain of this as well. Elder Hua, at the last moment of my life, I'm still able to fight side by side with the sun energy that you've given me. I, Duan Ling Tian, have not lived in vain. Wait for me. I'll be able to see you very soon. I only hope that you won't blame me for being useless when I see you. After all, you sacrificed yourself to save my life. Duan Ling Tian did not waste his time thinking about the last bolt of lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation. He quickly took out his 1000 inscription saint sword and attacked at lightning speed. Golden crow's wings. Black turtle's barrier. Otherworldly celestial. Sword-wielding technique. At this critical moment, Duan Ling Tian did not hold back and unleashed all his techniques to deal with the last tribulation lightning of the immortal ascension tribulation. Swoosh. 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 When the 1000 inscription saint sword's main body and his clone formed a formation, Duan Ling Tian's main body and his clone did not stay idle as well. Meanwhile, the three-legged golden crow that was formed from the sun force followed Duan Ling Tian as well. Its target was the last bolt of lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation that was about to strike. Kill. When they were getting closer and closer to the last tribulation lightning of the immortal ascension tribulation, Duan Ling Tian let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through heaven and earth. It was as though he wanted to use this thunderous roar as his last voice in this world. At this moment, the entire place fell silent. Only the last tribulation lightning of the immortal ascension tribulation and the roar of Yuan Haochen and Duan Ling Tian remained. This tribulation lightning is so terrifying. It's at least twice as powerful as the 80th tribulation lightning of the immortal ascension tribulation. Such terrifying power. Let alone the fact that the sun force is almost depleted. Even if I have the sun force, I'm afraid I can barely withstand this tribulation lightning. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian was only a few dozen meters away from the last tribulation lightning of the immortal ascension tribulation. At this moment, he could clearly feel how powerful and terrifying this tribulation lightning was. It was not something that could be compared to the previous tribulation lightning. Even the 80th tribulation lightning of the immortal ascension tribulation could not be compared to this. Whoosh! 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 Duan Ling Tian activated the 1000 inscription saint sword using the supreme sword Dao mental cultivation method, the sovereign heart sword. His main body and his clones merged together as they charged out like a shooting star toward the last bolt of lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation. When the 1000 inscription saint sword and his clone collided with the last tribulation lightning of the immortal ascension tribulation, boom! 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 Deafening explosions rang out one after another. Waves of turbulent air waves swept out, bringing about gusts of wild wind. However, the 1000 inscription saint sword that was charging toward the last tribulation lightning of the immortal ascension tribulation was like a stone that fell on the surface of the sea. That was all. The last tribulation lightning of the immortal ascension tribulation had depleted 10% of its power. However, this amount of depletion was nothing compared to the last tribulation lightning of the immortal ascension tribulation. If I was at my peak, the power of this sword would be much more than this. When Duan Ling Tian realized this, he was, naturally, filled with dissatisfaction. If he did not suffer further injuries from the previous tribulation lightning, he would not have ended up in such a pathetic state. Even the power of his attack was so weak. As the violent gust of wind swept out, before it could even touch the people present on the scene, the three-legged golden crow that was formed from the sun force that enveloped Duan Ling Tian flapped its wings and flew out, colliding with the last tribulation lightning of the immortal ascension tribulation. It was as though a golden flame had collided with a purple lightning bolt. Boom! 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 After all, the three-legged golden crow was formed from the sun force. Although it did not have much sun force left, it still caused a huge commotion when it collided with the last tribulation lightning of the immortal ascension tribulation. The commotion caused by the 1,000 inscription saint sword could not be compared to it. Even so, Duan Ling Tian could still feel the immortal ascension tribulation lightning of the immortal ascension tribulation. The power of the sun was being drained at an extremely fast speed, although the last tribulation lightning of the immortal ascension tribulation was also being depleted, it was not as fast as the sun force. Based on this trend, when the sun force is depleted, the last tribulation lightning of the immortal ascension tribulation will have at least 50% of its power left. In other words, when the sun force is depleted, I'll be killed by the last tribulation lightning of the immortal ascension tribulation. Chapter 23:18. At this moment, there was nothing Duan Ling Tian could do. He could only watch as the sun force that had transformed into the three-legged golden crow was drained away by the last tribulation lightning of the celestial ascension tribulation. He tried to circulate the remaining saint origin in his body. However, as soon as his saint origin surged out, it was crushed by the tribulation lightning. Huolao, I've disappointed you. At this moment of life and death, Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel guilty when he thought about how his life was saved by Huolao, the three-legged golden crow. Senior Feng Qingyang. I've only cultivated the supreme sword Dao mental cultivation method, the sovereign heart sword, to the 3rd stage, but I'm going to die here. If you know about this, I'm sure you'll be very disappointed, right? At the same time, Duan Ling Tian recalled the senior who had left the supreme sword Dao mental cultivation method, the sovereign heart sword. That senior was the only person he acknowledged as his master. It's a pity I didn't have the chance to call you master, Duan Ling Tian sighed. He felt this was one of the biggest regrets in his life. Father, mother, little Fei, Nian Tian, without realizing it, Duan Ling Tian thought about his family and friends whom he had been separated from for many years. Tian Wu, Xuanai, Bai Yao, Xiaolan, Uncle Feng, senior brother Bai Li. When he thought about his family and friends, Duan Ling Tian's desire to live was unprecedentedly strong. No. I don't want to die. I still have many things to do. I still have to look for father, mother, little Fei, Nian Tian, Uncle Feng, senior brother Bai Li, and the others. They're still in the Debussy subterranean. What if something happens to them? There's still Tian Wu. How can I die when I haven't found her? I've promised Uncle Feng that I'll bring Tian Wu back to him. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian realized he still had many things to do when he thought about his family and friends. Naturally, he did not care about his family and friends. He could not let go of his wife, Ker, and daughter, Duan Si Ling. If he could, how could he let Ker follow him into the afterlife? The husband and wife had passed away one after the other. What was their daughter going to do? No. No. I can't die. I can't die. What else can I do? What else can I do? The Sun Chi had Duan Chi and Sun was Chi was Duan Ling was celestial ascension tribulation. Was Duan celestial? He Duan Si celestial heart was Duan Ling dies was heart Duan celestial die. Was Duan celestial Duan be death Duan was Duan Duan celestial he Duan Sun Duan Su Duan Hiva Duan was. The current situation was not something that could be dealt with even if they were mentally prepared. At this moment, not only was Duan Ling Tian flustered, but his mind was also greatly stimulated. His mental energy involuntarily spread outwards. In addition, the blood in his body seemed to be boiling at this moment. The three-legged gold crow, made of the power of the sun, won't be able to hold on any longer. A few breaths of time passed in the blink of an eye, and Duan Lingtian's mood became increasingly impatient. His mental energy became even more restless, and his blood began to boil even more. Just as Duan Lingtian thought that he was going to die, he realized something. All of a sudden, there was a commotion on his body. The dragon scales on his body were quickly withdrawn, and his body returned to its normal human form. What's going on? In the past, every time Duan Lingtian transformed into a nine-clawed dragon warrior, he would eventually return to his human form. There had never been a time like this where he transformed from a nine-clawed dragon warrior to a normal human form without his control. After his body returned to its human form, naturally, he was naked. Duan Lingtian subconsciously raised his hand and took out a new purple robe to cover his body. This is, almost at the same time when the purple robe covered his body, Duan Lingtian discovered something else. At this moment, the dragon power in his body also became restless. Usually, when Duan Lingtian was in his human form, he only needed to circulate his saint origin and merge it with the dragon energy in his body to transform into a nine-clawed dragon warrior. This was the secret of transforming into a nine-clawed dragon warrior. This dragon energy was obtained by Duan Lingtian in the lower province's holy land of the dragons. However, all this while, the dragon power in his body had been relatively calm. It would only stir when his saint origin merged with it and help him transform into a nine-clawed dragon warrior. It's coming out. Soon after, Duan Lingtian discovered something else. When the dragon energy in his body stirred restlessly, it seemed to have been stimulated by something and began to surge out of his body. It was as though his body was a cage that yearned for freedom. My eyes, before the dragon energy could leave his body, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the spiritual energy he released was withdrawn in a strange manner. Not only that, but it also gathered together and entered one of his eyes. It was the strange pupil. The strange pupil was created when Duan Lingtian had merged with the eye of the one-eyed devil vulture. Now that the spiritual energy had surged into Duan Lingtian's strange pupil, it caused a piercing pain in Duan Lingtian's eyes. His spiritual power was like a hook, hooking onto something in his eyes and pulling it out forcefully. It seems to be pulling the energy from the one-eyed devil vulture's eye away from my eyes. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian clearly realized this. Boom! At the same time, a gust of wind surged out of Duan Lingtian's body. It was the dragon force in his body that rushed out of his body and turned into a power that was like a golden flame. Moreover, it immediately soared up and its form was also constantly stretching. Coincidentally, at the same time, the dragon energy in Duan Lingtian's body surged out of his body. Boom! 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 The last tribulation lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation finally crushed the three-legged golden crow that was formed from the sun force. At this moment, the sun force was completely depleted. That was not all. After the last tribulation lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation destroyed the three-legged golden crow that was formed from the sun force, it swept toward Duan Lingtian and completely engulfed Duan Lingtian, whose dragon energy was still surging out of his body. Duan Lingtian was like a lone boat in the middle of a raging sea that was being drowned by the waves. Ah! When the three-legged golden crow that was formed from the sun force was crushed and Duan Lingtian was engulfed by the last tribulation lightning, Duan Si Ling, and Gan Ru Yen could not help but cry out in unison. Their eyes were filled with sorrow. Brother Tian. A pained expression appeared on Ku-er's face as she cried her eyes out. At the same time, she felt as if the sky was about to collapse. As far as she was concerned, her man was her god. Now that her man was gone, the world had collapsed as well. Father! Duan Si Ling cried as well. She thought her father had been killed by the last tribulation lightning. Duan Ling Tian won't be able to escape death. Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, sneered. Duan Ling Tian. He's dead. The last tribulation lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation is too terrifying. Duan Ling Tian has some tricks up his sleeve, but he's still too weak to withstand the last tribulation lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation. If he survives the last tribulation lightning, it means he'll be able to pass the tribulation lightning and become an eminent celestial. Unfortunately, he didn't pass the last tribulation lightning. Humph. So what if he survives the tribulation lightning and becomes an eminent celestial? With Lord Patriarch here, he won't be able to escape death. Indeed. Lord Patriarch will definitely not allow a human eminent celestial to live in this world. After all, a human eminent celestial is a huge threat to the human devil clan and the entire devil clans. When the three-legged golden crow formed from the sun force was destroyed by the last bolt of lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation and Duan Ling Tian was engulfed by the celestial ascension tribulation, the onlookers began to discuss among themselves. At this moment, they all thought Duan Ling Tian had been killed by the last tribulation lightning. He failed in the end. Huang Wenjing's frosty face turned pale, and her eyes revealed waves of pain. The only man she had ever loved in her life had died just like that. Moreover, he had died right in front of her eyes. At this moment, Huang Wenjing could hear the sound of her heart breaking. Unlike Huang Wenjing, Yun Fuyi who was standing nearby sneered when he saw Duan Ling Tian being engulfed by the last tribulation lightning. A mere human dares to cause trouble in the Wandering Saint Palace? He's seeking death. Master. Brother Ling Tian. Whether it was Peng Lai or Huang Qi Ling, they both closed their eyes in pain, and their bodies involuntarily trembled violently. Everyone thought Duan Ling Tian had been killed by the last bolt of lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation. He's not dead. A voice that was filled with shock and disbelief suddenly sounded. It was like a thunderclap that resounded in everyone's ears, causing them to be dumbfounded. Even Kerr, who was about to commit suicide with Duan Ling Tian, halted her actions. Lord Patriarch? Who did you say didn't die? Shi Nanfeng asked in disbelief as he looked at the patriarch of the human devil clan. Although he had a vague answer in his heart, he was unwilling to believe it. Chapter 23:19. Boom! Before the patriarch of the human devil clan could respond to Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, an earth-shattering explosion rang in the air. This loud sound resounded throughout the heavens and the earth, as if it caused the heavens and the earth to tremble. After this loud bang, an equally earth-shattering roar of a beast rang out. It was deafening. This is a dragon's roar? It's a dragon's roar. In an instant, many of the upper echelons of the 3 palaces and 6 halls recognized the sound. It was a sound that could only be emitted by a dragon. The patriarch of the human devil clan did not have time to respond to Shi Nanfeng. Instead, he turned to look at the source of the roar. The patriarch of the human devil clan narrowed his eyes when he saw the source of the voice. It was as though he had seen something shocking and unbelievable. Shi Nanfeng shifted his gaze from the patriarch of the human devil clan and turned to look at the source of the roar. The moment he looked over, Shi Nanfeng's pupils shrunk as well. He was completely dumbstruck. Apart from Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, who was focused on overcoming the celestial ascension tribulation, the others also turned to look at the source of the roar. It was where Duan Ling Tian was struck by the last bolt of lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation. Everyone was petrified when they saw the source of the roar. Even Kerr, Duan Si Ling, and Gan Ru Yen were no exception. In the distance, the the last bolt of lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation that struck Duan Ling Tian seemed to have been forcefully lifted by something before it exploded and disappeared. At the same time, a divine dragon that was hundreds of meters long, completely condensed from golden flames, appeared clearly in front of everyone's eyes as it wriggled down. The divine dragon emitted a terrifying aura as waves of explosive energy surged out of its body. It was as though it was capable of destroying heaven and earth. The divine dragon's left eye seemed to contain a magical power that made it hard for people to look away after just one glance. It was as if there was some special magical power in it. This eye of the mystical dragon gave people the feeling of adding the finishing touch. Whoosh! 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 Under the watchful eyes of the others, the divine dragon that had dispersed the last tribulation lightning of the celestial ascension tribulation continued to expand. Crackling sounds rang in the air before it shattered into pieces and disappeared into thin air. If it did not disperse the last bolt of lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation, no one would have known it existed. That's a divine dragon? On top of that, there are 9 claws on each of the dragon claws of this mystical dragon. It's a 9-clawed divine dragon. Heavens! A 9-clawed divine dragon, Duan Ling Heavenly Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Is it helping Duan Ling Celestial Ascension? Isn't it obvious? Duan Ling Tian is really good at hiding his strength. He didn't use this technique earlier. He only used it at the very last moment and shocked all of us. That's right. It seems like Duan Ling Tian has an endless supply of trump cards. I wonder how many trump cards he has up his sleeves after he conjured the 9-clawed divine dragon. After a moment of silence, waves of shocked and inexplicable discussions rang out. Obviously, the scene that appeared just now had shocked everyone. Apart from that, they were also skeptical. Apart from the techniques that Duan Ling Tian had displayed so far, there was a high chance that he still had other techniques that he had not used yet. The reason they had such doubts was, naturally, due to the various techniques Duan Ling Tian had displayed at the most critical moments earlier. Many times, they had thought that Duan Ling Tian was going to die. However, reality gave them a resounding slap in the face again and again, making them realize how self-righteous they were. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the lifelike 9-clawed divine dragon formed from golden flames disappeared. A familiar purple figure also appeared at the same time. It was none other than Duan Ling Tian. To be more precise, it was Duan Ling Tian who had successfully passed the celestial ascension tribulation. Brother Tian. Kerr was so excited that her eyes were red when she saw her man had successfully passed the celestial ascension tribulation. She was glad that she did not commit suicide. Father. Duan Si Ling smiled through her tears. Her tender face was filled with excitement. A rare smile appeared on Gan Ruyan's tensed face. Master. Peng Lai's eyes shone brightly. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be so lucky. He did not expect his master to create such a miracle at such a time. He's fine. He's fine. Huang Wenjing could not help but heave a sigh of relief when she saw that the man she had been dreaming about was standing there safe and sound. A rare brilliant smile appeared on her frosty and beautiful face. Fortunately, no one was paying attention to her. Otherwise, the smile on this ice beauty's face would definitely shock many people. Huh. Well done, Brother Ling Tian. Huang Qi Ling could not help but close his eyes when he saw Duan Ling Tian being engulfed by the last lightning bolt of the celestial ascension tribulation. However, when he opened his eyes, he saw the 9-clawed divine dragon fending off the last lightning bolt of the celestial ascension tribulation. He was even more excited than when he had successfully passed the celestial ascension tribulation. He still has such a technique? The patriarch of the human devil clan's expression darkened. He could feel his face burning. After all, he had publicly announced Duan Lingtian's death sentence in front of everyone. He had said it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to survive the last lightning bolt of the celestial ascension tribulation. However, reality gave him another resounding slap in the face. Not only did Duan Lingtian survive the last lightning bolt of the celestial ascension tribulation, but he was unharmed as well. How's this possible? How's it possible for him to have such a technique? When Shi Feng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, regained his senses, his face was filled with shock and disbelief. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to have such a trump card. The high-ranking officials from the 3 palaces and 6 halls, including Yun Fuyi, the vice-palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, shared the same thought. He did it. At this moment, Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, who was undergoing the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, had also successfully passed the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Just when he thought Duan Lingtian had been killed by the last lightning bolt of the Celestial Ascension Tribulation, he discovered Duan Lingtian was still standing in the distance, completely unharmed. The last bolt of lightning from the Celestial Ascension Tribulation that targeted Duan Lingtian had disappeared without a trace. All of this was telling him a reality that he didn't want to believe. Duan Lingtian had successfully passed the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had successfully passed the Celestial Ascension Tribulation before him. What's going on? How did he pass the Celestial Ascension Tribulation? You have to know, that even the Lord Clan leader had already sentenced him to death. Yuan Haochen was completely dumbfounded. Swoosh! While Yuan Haochen was still in a daze, the gray tribulation clouds in the sky began to disperse. A 5-colored light shone from the sky, illuminating the dark heaven and earth as though it had turned into a paradise. As the 5-colored light shone from the sky, it transformed into 2 thick beams of light that shone on Duan Lingtian and Yuan Haochen, bathing them in the 5-colored light. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian and Yuan Haochen were shrouded by the 5-colored light before they disappeared from everyone's sight. Eminent Celestials. At this moment, everyone present on the scene realized something. Both Duan Lingtian and Yuan Haochen were about to become eminent Celestials. The 5-colored light that appeared after they successfully passed the Celestial Ascension Tribulation was helping them to generate energy that did not belong to this mundane realm. Celestial Origin Energy. The Celestial Origin Energy was different from the Sun Force that Duan Lingtian possessed. The Sun Force was forcibly injected into Duan Lingtian's body by Huolao. It was not produced by Duan Lingtian. Therefore, once it was consumed, it could not be replenished. However, the 5-colored light that shone from the sky was not injecting Celestial Origin Energy into Duan Lingtian's body. Instead, it was helping Duan Lingtian to generate Celestial Origin Energy. During this process, Duan Lingtian would be able to master the method to generate Celestial Origin Energy. This was similar to the process of generating Saint Origin Energy. Lord Patriarch, we can't let Duan Lingtian become an eminent Celestial. We must kill him before he becomes an eminent Celestial. Shi Nanfeng cried out anxiously as he looked at the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. When he saw Duan Lingtian was about to become an eminent Celestial, he lost his composure. At this moment, it seemed as though he had completely forgotten about the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. He did not have the right to shout in front of the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. Humph! Seeing Shi Nanfeng's rudeness, the patriarch of the demonic human clan, who was already in a bad mood, coldly snorted. He raised his hand and an extremely powerful invisible force swept out, directly binding Shi Nanfeng. Then, he brought Shi Nanfeng toward the 5-colored light that shrouded Duan Lingtian. From the beginning until the end, Shi Nanfeng was like a toy in the hands of the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. He was completely powerless. No! Shi Nanfeng's eyes widened when he saw he was getting closer and closer to the 5-colored light. He could feel the destructive aura coming from the five-colored light that was aimed at him. Then, he let out a shrill cry. "Lord Patriarch, please have mercy." Xing Yuanba, the Vice Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, led a group of high-ranking officials from Great Spirit Palace to kneel in the air and plead for mercy for their palace master. In the end, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan stopped in time. However, he still managed to pull Shi Nanfeng's right arm toward the five-colored light that shrouded Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Chapter 23:20. In just a blink of an eye, Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, one of the Human Devil clan's 3 palaces and 6 halls, had one of his arms incinerated by Duan Lingtian's five-colored sunglow. All of this happened in just a blink of an eye. Shi Nanfeng, a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, was powerless against the five-colored sunglow. It was as though he was made of clay. It should be noted that when the patriarch of the Human Devil clan controlled Shi Nanfeng's right arm to come into contact with the five-colored sunglow, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan had withdrawn his power in time. Shi Nanfeng had the time to defend himself. In fact, Shi Nanfeng had indeed cast a defensive technique as soon as he saw the five-colored sunglow. However, it was useless. The five-colored sunglow was the source of celestial origin energy for those who were undergoing the heavenly tribulation. It was above the mundane realms and directly connected to the Devata realms. Even an eminent celestial would die if they recklessly came into contact with it, let alone a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The five-colored sunglow only recognized those who had successfully passed the celestial origin energy. Anyone who dared to disturb the five-colored sunglow and help those who had successfully passed the celestial origin energy would not have a good ending. "Thank you, Lord Patriarch, for showing mercy." After Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, stopped the bleeding from his severed arm, he bowed and thanked the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. At this moment, he recalled something. After a person had passed the heavenly tribulation and was enveloped by the five-colored sunglow, no one would be able to disturb them. Even an eminent celestial would not be able to disturb them. However, what had he done earlier? He had asked the patriarch of the Human Devil clan to stop Duan Lingtian from becoming an eminent celestial. Was he not intentionally sending the patriarch of the Human Devil clan to his death? When he thought of this, Shi Nanfeng realized how stupid and presumptuous he had been. He was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. "If it wasn't for the enmity between you and the Azure Cloud Mansion, you would have been incinerated by the five-colored sunglow when Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, was about to become an eminent celestial." The patriarch of the Human Devil clan said sternly. "Thank you, Lord Patriarch, for showing mercy." "Thank you, Lord Patriarch, for showing mercy." Upon hearing the patriarch's words, Shi Nanfeng immediately nodded and expressed his gratitude in a very humble manner. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten that his right arm was indirectly crippled by the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. Of course, even if Shi Nanfeng hadn't forgotten about it, he wouldn't dare to be dissatisfied with the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. This was because he knew that their Lord Patriarch had already shown them mercy today. After all, not only had he been disrespectful to the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, he had even encouraged the patriarch to charge into the five-colored sunglow and throw his life away. Thinking about it, if he was the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, he would definitely not show mercy. Palace Lord Shi is too impulsive. At this moment, many people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls shook their heads. They all felt that Shi Nanfeng was too impulsive. It's understandable. After all, his favorite disciple was killed by the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Duan Lingtian is the son of his enemy. How can he not be anxious when he sees his enemy's son is about to become an eminent celestial? Many people expressed their understanding of Shi Nanfeng's actions. He's too impulsive. Although it's urgent that his enemy's son is about to become an eminent celestial, why doesn't he think about it? So what if his enemy's son becomes an eminent celestial? Don't tell me he'll be able to escape from the patriarch of the human devil clan? That's right. Duan Lingtian isn't just the son of his enemy. He's also a human. There's no way Lord Patriarch would let an eminent celestial like him leave. That's right. If such a human powerhouse leaves today, he'll definitely become a huge threat to the human devil clan and the entire devil clans. Apart from feeling that Shi Nanfeng was impulsive, most of them felt that Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, would not be able to escape death even if he became an eminent celestial. After becoming an eminent celestial, Duan Lingtian might be stronger than Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, who was also an eminent celestial. However, they did not think Duan Lingtian was a match for the patriarch of the human devil clan. However, the patriarch of the human devil clan, whom they thought highly of, had a grave expression on his face when he saw the five-colored sunglow that shrouded Duan Lingtian. That bird is formed from the energy in his body that's comparable to the celestial origin energy. Once it's depleted, it'll disappear as well. There's nothing to worry about. However, what's with the nine-clawed divine dragon that appeared after that? The patriarch of the human devil clan's heart sank when he thought about the nine-clawed divine dragon that Duan Lingtian had transformed into during the heavenly tribulation. After all, he was not certain what kind of technique it was. He was not certain if Duan Lingtian would be able to cast it at any time. When the nine-clawed divine dragon had appeared, even the patriarch of the human devil clan could not help but feel his heart palpitate. It was as though the nine-clawed divine dragon was a threat to him. Master, in the end, the patriarch of the human devil clan had no choice but to send a voice transmission to the grey-clad old man in the sky. What technique did Duan Lingtian use at the end? Where did the nine-clawed divine dragon come from? Is it one of his divine abilities? Currently, although the tribulation clouds had already scattered, no one had discovered the grey-clothed old man's existence because he was standing behind the ordinary clouds. No, the grey-clad old man replied. The grey-clad old man replied to the patriarch of the human devil clan, the nine-clawed divine dragon originated from his dragon energy. Dragon energy? The patriarch of the human devil clan was puzzled. Dragon energy is a unique energy in a dragon warrior's body. It's also the reason why a human can transform into a nine-clawed dragon warrior. A nine-clawed divine dragon has to infuse dragon energy into a human's body to transform into a nine-clawed dragon warrior. A nine-clawed divine dragon can only infuse dragon energy into a human's body once in their lifetime. In terms of strength, the dragon energy that a nine-clawed divine dragon infuses into a human's body is even stronger than the ordinary celestial origin energy. Based on the situation earlier, it can even transform into a clone of the nine-clawed divine dragon at a critical moment to assist the human. After all, the dragon energy that a divine dragon infuses into a human's body doesn't have such a technique. However, based on my divine consciousness earlier, after the clone of the nine-clawed divine dragon dissipated, it no longer transformed into dragon energy and returned to Duan Lingtian's body. There's no more dragon energy in Duan Lingtian's body. The grey-clad old man said. There's no more dragon energy in Duan Lingtian's body? The patriarch of the human devil clan's eyes brightened when he heard the grey-clad old man's words. Does this mean he's no longer a dragon warrior from now on? That's right. The grey-clad old man confirmed the patriarch of the human devil clan's thoughts. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the five-colored sunglow that shrouded Duan Lingtian. Duan Xiling, and Gan Ruyen were also looking at the five-colored sunglow that shrouded Duan Lingtian. Excitement could be seen in their eyes. Duan Lingtian was about to become an eminent celestial. To them, this was undoubtedly a piece of great news. Although the human devils present on the scene were certain Duan Lingtian would not be able to escape from the patriarch of the human devil clan after he became an eminent celestial, they were not worried at all. After all, they knew Duan Lingtian very well. Duan Lingtian's strength was limited before he became an eminent celestial. Put everything else aside, Duan Lingtian had not used his assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, after he had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Why did he not use it? It was unnecessary. Before a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage passed the heavenly tribulation, there was a limit to the amount of saint origin in his body. At that critical point, besides being able to increase the power of one saint chi by perceiving the surrounding heavens and earth, auxiliary divine abilities would no longer have any effect. Once a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage passed the heavenly tribulation and became an eminent celestial, his body would be able to produce celestial origin energy. Although assist-type divine abilities could not be used to increase one's saint origin, celestial origin energy could. Others might not know how terrifying Duan Lingtian's assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, was, but as people close to Duan Lingtian, they knew it very well. Once he becomes an eminent celestial, even the patriarch of the human devil clan won't be a match for him. Although Gan Ruyen liked to disagree with Duan Lingtian, she was convinced by Duan Lingtian's assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. She knew it was a powerful assist-type divine ability that was superior to most assist-type divine abilities in the mundane realm. In terms of grade, it was comparable to the movement divine ability that the sect leader of Zoroastrianism had mastered. The movement divine ability that the sect leader of Zoroastrianism had mastered was widely acknowledged as the number one movement divine ability in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Although Ke, Duan Si Ling, and Gan Ruyen were confident in Duan Lingtian, it did not mean those who cared about Duan Lingtian had the same confidence in him. Whether it was Huang Wenjing, Huang Qiling, or Peng Lai, as members of the Human Devil clan, they knew how powerful the patriarch of the Human Devil clan was. For this reason, they shared the same opinion as the other devils. Even if Duan Lingtian successfully passed the heavenly tribulation and became an eminent celestial, he would not be a match for the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. When he becomes an eminent celestial, Master will become an eminent celestial as well. At that time, I'll beg Master to spare his life. Since Master has become an eminent celestial, I'm sure Lord Patriarch will show him some respect. At this moment, Huang Wenjing thought to herself. She wanted to plead on Duan Lingtian's behalf. Although the appearance of the patriarch of the Human Devil clan made her feel that her chances were slim, she still wanted to try. After all, this man was the only man she had ever met in her life who could move her heart. Chapter 23-21 Duan Lingtian, so what if you've successfully passed the heavenly tribulation and become an eminent celestial? You won't be able to escape death in front of Lord Patriarch. Huang Wenjing's eldest senior brother, Yun Fuyi, the Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, sneered disdainfully as he looked at the five-colored sunglow that shrouded Duan Lingtian. In the face of the same situation, the two of them had completely different attitudes. Outside, everyone thought Duan Lingtian was going to die. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was immersed in the five-colored sunglow. He was in a peculiar state. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt as though he was completely enveloped by something. However, he did not feel restrained at all. Instead, he felt extremely comfortable as though he had returned to his mother's womb. The tension he had felt since he returned to the Debussy subterranean finally disappeared at this moment. At the same time, he could clearly feel that a brand new energy had appeared in his body. A new kind of power vaguely appeared in Yang Kai's body, and as soon as this power appeared, the vast Saint Chi in his body suddenly retreated, as if it had encountered a god of plague. Apart from that, this energy gave Duan Lingtian a sense of intimacy as though it was part of his body. This feeling was similar to the feeling he got from the Saint Qi in his body. This is the celestial origin energy? At this moment it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure out what the energy in his body was. It must be the celestial origin energy that was born after he had successfully passed the heavenly tribulation and became an eminent celestial. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian looked into his body and discovered a purer and denser energy had appeared in his body. Although this force had only just been born, and only a small portion of it was present, it was still suppressing Yang Kai's Saint Qi in an invisible manner. This was due to the difference in strength. However, with just a thought, Duan Lingtian merged his Saint origin with his celestial origin energy. After all, they're both forces that I can control like my own arms. I can control them with ease. While Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy was still growing, it was really dangerous earlier. I was so close. Duan Lingtian could not help but recall the moment and the sun force that had transformed into the three-legged golden crow was crushed. At that time, he was so close to being killed by the last tribulation lightning of the celestial ascension tribulation. At the critical moment, the dragon energy that rushed out of his body blocked the last tribulation lightning of the celestial ascension tribulation. Following that, his spiritual energy also extracted the power from the one-eyed devil vulture's eye that was contained in the strange pupil, allowing it to fuse with the dragon energy and transform into a lifelike nine-clawed divine dragon. As soon as the dragon's tribulation lightning of the tribulation lightning of the celestial ascension tribulation was destroyed. It was a complete and utter suppression. However, after the nine-clawed divine dragon appeared and dispersed the last tribulation lightning of the celestial ascension tribulation, it disappeared along with the dragon energy and the energy from the one-eyed devil vulture's eyes. The dragon energy transformed into the nine-clawed divine dragon, and the energy from the one-eyed devil vulture's eyes transformed into the nine-clawed divine dragon's eyes. It's as though it gave life to the nine-clawed divine dragon. It's because of this that the nine-clawed divine dragon was able to unleash such a powerful force. Duan Lingtian could still remember the situation clearly. The dragon energy and the energy from the one-eyed devil vulture's eyes that left won't be able to return. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The dragon energy is the foundation of my transformation into a nine-clawed dragon warrior. The energy from the one-eyed devil vulture's eyes is the foundation of my transformation into the strange pupil. In other words, from today onward, I'll lose the ability to transform into a nine-clawed dragon warrior and the strange pupil. This eye of mine seems to have returned to normal. It no longer has the ability of the strange pupil. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly when he thought about this. He did not expect he would lose two of his abilities during the heavenly tribulation. Not only did he lose the ability to transform into a nine-clawed dragon warrior, but he had also lost the strange pupil. However, there are gains and losses. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Although he had lost these two abilities, he had successfully passed the heavenly tribulation and was about to become an eminent celestial. Moreover, if they didn't leave, I wouldn't have been able to pass the heavenly tribulation. I would have died. All in all, although there were gains and losses, the gains outweighed the losses. Forget it. I'll just let them be. In any case, I didn't lose out this time. Duan Lingtian was an open-minded person. Since he was certain the dragon energy and the strange pupil would not return, he did not waste any more time on this matter. Instead, he shifted his attention back to the celestial origin energy in his body. Now that I've developed the celestial origin energy in my body, this means I can use the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to increase my strength. As long as I become an eminent celestial, I won't have to fear any eminent celestials with the help of the elementary devouring tactic. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian felt a surge of confidence in his assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that he had mastered. However, the celestial origin energy is indeed above the Devata realms. Saint origin can't compare to it at all. Moreover, this is only a portion of my strength that has been converted into celestial origin energy. If all of my strength has been converted into celestial origin energy, how strong will my strength be? If all of my strength has been converted into celestial origin energy, I'm already a celestial, right? Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian was completely immersed in exploring the celestial origin energy in his body. However, apart from discovering how powerful the celestial origin energy was, he did not discover anything else. Gradually, Duan Lingtian stopped exploring the celestial origin energy. Instead, he recalled the scene when he was faced with the last bolt of lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation. I remember when I used the Supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, to wield my sword. I vaguely felt something when I faced the pressure of the last bolt of lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation. At that moment, I even had a strong feeling that the fourth realm of the Sovereign Heart Sword, Clear Sword Heart, was just a stone's throw away from me. It was within my reach. I don't know if I can still find that feeling now, and find what I vaguely captured back then. Duan Lingtian had long comprehended the third stage of the Supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. He only needed an opportunity to successfully comprehend the fourth stage, the Brilliant Sword Tao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Previously, when he faced the pressure of the last bolt of lightning from the celestial ascension tribulation, he seemed to have vaguely grasped the opportunity, but he did not have the time to grasp it. This was because he was in a life-or-death situation at that time. He did not have the time to grasp the opportunity to comprehend the fourth stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Brilliant Sword Heart. Since I have nothing to do now, I'll try again to see if I can find that opportunity again. If I can, my Supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, will improve, and my overall strength will increase by leaps and bounds. The fourth stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Brilliant Sword Heart, will grant me much more powerful sword techniques than the third stage, the Sword Tao mental cultivation method. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, he no longer hesitated and began to comprehend the Supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Duan Lingtian completely lost track of time as he immersed himself in the Sovereign Heart Sword. After an unknown amount of time, Duan Lingtian only regained his senses when he felt the energy in his body suddenly surge. At the same time, he instinctively opened his eyes that were tightly shut. It's over? At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered the five-colored sunglow that shrouded him no longer helped him generate his celestial origin energy. The celestial origin energy in his body had perfectly merged with his saint origin and was now a part of his body. He could use it to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy to generate his celestial origin energy at any time. At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered the five-colored sunglow no longer shrouded him, allowing him to move his limbs freely. This is, when Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and discovered he had regained control of his limbs, boom. Boom. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the five-colored sunglow that shrouded Duan Lingtian and the five-colored sunglow that shrouded Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, suddenly expanded. Then, they seemed to have transformed into two five-colored pillars that supported the sky and shot straight to the sky. It was so majestic that it seemed to shake the heavens and earth. That's, at this moment, not only the people in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, but even the people outside the Wandering Saint Palace's estate and the people in the Human Devil Saint City could clearly see the two five-colored pillars that shot up into the sky from the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. Two five-colored light pillars shot up into the sky, reaching the sky above and the ground below. The five-colored light continued to expand, giving people a strong visual impact. This seems like a scene that would only appear when an eminent celestial is born. There was no lack of knowledgeable people in the Human Devil Saint City. They quickly confirmed the meaning of the two five-colored pillars of light. The birth of an eminent celestial. Isn't there only one pillar of five-colored sunglow? Why are there two pillars? Moreover, both of them shot up into the sky from the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. Don't tell me there are two eminent celestials in the Wandering Saint Palace? Two eminent celestials? How's that possible? But how do you explain the two pillars of five-colored sunglow? Apart from the palace masters of the Wandering Saint Palace and Great Spirit Palace, there were 9 great forces in the Human Devil clan. Chapter 23-22. The 7 leaders of the One Palace and 6 halls were already panicking when they learned that Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, was about to become an eminent celestial. They did not expect that a few days later, 2 pillars of 5-colored light would rise from the Wandering Saint Palace's estate and shoot into the sky. Naturally, they knew what this meant. There were 2 people who had become eminent celestials in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. Could it be that Shi Feng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, has also attracted the celestial ascension tribulation and passed it successfully? They could not help but think to themselves. In the end, they could no longer suppress their curiosity. They left their respective forces and flew toward the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. Lord Palace Master. Lord Hall Master. The arrival of the leaders of the One Palace and 6 halls naturally attracted the attention of the high-ranking officials of the One Palace and 6 halls. Vice Hall Master Gongsun, what's going on? Isn't Palace Master Yuan the only one undergoing the celestial ascension tribulation? Why would the heaven and earth phenomenon of 2 eminent celestials appear? The Hall Master of Azure Sheen Hall, a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar, asked in a deep voice as he looked at Gongsun Jin, the Vice Hall Master of Azure Sheen Hall. Lord Hall Master. Shouldn't we wait until you've spoken to Lord Clan Leader first? Gongsun Jin asked the Hall Master of Azure Sheen Hall as he looked in the direction of the Patriarch of the Human Devil clan. Lord Patriarch? The Hall Master of Azure Sheen Hall was shocked when he heard Gongsun Jin's words. He followed Gongsun Jin's gaze and saw the Patriarch of the Human Devil clan in an inconspicuous corner. Lord Patriarch. At this moment, the Azure Cloud Hall Master no longer cared about the heaven and earth phenomenon of the birth of 2 eminent celestials. He immediately flew toward the Patriarch of the Human Devil clan and bowed respectfully. Lord Patriarch? The leaders of the One Palace and 5 halls were shocked and they heard the Patriarch of the Human Devil clan was here. They quickly followed behind the Hall Master of Azure Sheen Hall and bowed to the Patriarch of the Human Devil clan. Yes. The Patriarch of the Human Devil clan glanced at the leaders of the One Palace and 6 halls, then ignored them. When his gaze shifted back to one of the 5-colored light pillars that shot up into the sky in the distance, he was no longer indifferent. Instead, it was replaced by a cold light that was as sharp as a blade. Who is the person who became an eminent celestial in this 5-colored light pillar? Why is Lord Patriarch so hostile towards him? The leaders of the One Palace and 6 halls returned to their subordinates with doubts. Soon after, they learned from their subordinates who the Patriarch of the Human Devil clan was hostile to. He was the young mansion master of the Human Force, Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian? The young mansion master of a Human Force, Azure Cloud Mansion? He has also become an eminent celestial? When Palace Master Yuan attracted the celestial ascension tribulation, he took advantage of the situation and attracted his own celestial ascension tribulation as well. In the history of our demon race, it seems that no one has ever succeeded in transcending the tribulation under such circumstances, right? This Duan Lingtian actually broke the history of our demon race. After learning about this matter, the leaders of the One Palace and 6 halls who had just arrived were shocked. Why didn't you inform me? Following that, they began to interrogate the people below. Lord Palace Master, initially, I thought it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to pass the celestial ascension tribulation, so there was no need for me to inform you about this. I didn't expect him to have so many tricks up his sleeve and successfully pass the Celestial Ascension tribulation at the last minute. Wu Tianjin, the Vice Palace Master of Crimson Blaze Palace, said to the Palace Master of Crimson Blaze Palace with a wry smile on his face. The other Vice Palace Masters of the other 6 halls also said the same thing to their respective Palace Masters. Forget it. It's a good thing we made it in time. Otherwise, we would have missed a good show. The leaders of the 1 palace and 6 halls did not make things difficult for their subordinates. Soon after, their gazes shifted to the light pillar formed by the 5-colored sunglow that shrouded Duan Ling Tian just like everyone else present on the scene. Even if Duan Ling Tian has become an eminent celestial, he's still not a match for Lord Patriarch. The leaders of the 1 palace and 6 halls who had just arrived felt the same way. Once the 5-colored light disappeared, Duan Ling Tian would definitely die. The 5-colored light is announcing the birth of an eminent celestial to the people in the surroundings. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by the sudden change in the 5-colored light. After all, he had learned about the Celestial Ascension tribulation before, so he knew this would happen after one had passed the Celestial Ascension tribulation. The 5-colored light won't last for long. Once it disappears, the Patriarch of the Human Devil clan will definitely attack me. Duan Ling Tian was well aware of this. For a moment, his expression became extremely solemn. Since the 5-colored light is still here and the Patriarch of the Human Devil clan doesn't dare to attack, I'll cast the Assist-type Divine Ability, the Elementary Devouring Tactic, to strengthen the Celestial Origin energy in my body. As soon as Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, he made his move. Elementary Devouring Tactic. As soon as Duan Ling Tian cast the Assist-type Divine Ability, the Elementary Devouring Tactic, a whirlpool appeared in front of him. In the void, with his body as the center, a rapidly twisting vortex appeared, extending a powerful suction force in all directions. During this process, the 5-colored light pillar that enveloped him was not affected in the slightest. However, the heaven and earth spiritual energy in this area was being continuously sucked in by the rapidly twisting whirlpool. The whirlpool continued to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings at an alarming rate. What a fast devouring speed! At this moment, Duan Ling Tian discovered the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. Duan Ling Tian's divine ability, the Elementary Devouring Tactic, had increased his speed of devouring the heaven and earth spirit energy. In just a blink of an eye, he had devoured all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the vicinity of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. Following that, Duan Ling Tian discovered the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. After devouring all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the vicinity of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, Duan Ling Tian's speed of devouring the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings was still the same. In just a blink of an eye, more than half of the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate had been devoured by Duan Ling Tian. It's as though there's no distance restriction. When Duan Ling Tian discovered this, he could not help but feel shocked. In the past, when he cast the Assist-type Divine Ability, the Elementary Devouring Tactic, he could only devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings for half a breath. It would take him a long time to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. At that time, he preferred to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in one place before moving to another place. However, now, he had devoured all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate in half a breath. Moreover, the speed of devouring the heaven and earth spirit energy is not affected by the distance. Duan Ling Tian was shocked to discover the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. After devouring all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, his Assist-type Divine Ability, the Elementary Devouring Tactic, did not slow down in the slightest. Something's not right. It seems like the speed of devouring the heaven and earth spirit energy has increased. It seems like my Assist-type Divine Ability, the elementary devouring tactic, has become more powerful after the celestial origin energy in my body has been strengthened. After a breath, Duan Lingtian discovered the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings was not affected at all. Not only did the elementary devouring technique not slow down, it even sped up the rate at which it absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy. All of this was due to the celestial origin energy in his body. The stronger his celestial origin energy was, the more powerful the elementary devouring tactic would become. The stronger the elementary devouring tactic was, the more heaven and earth spirit energy he could devour. Moreover, the faster the elementary devouring tactic was, the stronger his celestial origin energy would become. It was a virtuous cycle. It seems like the elementary devouring tactic has reached its limit. After Duan Lingtian finished devouring all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the human devil saint city, the elementary devouring tactic finally stopped. Naturally, it was only the elementary devouring tactic that had reached its limit. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy had not reached its limit. There was still a lot of room for improvement. However, since the elementary devouring tactic had reached its limit, it could no longer be improved. However, with the celestial origin energy in my body, it should be more than enough to deal with the patriarch of the human devil clan. Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence when he looked at the celestial origin energy in his body. Previously, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy was like a small stream. However, now that Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy was like a huge river, it was like a huge river. They could not be compared at all. 3 breaths. In just 3 breaths, my elementary devouring tactic has reached its limit in devouring the heaven and earth spirit energy. Moreover, this is only because I haven't fully unleashed my heaven and earth spirit energy in the human devil holy city. If I had unleashed my heaven and earth spirit energy, I would have been able to reach the limit of the elementary devouring technique in just 2 breaths. When Duan Lingtian sensed the vast celestial origin energy in his body, he felt as though his entire body was filled with explosive energy. It was as though he could tear apart the void and destroy everything with just a wave of his hand. Why did the heaven and earth spirit energy suddenly become so thin? After Duan Lingtian devoured all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the human devil saint city, the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls who were present on the scene discovered the heaven and earth spirit energy had become extremely thin. Why did the heaven and earth spirit energy suddenly disappear? It seems like the heaven and earth spirit energy has completely disappeared. Although it has recovered, it's very slow. How can one cultivate with such thin heaven and earth spirit energy? What's going on? Chapter 23-23. The human devil saint city occupied a huge area. Currently, all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the human devil saint city had been devoured by Duan Lingtian. The heaven and earth spirit chi in such a huge city had been swallowed up, which naturally caused a great sensation in the holy city of humans and demons. Especially those who had been in seclusion cultivation, the impact on them was the greatest. Many people who were about to have a breakthrough in their cultivation base were interrupted. They did not know when they would be able to find another opportunity to break through again. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of the commotion he had caused in the human devil saint city when he cast the elementary devouring tactic on the people in the human devil saint city. Of course, even if he knew about it, he wouldn't feel anything, let alone feel guilty. After all, everyone in the human devil saint city was a human devil. They belonged to the devil clans. They were the natural enemies of humans. Wait a minute. In the wandering Saint Palace's estate, Duan Lingtian frowned as he thought of something when the 5-colored sunglow was about to disappear. Logically speaking, even if I devoured all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the human devil saint city, it shouldn't be able to raise my celestial origin energy to this extent. After all, this is the Debussy subterranean and not the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The celestial origin energy was a force that was superior to all the other forces in the mundane realms. Logically speaking, it should not be enough to raise his celestial origin energy to this extent in the Debussyi subterranean. After all, the celestial origin energy was akin to transforming a small stream into a large river. Could it be, at this critical moment, Duanling Tian suddenly thought of something. He extended his divine consciousness at lightning speed to the center of the human devil saint city. It was as though he had just recalled something. He quickly extended his divine consciousness to the center of the human devil saint city at lightning speed. As expected. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he realized what he had thought was true. I actually devoured all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Saint Stone Reserve that belonged to the Azure Cloud Mansion. Such a huge Saint Stone mine. But now, it has turned into a pile of useless rocks. Duan Lingtian finally understood why the celestial origin energy was so strong. He had only devoured the heaven and earth spirit energy in the human devil saint city, but it had raised his celestial origin energy to such an extent. As it turned out, when he devoured the heaven and earth spirit energy in the human devil saint city, he had also devoured the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Saint Stone Reserve underground. That Saint Stone Reserve originally belonged to our Azure Cloud Mansion. In the entire upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, only the Saint Stone Reserve in the Mountainshade Black Market is comparable to it. However, I've only cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and I've completely devoured the heaven and earth spirit energy that had been accumulated in it for many years. Duan Lingtian Saint Stone Reserve's heaven and earth saint cities. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he finally understood why his celestial origin energy had increased so much. As it turned out, not only had he devoured all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the human devil saint city, but he had also devoured all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Saint Stone Reserve underground. What's going on? What's going on? Why did the heaven and earth spirit energy suddenly become so thin? Could it be because of the heaven and earth phenomenon caused by the birth of an eminent celestial? No. I've never heard of a heaven and earth phenomenon that would cause the heaven and earth spirit energy to become so thin. Perhaps, the heaven and earth phenomenon caused by the birth of two eminent celestials caused the heaven and earth spirit energy to become so thin? After all, the birth of two eminent celestials at the same time is something that has never happened in the history of the devil clans. If that's the case, we can be considered to have witnessed history. That must be the reason. Many people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls discussed among themselves as they watched the 2 pillars of 5-colored sunglow that shrouded Duan Lingtian and Yuan Haochen. At this moment, they discovered the heaven and earth spirit energy in the air had become very thin. Is he casting an assist-type divine ability? Of course, there were still many people who were staring at the gradually fading 5-colored sunglow light pillar that shrouded Duan Lingtian. Earlier, they could clearly sense the heaven and earth spirit energy in the 5-colored sunglow. The heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings was surging into the pillar of 5-colored sunglow at an extremely fast speed. These people were led by the patriarch of the human devil clan and the leaders of the 3 palaces and 6 halls, including Shi Feng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace. Xing Yuanba, the vice palace master of Great Spirit Palace, could also vaguely sense this. It seems like he knew I'd make a move after the 5-colored sunglow disappeared, so he prepared in advance, the patriarch of the human devil clan sneered. The others had similar thoughts as well. So what if he prepared in advance? He won't be able to escape death in the end. Even if Lord Patriarch gives him 10 to 15 days to prepare, he still won't be able to survive. The leaders of the 3 palaces and 6 halls sneered as well. Whoosh! Whoosh! A moment later, as if 2 gusts of wind had blown past, the 2 5-colored light pillars that soared into the sky gradually faded before finally disappearing completely. After the 2 pillars of 5-colored sunglow disappeared, two figures appeared before everyone's eyes. They were none other than Duan Lingtian and Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. Duan Lingtian. As soon as the five-colored sunglow disappeared, Yuan Haochen looked at Duan Lingtian fiercely. At the same time, his celestial origin energy and saint origin surged out of his body. It was as though he had transformed into a primordial beast that was about to devour Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian ignored Yuan Haochen's fierce gaze. He did not even look at Yuan Haochen. After the five-colored sunglow disappeared, Duan Lingtian turned to look at the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. Duan Lingtian, you prepared in advance by casting an assist-type divine ability to increase your strength. Do you think you'll be able to defeat me after casting an assist-type divine ability? The patriarch of the Human Devil clan asked with a sneer as he stared at Duan Lingtian fiercely. Previously, when he found out Duan Lingtian was a nine-clawed dragon warrior, he was slightly fearful of Duan Lingtian, who had become an eminent celestial. However, now that he knew Duan Lingtian would not be able to transform into a nine-clawed dragon warrior, he no longer had any qualms. Assist-type divine ability? Did he not have one? Defeat you? Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently when he heard the patriarch of the Human Devil clan's question. Then, he raised his hand and made a grabbing motion in the air. Swoosh! Swoosh! It was accompanied by a short-lived ear-piercing sound of breaking through the air. As soon as Duan Lingtian made a grabbing motion in the air, a wave of energy that emitted a terrifying aura swept out. It was as fast as lightning. Before the patriarch of the Human Devil clan could react, Duan Lingtian had already grabbed a person and dragged him in front of him. The patriarch of the Human Devil clan only regained his senses when the person Duan Lingtian had dragged him in front of him. His expression changed drastically. This, Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, also regained his senses. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. From the beginning until the end, he did not even see how Duan Lingtian had moved. In just a blink of an eye, Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, had been captured by Duan Lingtian. It was as though an eagle had captured a chick. After the patriarch of the Human Devil clan and Yuan Haochen regained their senses, the others began to regain their senses as well. Swoosh! 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 When they saw Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, kneeling in front of Duan Lingtian and struggling to get up, their expressions changed immediately. Fear and disbelief could be seen on their faces. Most of them looked as though they had seen a ghost. Naturally. Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, was in the worst mood among all the people present on the scene. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian made a grabbing motion in the air, Shi Nanfeng did not even have time to react before he discovered an invincible force had shrouded him. It suppressed his saint origin and dragged him away. Throughout the entire process, he did not even have the strength to fight back. When he regained his senses, he discovered he had been brought to another place. Moreover, he was forced to kneel on the ground by the invincible force. The person standing in front of him was Duan Lingtian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, whom he wished he could kill as soon as possible. Shi Nanfeng's eyes widened in anger. He gritted his teeth and tried his best to stand up. However, he discovered he could not mobilize his saint origin at all under the suppression of the invincible force. How's this possible? No matter how powerful an eminent celestial is, it's impossible for him to suppress me like this. At this moment, other than shock, there was only fear in Shi Nanfeng's heart. He was terrified of Duan Lingtian's current strength. After Duan Lingtian became an eminent celestial, his strength was far beyond that of an eminent celestial. What? What's going on? Is that really Palace Master Shi from Great Spirit Palace? Heavens! Duan Lingtian is so powerful. Is this the strength of an eminent celestial? Impossible. Although eminent celestials are powerful, they're not this powerful. Palace Master Shi from Great Spirit Palace is a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who has comprehended heaven and earth to the limit. No matter how powerful an eminent celestial is, it's impossible for them to humiliate him like this. The people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls discussed among themselves. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Duan Lingtian was the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, one of the 9 strongest forces in the human devil clan. Chapter 23-24. If the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls did not see it with their own eyes, they would not have believed such a ridiculous thing would happen even if they were beaten to death. Shi Nanfeng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, was kneeling in front of a human. He was as docile as a dog. Most importantly, this human was the son of his enemy. He wanted nothing more than to kill him as soon as possible. Lord Palace Master. The high-ranking officials of Great Spirit Palace, led by Xing Yuanba, the Vice Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, felt humiliated when they saw their Palace Master, Shi Nanfeng, kneeling in front of Duan Lingtian. After all, the person kneeling in front of the human was the soul of Great Spirit Palace. He was the leader of Great Spirit Palace. At this moment, they could see that Duan Lingtian was not willing to kneel in front of them. It wasn't that their palace lord wanted to kneel in front of that human, but that human forced their palace lord to kneel, causing their palace lord to be unable to get up. Lord Patriarch, please uphold justice for our Lord Palace Master. Xing Yuanba quickly shifted his gaze to the Patriarch of the Human Devil Clan and kneeled in front of him. Lord Patriarch, please uphold justice for our Lord Palace Master. The other high-ranking officials of Great Spirit Palace followed Xing Yuanba and kneeled in front of the Patriarch of the Human Devil Clan. They wanted the Patriarch of the Human Devil Clan to uphold justice for their Palace Master. The Patriarch of the Human Devil Clan could not help but frown when he saw the high-ranking officials of the Great Spirit Palace acting in such a manner. However, the Patriarch of the Human Devil Clan did not act rashly and attack Duan Lingtian. Even I wouldn't be able to force Shi Nanfeng to kneel in front of me. After Duan Lingtian became an eminent celestial and cast his assist-type divine ability, he became so strong. At this time, the Patriarch's heart was set off waves of tempestuous waves. Master might be able to force Shi Nanfeng to do this, but he's a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. He's stronger than eminent celestials. The moment the Patriarch of the Human Devil Clan thought to himself, based on the current situation, does this mean that Duan Lingtian who has just become an eminent celestial possess strength comparable to a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial after casting his assist-type divine ability? When the Patriarch of the Human Devil Clan thought of this, he could no longer maintain his composure. He immediately contacted the grey-clad old man who was hidden in the clouds. This grey-clad old man was his master, a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. Very few people know that, if a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage reacted in time and was lucky enough to escape from the Celestial Ascension tribulation, he could escape using the cicada shedding technique. He had mastered the soul detaching technique when he had broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. When he was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the soul detaching technique would be as easy as controlling an arm. For this reason, a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had failed the heavenly tribulation might not necessarily die. It was also possible for a powerhouse to escape using the soul detaching technique and live independently in heaven and earth. Naturally, the soul of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had failed the heavenly tribulation might be able to escape, but heaven and earth would place a mark on his soul so he would not be able to possess another's body. Heaven and earth had other rules to restrict this type of soul. If a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had failed the heavenly tribulation managed to escape, he would only be able to exist in the form of a soul. Moreover, his strength would be reduced to the peak of the 8th form of the saint's celestial stage. 1,000 years after failing the heavenly tribulation, heaven and earth would send the first bodiless celestial tribulation to the soul of a powerhouse who had failed the heavenly tribulation 1,000 years ago. If one soul managed to pass the heavenly tribulation, one would possess the body of a one-tribulation bodiless celestial. A one-tribulation bodiless celestial strength was comparable to an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the saint's celestial stage. Most importantly, a one-tribulation bodiless celestial could cultivate as well. 1,000 years after becoming a one-tribulation bodiless celestial, heaven and earth would send the second bodiless celestial tribulation. The second bodiless celestial tribulation was much more powerful than the first bodiless celestial tribulation. If one failed the bodiless celestial tribulation, one's soul would be destroyed. If one succeeded, one would become a two-tribulation bodiless celestial. A two-tribulation bodiless celestial strength was comparable to an eminent celestial. After another 1,000 years, the third bodiless celestial tribulation would come. If one succeeded, one would become a three-tribulation bodiless celestial. A three-tribulation bodiless celestial was stronger than an eminent celestial. In fact, they were comparable to some low-level celestials in the Devata realms. Such an existence would naturally be an extremely terrifying existence in the mundane plane. The patriarch of the human devil clan's master, the grey-clad old man, was a three-tribulation bodiless celestial. Master? However, when the patriarch of the human devil clan tried to contact his master, he discovered that his master did not respond. Although his master was still there, he seemed to be in a daze at this moment. He did not know what his master was thinking, but he had ignored his master's voice transmission. The patriarch of the human devil clan could only worry about this. The people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls were shocked when they saw Shi Feng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, kneeling in front of Duan Ling Tian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. However, there were a few people who were overjoyed. Brother Tian. When Ku-er saw Duan Ling Tian had successfully passed the celestial ascension tribulation and became an eminent celestial, a bright smile appeared on her beautiful face. 2 streams of tears of joy rolled down her cheeks. Her man had successfully passed the heavenly tribulation and become an eminent celestial. At this moment, Ku-er's heart that had been hanging in the air finally relaxed. Father is so amazing. Duan Si Ling's eyes shone brightly when she saw Duan Ling Tian forcing Shi Feng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, to kneel in front of him. She was more excited than anyone else. His strength has actually reached such a level? Although Gan Ru Yen knew Duan Ling Tian would be able to turn the situation around after he became an eminent celestial, she did not expect Duan Ling Tian would be able to turn the situation around. The palace master of Great Spirit Palace was a powerhouse at the 9th form of the saint celestial stage who had comprehended heaven and earth to its limit. Such an existence was actually suppressed by Duan Ling Tian to the point of not being able to fight back at all. Was this not too much? Master, Peng Lai, who was standing nearby, was dumbfounded by the scene before him. Although he knew Duan Ling Tian was about to become an eminent celestial, he did not think his master would be able to escape from the patriarch of the human devil clan. As a member of the human devil clan, in his opinion, the patriarch of the human devil clan was invincible. However, he did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be so strong. When his master had become an eminent celestial, he had only waved his hand and captured Shi Feng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, in front of him. He had forced Shi Feng to kneel on the ground and was unable to get up for a long time. As an elder of the Wandering Saint Palace, he knew very well how strong Shi Feng was. Even if Lord Patriarch personally made a move, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to suppress Shi Feng to this extent. How did Master do it? At this moment, Peng Lai's heart was filled with shock. Although he had always hoped that his master would be able to create one miracle after another, turning danger into safety and allowing him to survive. However, he had never thought that such an exaggerated miracle would appear. This was completely beyond the scope of his understanding. Huang Wenjing's beautiful eyes shone brightly as she looked at the purple-clad young man standing in the distance. Of course, on her frosty face, there was also an expression of shock that was difficult to conceal. After all, when Duan Lingtian and her master, Yuan Haochen, had appeared, she had already sent a voice transmission to her master to plead with the patriarch of the Human Devil clan to save Duan Lingtian's life. Although she felt her chances were slim, she still decided to give it a try. However, before she could even open her mouth, Duan Lingtian had already made his move without warning. Moreover, as soon as he made his move, he grabbed Shi Feng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, like an eagle catching a chick. He forced Shi Feng to kneel on the ground, unable to get up for a long time. He was toying with Shi Feng. At this moment, Huang Wenjing's emotions were complicated. She was shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength, but at the same time, she was excited about Duan Lingtian's strength. Based on Lord Patriarch's reaction, it seems like he's afraid of him. It seems like he's going to pass this test. Huang Wenjing observed the patriarch of the Human Devil clan and quickly noticed the grave expression on the patriarch of the Human Devil clan's face. Moreover, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan did not make a move for a long time. He even watched as Shi Feng was suppressed without saying a word. It was not difficult for her to figure out what was going on. Shi Feng, palace master of the Great Spirit Palace, under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian calmly looked at Shi Feng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, who was kneeling in front of him and struggling with all his might. I heard that you have enmity with my Azure Cloud Mansion. Moreover, did you come to the Wandering Saint Palace to kill me? However, Shi Feng didn't pay attention to Duan Lingtian's reply, and he continued struggling on the spot. Humph. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he saw this, and he snorted. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Shi Feng's body suddenly trembled and then stiffened. His eyes were wide open as he fell straight down from the sky. During this process, Shi Feng's storage ring was also pulled away from his hand by an invisible force and into Duan Lingtian's hand. Boom! The sound of Duan Lingtian's corpse falling to the ground rang in the air. It was particularly loud and ear-piercing in the air. Chapter 23-25. The group of people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls could only watch as Shi Feng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, breathed his last and died with their eyes wide open. However, none of them saw how Shi Feng died. Even the patriarch of the Human Devil clan did not see how Shi Feng died. However, there was one thing they were certain of. They were certain Shi Feng was killed by Duan Lingtian. Lord Palace Master. The high-ranking officials of Great Spirit Palace, led by Xing Yuanba, the Vice Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, were filled with grief and indignation when they saw their palace master being killed. Some of them looked at Shi Feng's corpse with a sorrowful expression while others glared at Duan Lingtian furiously. However, the high-ranking officials of Great Spirit Palace who were glaring at Duan Lingtian could only vent their anger by glaring at Duan Lingtian's corpse. What else could they do other than that? They could not possibly charge forward and confront Duan Lingtian. Although they were enraged, they had not lost their last shred of rationality. He killed him just like that? The people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls looked at Duan Lingtian in horror after they regained their senses. They were terrified of this human powerhouse who had killed Shi Feng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, with just a wave of his hand. After all, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan was present as well. However, Duan Lingtian had completely disregarded the patriarch of the Human Devil clan and killed Shi Feng, the palace master of Great Spirit Palace, with just a wave of his hand. Naturally, most of them had also realized that Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. Based on the strength Duan Lingtian had displayed, he was not inferior to the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. In fact, he might even be stronger. Moreover, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan had also realized this. Otherwise, why would he not make a move against Duan Lingtian and watch as Duan Lingtian killed the powerhouses of the Human Devil clan? How is this possible? How can he be so strong? Yun Fuyi, the vice palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, who was standing next to Huang Wenjing, looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. Until now, he still couldn't believe that everything in front of him was real. Patriarch Yang. All of a sudden, an indifferent voice rang out. It was exceptionally loud and clear in this silent atmosphere. The person who spoke was none other than the young mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Lingtian, who had just killed Shi Nanfeng and taken his spatial ring. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was looking at the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. The patriarch of the Human Devil clan was called Yang Zhenxing. 4 years ago, when Duan Lingtian had just arrived in the Human Devil Saint City, he had heard about the patriarch of the Human Devil clan more than once. Therefore, he knew the name of the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. If I'm not mistaken, Duan Lingtian looked at the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, Yang Zhenxing, and said indifferently, "Patriarch Yang, earlier, you asked me if I thought I'd be able to defeat you after I cast my assist-type divine ability. Patriarch Yang, I'm not mistaken, right? Didn't you ask that question earlier?" A hint of mockery could be seen in Duan Lingtian's eyes as he studied Yang Zhenxing from head to toe. Yang Zhenxing felt a burning sensation on his face when he saw Duan Lingtian was about to slap him in the face. However, he did not make a sound or reply to Duan Lingtian. He merely snorted inwardly. "It seems like you're not denying that you asked that question, Patriarch Yang." When Duan Lingtian saw no response from Yang Zhenxing, he suddenly smiled. His smile was as bright as the rising sun. However, in just a blink of an eye, the sun disappeared without a trace. In just a blink of an eye, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face disappeared and was replaced by a cold expression. "Now, I'll give you an answer, Patriarch Yang. I really thought I'd be able to defeat you with my current strength." At this moment, Duan Lingtian spoke again. His indifferent voice was no longer indifferent. Instead, it was replaced by an extremely cold voice that gave others the feeling as though they had fallen into an ice cellar. "I really thought I'd be able to defeat you with my current strength." Duan Lingtian's cold words reverberated in the ears of the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls like a clap of thunder, causing their expressions to change drastically. Provocation. Blatant provocation. At this moment, everyone from the 3 palaces and 6 halls could hear the provocation in Duan Lingtian's words. In the next moment, "Lord Patriarch, kill him. How dare he blaspheme and provoke Lord Patriarch? He's seeking death." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, many people began to clamor. At the same time, they looked at Yang Zhenxing, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, expectantly. They were eager to see the patriarch of the Human Devil clan kill Duan Lingtian. Most of these people were disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace. As for the high-ranking officials from the Wandering Saint Palace and the 3 palaces and 6 halls, although they were also infuriated by Duan Lingtian's provocation, they did not say anything. This was because they could vaguely sense that Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. They knew Duan Lingtian's current strength was even stronger than the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. Only the disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace with a lower cultivation base and poor judgment thought their patriarch of the Human Devil clan was invincible. "Duan Lingtian, don't be too arrogant." Finally, Yang Zhenxing, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, could not help but speak. As soon as he opened his mouth, his voice was like a great bell, shaking the eardrums of many people present and causing them to feel a piercing pain. Moreover, this voice that was like a great bell also contained monstrous fury. arrogant? Duan Lingtian chuckled when he heard Yang Zhenxing's words. A hint of coldness could be seen on his face. Patriarch Yang, I'm going to be arrogant today. What are you going to do about it? Why don't we fight right now? Let me see how strong you are as the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his eyes shone brightly as he looked at Yang Zhenxing. Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with battle intent that reeked of gunpowder. Duan Lingtian's words had undoubtedly put Yang Zhenxing in the spotlight. Duan Lingtian. Yang Zhenxing's expression changed drastically as he glared at Duan Lingtian coldly. Don't think you're invincible just because you have some strength. Do you really think no one in this world can defeat you? Do you really think no one can defeat you today? The disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace could not help but feel disappointed when they saw Yang Zhenxing had no intention of making a move despite his angry words. Some of the disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace could vaguely sense that the patriarch of the Human Devil clan was confident in his strength. It was likely that the patriarch of the Human Devil clan was not confident he could defeat Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, why would he not make a move until now? Ha! Duan Lingtian laughed when he heard Yang Zhenxing's words. Patriarch Yang, Duan Lingtian, did not say that no one in this world can defeat me. However, I'm curious. Who do you think will be able to defeat me today? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he raised his head and looked at the clouds in the sky. His gaze was so sharp that it seemed as though it could pierce through the clouds in the sky and lock onto the figure hidden in the clouds. Who is it? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, everyone, including Ke, Duan Lingtian, and Gan Ruyen, raised their heads in unison and looked in the direction of Duan Lingtian's gaze. There's someone else there? Who is it? Based on Duan Lingtian's words, that person is at least an eminent celestial. Isn't there only one eminent celestial in the Human Devil clan? No, there are two eminent celestials today. Don't tell me there's a third eminent celestial in the Human Devil clan? When the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls followed Duan Lingtian's gaze and looked at the sky, they could not help but discuss among themselves. Why you? You discovered it? Yang Zhenxing's expression changed drastically. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would discover his discovery. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to discover his master who was hiding in the clouds. What? Are you planning to continue hiding? Duan Lingtian could not help but sneer when he saw it was still calm behind the clouds. He immediately said ruthlessly, "Don't worry." He sneered and said, "I'll give you 3 breaths. If you don't show yourself within 3 breaths, I'll personally invite you down here." When Duan Lingtian spoke, he emphasized the word "please" in a particular way. In fact, Duan Lingtian had vaguely sensed 2 pairs of eyes staring at him even before he began to overcome the heavenly tribulation. However, he did not discover them, so he thought he was hallucinating. Later on, Yang Zhenxing, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, had descended from the sky. After he had successfully overcome the heavenly tribulation and become an eminent celestial, Duan Lingtian was even more certain that someone was watching him. At that time, he had guessed that there was someone hiding in the dark, spying on him. Earlier, Duan Lingtian had been observing Yang Zhenxing for a while. He had discovered that Yang Zhenxing would occasionally look at the clouds in the sky. Although it was only for a moment, Duan Lingtian, who was very observant, still noticed it. If Duan Lingtian still could not be certain that someone was hiding behind the cloud and mist, then his reaction would really be too slow. How dare you? Yang Zhenxing's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He growled in a low voice. As soon as Yang Zhenxing growled, a voice rang in the air. Good. Very good. An aged voice was transmitted from the horizon, and it was filled with anger. Whoosh! Under everyone's watchful eyes, a gray cloud descended from the sky. Chapter 23-26. The gray-clad old man had white hair and eyebrows. His face was wrinkled, and he held an old walking stick in his hand. He looked extremely ordinary. However, based on the way the old man appeared, it seemed as though he was telling the people in the surroundings that he was not ordinary. It was impossible for him to be an ordinary person. The group of people was still trying to figure out the gray-clad old man's identity when a respectful voice rang in the air. "Master!" At the same time, it shocked everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, so much so that they shifted their gazes in unison. At this moment, they shifted their attention from the gray-clad old man to the person who addressed the gray-clad old man as master. This old man is the master of Yang Zhenxing, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan? Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow in surprise when he saw Yang Zhenxing, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, bowing respectfully to the gray-clad old man. He did not expect the old man to be so mysterious. The person hiding in the dark was actually the master of Yang Zhenxing, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. The master of the patriarch of the Human Devil clan? Duan Si Ling, and Gan Ru Yen had a hint of dread in their eyes when they learned the gray-clad old man's identity. The patriarch of the Human Devil clan was already an eminent celestial. How powerful was his master? Don't tell me, all of a sudden, Gan Ru Yen seemed to have recalled something as her eyes narrowed. However, she quickly shook her head and thought to herself, that's impossible. Shouldn't someone at that level be waiting for the heavenly tribulation that occurs once every 1,000 years? Lord Patriarch. At the same time, the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls discovered the gray-clad old man was none other than Yang Zhenxing, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. All of a sudden, all of them turned pale with fright. I remember very clearly that the Lord Patriarch only had a single master, and his master had already failed to overcome the tribulation over 3,000 years ago. An elder from the Azure Sheen Hall muttered. Although his voice wasn't loud, it was exceptionally loud in the current deathly silent atmosphere. Lord Patriarch's teacher? Isn't Lord Patriarch's master the famous powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint's celestial stage, Liao Nai Jiang? I've also heard of Lord Clan Leader's master. But, didn't he fail his tribulation over 3,000 years ago? How could he appear here at this time? I don't know. What's going on? Perhaps it's another master of Lord Patriarch. We just don't know. After that Azure Cloud Hall elder spoke, the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls began to discuss spiritedly. Only the leaders of the 3 palaces and 6 halls, including Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, and Xing Yuan Ba, the vice palace master of Great Spirit Palace, looked at the gray-clad old man with fear in their eyes. As the core figures of the 3 palaces and 6 halls, they knew far more than ordinary people. Greetings, Senior Liao. In the end, Yuan Haochen, an eminent celestial, was the first to regain his senses. He bowed respectfully at the gray-clad old man. Greetings, Senior Liao. The other leaders of the 3 palaces and 6 halls and Xing Yuan Ba, the vice palace master of Great Spirit Palace, also bowed respectfully at the gray-clad old man. Their voices were filled with reverence. This gray-clad old man was not an ordinary person. He was a powerhouse who was even stronger than an eminent celestial. Based on the time. Since Senior Liao is still alive, he must be a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, it won't be long before he undergoes his 4th bodiless celestial tribulation, right? Yuan Haochen thought to himself as his eyes shone brightly. The appearance of a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial gave him hope. As for this hope, it was, naturally, the hope to kill Duan Ling Tian. Bodiless celestial. 3 tribulation bodiless celestial. He's a powerhouse who's even stronger than an eminent celestial. I can't believe there's a bodiless celestial in the Human Devil clan. Moreover, he's the master of the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. The 7 leaders of the 3 palaces and 6 halls and Xing Yuan Ba, the vice-palace master of Great Spirit Palace, were shocked as well. Although they were aware of the existence of bodiless celestials were usually focused on the heavenly tribulations that occurred once every 1,000 years. For this reason, they had buried the existence of bodiless celestials in the depths of their hearts like a dusty memory. However, now that they saw the master of the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, these dusty memories surfaced in their minds again. It's been more than 3,000 years, and the world has changed. I'm surprised all of you still remember me. The gray-clad old man nodded at Yuan Hao Chen. As soon as he spoke, he confirmed Yuan Hao Chen's and the others' suspicions and revealed his identity. It's been more than 3,000 years, and the world has changed? He seems to be talking to Palace Master Yuan and the others. I'm surprised they still remember him. Earlier, Palace Master Yuan and the others addressed him as Senior Liao. His surname is Liao, and he's Lord Patriarch's master. Don't tell me this grey-clad old man is Liao Naijiang, the powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who failed the heavenly tribulation more than 3,000 years ago? Didn't he fail the heavenly tribulation? Why is he here? I don't know. The other people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls were also dumbfounded. They could not understand at all. Why would a person who had failed the heavenly tribulation more than 3,000 years ago appear here? In their minds, this was a bodiless celestial. Failure to pass the heavenly tribulation meant death. He's really a bodiless celestial. At this moment, Gan Ruyan's heart trembled violently, and her expression changed drastically. The thing she did not want to see the most had happened. Bodiless celestial. There was actually a bodiless celestial in the Human Devil clan. It's one thing if he's only a 1 or 2 tribulation bodiless celestial, since his strength is only comparable to a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage or an eminent celestial. However, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan's master failed the heavenly tribulation more than 3,000 years ago. Since he failed the heavenly tribulation more than 3,000 years ago, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan's master should be a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial now. A 3 tribulation bodiless celestial is stronger than an eminent celestial. Will he be able to handle it? Gan Ruyan no longer had confidence in Duan Lingtian when she looked at Duan Lingtian again. She doubted Duan Lingtian would be able to handle a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial. Naturally, she did not think Duan Lingtian was a match for a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, was extraordinary. After all, the strength of a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial was above that of an eminent celestial. It was a strength that transcended the mundane realm. Unlike Gan Ruyan, Ke and Duan Xiling were unaware of the existence of bodiless celestials, just like most people in the 3 palaces and 6 halls. For this reason, although they were wary of the grey-clad old man's master, they did not think Duan Lingtian would be a match for the grey-clad old man. Someone who failed the heavenly tribulation more than 3,000 years ago? When Duan Lingtian heard the discussion among the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls, he could not help but frown as he looked at the grey-clad old man. How could someone who failed the heavenly tribulation more than 3,000 years ago appear here? Like most people present on the scene, Duan Lingtian was also unaware of the existence of bodiless celestials. Human boy. The grey-clad old man, Liao Naijiang, the master of the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, suddenly looked at Duan Lingtian. When he looked at Duan Lingtian, his originally cloudy eyes emitted a frightening cold light that seemed as if it was choosing a person to swallow, and it gave Duan Lingtian the feeling as if he was being stared at by a venomous snake. As an eminent celestial, you're able to raise your strength to the level of a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial by relying on assist-type divine abilities. You should be proud of yourself. Liao Naijiang said indifferently. 3 tribulation bodiless celestial? Upon hearing Liao Naijiang's words, the reactions of the people present on the scene were divided into 2 groups. One group, including Duan Ling Tian, was confused. What's a three tribulation bodiless celestial? The other group was the patriarch of the human devil clan and the others who knew about bodiless celestials. When they heard Liao Naijiang's words, they were shocked again. Duan Lingtian's current strength is comparable to a three tribulation bodiless celestial? After all, eminent celestials represented the peak strength in the mundane realm. Three tribulation bodiless celestials, on the other hand, represented strength that surpassed the mundane realm. Although the two were only one step apart, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Duan Ling Tian, who had just become an eminent celestial, possessed strength comparable to a three tribulation bodiless celestial after he cast his assist-type divine ability. Perhaps, this was only a temporary increase in strength, but it was still shocking. What's a three tribulation bodiless celestial? Duan Ling Tian asked with a frown on his face as he looked at Liao Naijiang. You don't know about three tribulation bodiless celestials? Liao Naijiang was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, he sneered. However, that's not important. I'll show you the true strength of a three tribulation bodiless celestial. As soon as Liao Naijiang finished speaking, boom! 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 An earth-shattering sound rang in the air when Liao Naijiang unleashed an invincible energy that caused the surrounding space to distort as though it would be torn apart at any moment. Chapter 23-27. As a three tribulation bodiless celestial, Liao Naijiang was much stronger than eminent celestials. At this moment, the energy in his body swept out like numerous furious dragons roaring out. They struck the void, causing circles of folded and distorted ripples to appear in the void. It was as though the void was about to be torn apart. What a powerful energy! As soon as Liao Naijiang's energy swept out, Duan Ling Tian could feel how powerful Liao Naijiang's energy was. His current strength is not something an eminent celestial can compare to. Is this the strength of a three tribulation bodiless celestial? This was the first time Duan Ling Tian had heard of a three tribulation bodiless celestial. Therefore, he did not know much about it. However, when he sensed the energy surging out of Liao Naijiang's body, he realized how powerful a three tribulation bodiless celestial was. This kind of power. Once it's unleashed, it's much more powerful than the one-time killing formations left behind by the three eminent devils in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. According to Elder Hua, the power unleashed by the one-time killing formation is already at the peak of power in the mundane realm. In other words, Liao Naijiang, a three tribulation bodiless celestial, is stronger than the mundane realm. The strength of the celestials in the mundane realms is comparable to the strength of the celestials in the Devata realms. Duan Lingtian's expression turned slightly solemn when he thought about this. As it turned out, even though he had cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to boost his celestial origin energy, he was not invincible in the mundane realm. There were also people in the mundane realm who were stronger than the mundane realm. What's a three tribulation bodiless celestial? How can he be so strong? Duan Ling Tian grew more and more curious about this three tribulation bodiless celestial. The energy surging out of Liao Naijiang's body caused the void to ripple as though it would be torn apart at any moment. The people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls were all dumbfounded. Most of them had looks of shock and disbelief on their faces. When had they ever seen such an exaggerated scene? It feels like space is about to collapse. What kind of power is this? Is this the strength of a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial? What on earth is a 3 tribulation individual immortal? I don't know. At this moment, the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls were shocked by Liao Naijiang's strength. At the same time, they were curious about what a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial was. Based on the current situation, 3 tribulation bodiless celestials were much stronger than the eminent celestials in the mundane realms. Vice Palace Master Xing, you know about 3 tribulation bodiless celestials? A Vice Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace asked bluntly as he looked at Xing Yuanba, who was also a Vice Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace. His eyes were filled with curiosity. The reason he asked Xing Yuanba this question was because he discovered that Xing Yuanba's eyes were filled with respect. From the beginning until the end, Xing Yuanba only looked at the master of the patriarch of the Human Devil clan respectfully. He did not seem curious at all. It was obvious he already knew what a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial was. Swoosh! 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 When the Vice Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace spoke, the high-ranking officials from Great Spirit Palace turned to look at Xing Yuanba in unison. Their eyes were filled with curiosity as well. 3 tribulation bodiless celestials are stronger than eminent celestials. Their strength far surpasses eminent celestials. Faced with the curious gazes of the Great Spirit Palace's upper echelons, Xing Yuanba had no choice but to reply with a grave expression. His tone was filled with respect for 3 tribulation bodiless celestials. Vice Palace Master Xing, how are 3 tribulation bodiless celestials born? After a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage passes the heavenly tribulation and becomes an eminent celestial, won't he be attracted by the celestial ascension force and ascend to a higher realm? Another Vice Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace asked the question that everyone wanted to ask. That's right. Don't tell me there are eminent celestials who can avoid being attracted by the celestial ascension force and stay in the mundane realm to cultivate and break through to 3 tribulation bodiless celestials. Another elder from Great Spirit Palace asked. That's not the case. Xing Yuanba shook his head and said, 3 tribulation bodiless celestials are bodiless celestials, they have nothing to do with eminent celestials. In fact, they haven't even experienced becoming an eminent celestial. This was because all of them failed the celestial ascension tribulation without exception. Eminent celestials can only become eminent celestials after passing the heavenly tribulation. When Xing Yuanba's voice entered the ears of the Great Spirit Palace's upper echelons, their hearts trembled. Doesn't failing the heavenly tribulation mean death? One of the elders from Great Spirit Palace asked in shock and disbelief. Most of the upper echelons of Great Spirit Palace nodded in agreement with the elder. Failing the heavenly tribulation doesn't mean death. Xing Yuanba continued to say, when a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage faces the celestial ascension tribulation, even if he fails the heavenly tribulation, he might be able to escape using the soul detachment technique. However, if he manages to escape using the soul detachment technique, he'll be regarded as a deserter on the path to celestial ascension. He won't be able to reincarnate and can only exist as a soul. They're called bodiless celestials. From the time one fails the heavenly tribulation and becomes a bodiless celestial, heaven and earth will send a heavenly tribulation every 1,000 years to punish bodiless celestials who are deserters on the path to celestial ascension. If a bodiless celestial can withstand 10 heavenly tribulations in 10,000 years, he'll have a chance to ascend a second time. The 10 heavenly tribulations a bodiless celestial has to face in 10,000 years are called the 1,000-year tribulation and the bodiless celestial tribulation. On this path, bodiless celestials will either fail the heavenly tribulation and die or survive the heavenly tribulation. Every time a bodiless celestial passes the heavenly tribulation, his strength will increase tremendously. Xing Yuanba continued to explain patiently as the high-ranking officials of Great Spirit Palace looked at him in disbelief. He continued to say, after a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage fails the heavenly tribulation and becomes a bodiless celestial, his strength will be weaker than an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Only after 1,000 years and passing the first bodiless celestial tribulation will one possess strength comparable to a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Bodiless celestials who pass the first bodiless celestial tribulation are called 1 tribulation bodiless celestials. If they pass the second bodiless celestial tribulation, they'll become a second tribulation bodiless celestial and possess strength comparable to an eminent celestial. After passing the third bodiless celestial tribulation, one would become a three-tribulation bodiless celestial and possess strength that surpasses eminent celestials. As for the four tribulation bodiless celestials, 5 tribulation bodiless celestials, 6 tribulation bodiless celestials, 7 tribulation bodiless celestials, 8 tribulation bodiless celestials, and 9 tribulation bodiless celestials, they would be even stronger. Xing Yuanba paused for a moment before he continued to speak. Naturally, each bodiless celestial tribulation is stronger than the previous one. It's extremely difficult to pass all of them. In the long history of the devil clans, it's rare to see a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial and successfully pass the 10th bodiless celestial tribulation and ascend. Xing Yuanba said all of this in one breath and did not continue. Since he had said what he wanted to say, there was no need for him to continue. The high-ranking officials of Great Spirit Palace who were present on the scene found Xing Yuanba's words to be an eye-opener. It was as though he had opened the door to a new world for them. As it turns out, eminent celestials aren't the strongest beings in the mundane realm. As it turns out, there are bodiless celestials in the mundane realm. 3 tribulation bodiless celestials possess strength comparable to eminent celestials. In that case, how strong would the 4 tribulation bodiless celestials and 5 tribulation bodiless celestials be? 3 tribulation bodiless celestials are comparable to ordinary celestials in the Devata realms. 4, 5, and 4 tribulation bodiless celestials are even more terrifying. However, the 10 bodiless celestials' tribulations are stronger than the previous one. The stronger the bodiless celestial, the fewer the bodiless celestials will be. After the high-ranking officials of Great Spirit Palace regained their senses, they sighed in shock. Initially, I thought failing the heavenly tribulation would mean death, let alone ascending to the Devata realms. I didn't expect failing the heavenly tribulation doesn't mean death. There's still a chance to become a bodiless celestial and ascend a second time. An elder of Great Spirit Palace exclaimed. It's easier said than done to obtain a second chance to ascend. Didn't you hear Vice Palace Master Xing say that even in the long history of the devil clans, those who could become 9 tribulation bodiless celestials and transcend the 10th tribulation of the bodiless celestial stage are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns? Based on Vice Palace Master Xing's words, it's too difficult to ascend a second time. I'm afraid most bodiless celestials have died trying to ascend a second time. The 2 Vice Palace Masters of Great Spirit Palace chimed in one after another. There are bodiless celestials in the mundane realm? Chapter 23-28. Xing Yuanba, the Vice Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, did not speak loudly. However, due to the silence in the surroundings, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, heard his words clearly. Bodiless celestial. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally understood. As it turned out, there were powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who had survived the heavenly tribulation and become bodiless celestials in this mundane realm. Moreover, there were many bodiless celestials who were stronger than eminent celestials. Their strength was comparable to celestials in the Devata realms. Xing Yuanba's words seemed to have opened a door to a new world for Duan Lingtian. He realized that the bodiless celestial stage was not weak at all. It was the bodiless celestials who were the strongest in the Devata realms. To be more precise, they were 3 tribulation bodiless celestials or stronger. 3 tribulation bodiless celestials are stronger than eminent celestials? For Kerr and Duan Si Ling, Xing Yuanba's words seemed to have opened a door to a new world for them as well. They could not help but worry about Duan Lingtian's safety. After all, they had thought Liao Naijiang, the patriarch of the human devil clan's master, was just a slightly stronger eminent celestial. They did not expect him to be stronger than eminent celestials. Bodiless celestial, a solemn expression appeared on Huang Wenjing's frosty face. She had thought Duan Lingtian would be able to escape the patriarch of the Human Devil clan since his strength was on par with the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. Who would have thought the patriarch of the Human Devil clan's master would appear? Moreover, he was a three-tribulation bodiless celestial who was stronger than eminent celestials. Master! Brother Ling Tian! Peng Lai and Huang Qi Ling's hearts skipped a beat. It was as though they were on a roller coaster ride. I can't believe Lord Patriarch's master is still alive. Moreover, he's a three-tribulation bodiless celestial whose strength surpasses eminent celestials. Wouldn't it be easy for a three-tribulation bodiless celestial to kill Duan Lingtian? Yun Fai's lips curled into a cold smile. As his emotions fluctuated, he only felt that Duan Lingtian was definitely going to die. Just when the people present on the scene were shocked by the existence of bodiless celestials, human brat. Liao Naijiang, a three-tribulation bodiless celestial, whose energy swept across the sky, causing the sky to crack and collapse, suddenly shouted. His voice was like a clap of thunder, causing the eardrums of everyone present to tremble. Even though his shout was not directed at the others present, it still caused the eardrums of many people with lower cultivations to rupture. Some of them even bled from their 7 orifices. Liao Naijiang's fierce shout was precisely aimed at Duan Lingtian. When you're on your way to the netherworld, remember that the person who's going to kill you is me, Liao Naijiang, a three-tribulation bodiless celestial. After this stern shout, Liao Naijiang's increasingly deep voice also sounded, as if it was world-shaking. His words were akin to a death sentence for Duan Lingtian. As soon as Liao Naijiang finished speaking, the entire place fell into a deathly silence. Numerous gazes fell on Liao Naijiang at the first possible moment. They knew this was not the case. Liao Naijiang was going to make his move. As soon as Liao Naijiang finished speaking, many people turned to look at him. Boom! A loud explosion rang in the air as Liao Naijiang's figure flashed and disappeared before most people's eyes. Only a few people could vaguely see Liao Naijiang's figure. These people were all at least at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It was rumored that among the leaders of the 3 palaces and 6 halls, only the 3 palace masters were at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. In fact, the palace masters of the 6 halls were also at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Their strength was only slightly inferior to the palace masters of the 3 palaces. This, as soon as Liao Naijiang's figure disappeared from everyone's sight, everyone was shocked. The void where Liao Naijiang was originally at had caved in. It kept twisting and folding as though it would collapse at any moment. What a powerful force! It actually caused the entire void to cave in. Is this the strength of a three-tribulation bodiless celestial? He could unleash such a terrifying force in just a blink of an eye. It's heaven-defying. As expected of a powerhouse who's stronger than an eminent celestial. The space where Liao Naijiang was originally in had caved in for a short period of time. After a while, it gradually bounced back up and returned to normal. The group of people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls who were watching suddenly burst into an uproar. Their faces were filled with shock. At this moment, they had witnessed how terrifying a three-tribulation bodiless celestial was. If it was an eminent celestial, even if he used all his strength, he might not be able to cause the void to cave in like this, right? Even more people felt their hearts tremble in fear. Among the people present, there were only 3 people who could clearly see Liao Naijiang's figure. One of them was Yang Zhenxing, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. He was also Liao Naijiang's direct disciple and was an eminent celestial. The other person was Yuan Haochen, the palace master of the Wandering Saint Palace. Currently, Yuan Haochen had successfully passed the Celestial Ascension Tribulation and become an eminent celestial. The last person was, naturally, Duan Lingtian, whom Liao Naijiang had charged toward. What a fast speed! What a powerful force! In Duan Lingtian's eyes, Liao Naijiang's strength surged as he charged forward. The void where Liao Naijiang passed shook and distorted as though it would collapse at any moment. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was the one who could clearly see Liao Naijiang's movements. Even Yang Zhenxing and Yuan Haochen, who were both eminent celestials, could only see Liao Naijiang's figure clearly. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have seen something shocking, and his eyes narrowed abruptly. He saw that when Liao Naijiang was running halfway, his figure shook and turned into a cloud of grey mist. Then, it expanded and turned into a mountain-sized beast monster. It looked like a tiger, but it was not a tiger. Its whole body was burning with grey flames. This monster's eyes were suffused with a bloody red light. Just one look at it would make one's hair stand on end. Roar! As soon as Liao Naijiang transformed into a beast the size of a small mountain, Duan Lingtian and the others heard an earth-shattering roar that seemed to resound in the air. Although the roar was not loud, it still injured many disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace. The disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace either retreated far away or covered their ears with their hands as they stared at the distorted space in horror. Even with their strength and eyesight, they could only see the space where Liao Naijiang was standing before Duan Lingtian trembled and distorted. They could not see Liao Naijiang, who had transformed into a walking beast that resembled a tiger. Tiger Devil Illusory Body. Yang Zhenxing, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, was shocked. He did not expect his master to use his most powerful technique as soon as he made his move. It seems like master doesn't dare to underestimate Duan Lingtian. He's using his full strength as soon as he makes his move. As Liao Naijiang's direct disciple, Yang Zhenxing, naturally, knew his master's most powerful technique was the Tiger Devil Illusory Body. His master was the offspring of a human and a tiger devil, so he had half of the tiger devil bloodline in him. The Tiger Devil Illusory Body was a technique his master had created by burning his Tiger Devil bloodline and combining it with his offensive and assist-type divine abilities and human martial techniques. When this technique was executed with full force, its might was so strong that it could be said to be the strongest attack his master could execute. However, after this attack, I'm afraid that it will take some time for master to recover the Tiger Devil bloodline in his body. I hope he'll be able to recover before the fourth bodiless celestial tribulation arrives. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for him to pass the heavenly tribulation. Yang Zhenxing could not help but feel worried for his master when he thought about this. Bang! 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 In Duan Lingtian's line of sight, Liao Naijiang, the three tribulation bodiless celestial, had transformed into a walking beast that resembled a tiger and was charging toward him at an extremely fast speed. Every time his limbs landed in the void, there would be an earth-shattering boom, and the void would cave in as well. It was as if wherever it passed through, a clear footprint would appear with every step it took. After all, this was the air, not the ground. It was easy to leave a footprint on the ground, but to leave a clear footprint in the void was harder than ascending to the heavens. Even an eminent celestial would not be able to do this even if he exhausted all his strength. In just a blink of an eye. At this moment, Liao Naijiang was only a few dozen meters away from Duan Lingtian. As he continued to charge toward Duan Lingtian, his eyes that were glowing with a bloody red light shone brightly as though they had transformed into two blood-red blazing suns. At the same time, it opened its mouth as a ball of light formed from grey energy appeared. It emitted a destructive aura as though it could destroy everything. Die! As Liao Naijiang transformed into a beast-like monster, he let out an extremely cold roar. Whoosh! The ball of light that was transformed from the greyish energy in its mouth whistled as it shot out. Its target was Duan Lingtian, and it was heading straight for him. As soon as the ball of light formed from the grey energy left its mouth, Duan Lingtian was stunned. At the same time as the light ball swept out, the beast-like monster that Liao Naijiang had transformed into instantly turned into a grey flame that wrapped around the light ball, allowing the light ball to carry it towards him. At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered that the gray flame on the ball of light surged. Chapter 23-29. Whoosh! The ball of light that was surrounded by gray flames and emitted waves of destructive aura was like a meteorite that came from outer space. It carried with it a terrifying force as it charged toward Duan Lingtian. Wherever this meteor-like ball of light passed, it caused the space to tremble and distort, and it forcefully opened up a sunken heavenly road. Just now, at the last moment, his entire body fused into the attack, as if he had completely fused with the attack. At the same time he fused with the attack, the power of the attack was raised by another level compared to before. At the same time as the meteor-like ball of light came crashing down, Duan Lingtian's mind was filled with thoughts at this moment. In that regard, it seems to be similar to the fourth level of the Sovereign Heart Sword, Brilliant Sword Heart. At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered something. He vaguely felt the opportunity to break through to the fourth stage of the Supreme Sword Tao Mental Cultivation Method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Moreover, the feeling was very strong. It was more than 10 times stronger than before. The opportunity came so suddenly that Duan Lingtian could not regain his senses. At the same time, the ball of light that looked like a meteorite from outer space was closing in on Duan Lingtian. It was surrounded by gray flames and emitted waves of destructive aura. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he sensed a dangerous aura. As soon as he sensed the dangerous aura, Duan Lingtian felt pressured. It made Duan Lingtian feel as though he had transformed into a lonely boat in the sea. He swayed with the waves and was in danger of capsizing at any time. It seemed like Duan Lingtian was about to be engulfed and killed by the destructive ball of light. I see. At this critical moment, Duan Lingtian, who had once again grasped the opportunity to break through to the fourth stage of the Supreme Sword Tao Mental Cultivation Method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, under the immense pressure of life and death, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. At this moment, he felt as though many things that he could not figure out before had suddenly become clear to him. The things that he could not figure out before were the obstacles that prevented him from breaking through to the fourth stage of the Supreme Sword Tao Mental Cultivation Method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. Now that the obstacles had been cleared, the path ahead was clear. When the destructive ball of light was close to him, Duan Lingtian, who was originally nervous, suddenly calmed down. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could even hear his own heartbeat. All of a sudden, sword heart illumination. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. It was as though he no longer had any desires or fears of death. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Whoosh! A dazzling light rose from Duan Lingtian's body without any warning. The vast and majestic celestial origin energy surged out of Duan Lingtian's 99 saint veins. In just a blink of an eye, it transformed into tens of thousands of sharp sword qi that engulfed Duan Lingtian. During this process, Duan Lingtian seemed to have become a part of the tens of thousands of sword qi. Duan Lingtian's long hair, Duan Lingtian's eyes, Duan Lingtian's ears, Duan Lingtian's nose, Duan Lingtian's everything. At this moment, all of them shot out streaks of incomparably sharp sword light. At this moment, countless sword qi shot out from Duan Lingtian's body. Every single strand of dazzling and material sword light leaped out from every single pore on his body before converging and fusing together. It was like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, and it gave others a feeling of majesty and vastness. At this moment, Yang Zhenxing, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, and Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, seemed to have seen something that shocked them. Their eyes widened in unison. In their field of vision, Duan Lingtian's body melted, leaving behind a dazzling white light. In the blink of an eye, the white light solidified and turned into a medium-sized sword light. Moreover, the white light on the sword light also quickly converged in the blink of an eye. In just a blink of an eye, the sword qi had transformed into a white, 3-foot-long sword that hovered in the air. Swoosh! In the face of the menacing destructive light ball that had arrived in front of Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye, the 3-foot-long blade, which was originally calmly hovering in the air, finally moved. A white streak of light swept across the sky. Buzz! After the white streak of light swept across the sky, the crisp sound of a sharp sword whistling through the air rang in the air. As for why the sound of a sword whistling through the air came after the white streak of light, it was because the speed of light was faster than the speed of sound. As the sword whistled through the air, the sound of a sword whistling through the air rang in the air. Without anyone controlling it, the white, 3-foot-long blade suddenly swung through the air. This swing in the air looked very casual, and the speed of the swing was neither fast nor slow. At the very least, Yang Zhenxing and Yuan Haochen, who were both eminent celestials, could clearly see the trajectory of the 3-foot-long sword as it swept across the sky. With just a wave of the sword, rip! A clear ripping sound rang in the air as though something was being torn apart. Upon closer inspection, one could see the sword light. It was the white sword that tore open a crack in the void with a casual swing of the sword. Rip! 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 In the void, a ferocious and terrifying crack appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, the speed of the crack was extremely fast, and the width of the crack was also extremely exaggerated. Moreover, it continued to extend in the direction of the meteor-like destructive ball of light that was whizzing through the sky. It seemed as though it was going to tear the ball of light apart as well. A sword that could tear the void apart? Impossible. How can you tear the void apart? A voice that was filled with disbelief rang from the ball of light that was charging toward Duan Lingtian as though it would not stop until it killed Duan Lingtian. It was none other than Liao Naijiang, a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. At this moment, in addition to the shock and disbelief in Liao Naijiang's voice, there was also a trace of extreme fear. It was as if he had encountered something that made him tremble in fear. As soon as Liao Naijiang's voice rang in the air, rip! The crack that the white, 3-foot-long blade tore open in the void spread out in an instant. It met the destructive light ball and tore it apart as well. It was as though the sword had cut the ball of light in half. Whoosh! 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 Immediately after, the void crack trembled, and circles of ripples began to spread out in the void. As for the two halves of the destructive light ball, it was instantly sucked into the void crack as if it had never appeared. From the beginning until the end, no one heard anything about Liao Naijiang, the 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. The deep void crack was pitch black. One could not see the end of it, it was boundless and boundless. Whoosh! At the same time, the white, 3-foot-long sword in the air shone brightly before it transformed into a human figure. The figure gradually appeared. It was none other than Duan Lingtian, who was wearing a purple robe and looked unscathed. That's the enlightened sword? When Duan Lingtian reappeared, he did not pay any attention to the shocked gazes around him. Instead, he stood in the air with his head lowered as he pondered. Right now, he was reminiscing about how he had perfectly transformed his body into a sword and casually swung his sword like a stroke of God. That was the technique the Supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, the 4th stage, the enlightened sword heart, had given him. Transforming into a sword. Becoming one with the sword. With just a swing of the sword, the void was torn apart. At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who had reappeared, appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Apart from Duan Lingtian, who was hovering in the air with his head lowered in contemplation, there was also a long and ferocious tear in the void that was only a foot away from him. This void crack gave people an extremely strong visual shock. The void crack continued to sway in the void, causing the void to tremble and distort. Behind this crack in space was an endless darkness that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was like a giant beast had opened its bloody maw, as if it could swallow everything in its path. Chi! 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 A series of crisp sounds rang in the air as the tear in the void next to Duanling Tian began to heal. However, because the size of the tear was too exaggerated, it would take at least 15 to 30 minutes for it to completely heal. A person and a long and ferocious void. This scene was destined to be engraved in everyone's heart, and they would never forget it for the rest of their lives. The group of people present had yet to recover from the frightening scene in front of them. Master! Yang Zhenxing, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, cried out sorrowfully, breaking the silence. Everyone turned to look at him one after another. Yang Zhenxing looked at the shattered soul pearl in his hand and the void next to Duanling Tian with a pained expression on his face. It was as though he had lost something very important. That's the soul pearl of the Patriarch's master, Senior Liao, a three-tribulation bodiless celestial? Someone exclaimed in a low voice. Immediately, a commotion broke out at the scene. Senior Liao is dead? How's this possible? He's a three-tribulation bodiless celestial. His strength surpasses eminent celestials. How could he die in the hands of an eminent celestial? I think it's impossible as well. There must be a mistake. Chapter 23:30. Everyone present, no matter who they were, was dumbfounded. Most of them did not manage to see what had happened due to their limited strength. However, now that the results were out, they were once again dumbfounded. Liao Naijiang, a three-tribulation bodiless celestial and the master of the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, was killed by Duanling Tian, the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Moreover, it seemed like he was killed in just a single blow. How did he tear the void apart? How is he so strong? Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, narrowed his eyes in disbelief when he saw the tear in the void not far from Duanling Tian and Duanling Tian. Based on what he knew, only 4 tribulation bodiless celestials or stronger could tear the void apart and leave a tear in the void when they made their move. Although a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial had extraordinary strength, he was not strong enough to tear the void apart. This was the reason why Liao Naijiang, a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial, could only cause a dent in the void even though he had unleashed his full strength. It seemed as though the void would collapse at any moment. Tearing the void apart was a technique exclusive to 4 tribulation bodiless celestials and above. Duanling Tian's current strength is comparable to a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial? Yuan Haochen was still in disbelief. However, the truth was right in front of him. He had no choice but to believe it. As an eminent celestial, although he did not clearly see the battle between Duanling Tian and Liao Naijiang, he could roughly guess what had happened. Duanling Tian had killed Liao Naijiang in just a single blow when Liao Naijiang had attacked with all his might. At the critical moment, countless sword rays burst out from Duanling Tian's body. He transformed into a part of the thousands of sword rays. In the end, the thousands of sword rays condensed into a white longsword. The instant Liao Naijiang rushed forward, the white longsword in the air seemed to casually swing horizontally. At that time, the speed of the white longsword was not considered fast, so much so that even I could clearly see its trajectory. However, it was precisely this seemingly slow horizontal slash of the sword that cut open the void and created a long and narrow crack in the void. Yuan Haochen could not help but shudder in fear when he recalled what had happened. Duanling Tian's sword had left a long and narrow tear in the void with just a wave of his hand. Based on the length of the tear in the void that Duanling Tian created, it seems like he's much stronger than an ordinary 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. At the same time, Yuan Haochen had this thought. In the distance, Duanling Tian, who had been deep in thought with his head lowered, suddenly moved in front of everyone's eyes. He raised his hand, and a dazzling white sword light shot out from his palm. In the blink of an eye, it seemed to have turned into a sword and was held in his hand. I feel like I don't even need to use any technique. I can tear this void apart. Duanling Tian's heart skipped a beat. The white sword ray that was formed from celestial origin energy and saint origin swept across the air as well. His speed was neither fast nor slow. At the very least, everyone present could see his movements clearly. Everyone present could clearly see the white sword light that swept through the void. Wherever it passed, another crack would appear in the void. Compared to the tear in the void next to Duanling Tian, this tear in the void was not conspicuous at all. However, Duanling Tian did not cast any divine abilities, martial tactics, or the profundity of the sovereign heart sword. He merely relied on the energy in his body to tear open a tear in the void. How's this possible? The expressions of the leaders of the 3 palaces and 6 halls, including Yuan Haochen, changed drastically when they saw how Duanling Tian was able to tear the void apart without using any technique. They finally realized how powerful Duanling Tian was. Even a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial wouldn't be able to tear the void apart so easily, right? Duanling Tian has just become an eminent celestial, and his strength seems to be even stronger than a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. Am I dreaming? He seems to have cast an assist-type divine ability after he became an eminent celestial. That's how he managed to raise his strength to such a level. What I'm curious about is what assist-type divine ability he cast. If that's the case, the assist-type divine ability he cast is definitely not from the mundane realm. Apart from Yuan Haochen, the leaders of the 3 palaces and 6 halls were discussing among themselves. They had also realized how terrifying Duanling Tian's assist-type divine ability was. For someone who had just become an eminent celestial to become so powerful in such a short time, one could easily imagine how terrifying that assist-type divine ability was. Most of the people present had an expression of shock and disbelief on their faces as they stared at Duanling Tian in bewilderment. Sword-wielding technique. With just a thought, the white sword ray in Duanling Tian's hand flew out of his hand and swept across the air like a white dragon. Swoosh! 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 The sound of something being torn apart rang in the air. As the white sword ray circled around Duanling Tian, it left terrifying cracks in the void around Duanling Tian. For a moment, the void around Duanling Tian seemed to have turned into sheets of paper that swayed in the air. Swoosh! 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 The short-lived sound of sword whistling rang in the air as the space around Duanling Tian was torn apart like a piece of paper being cut into pieces. At this moment, Duanling Tian was like a god who controlled space. Wherever he passed, the void would crumble. The sword-wielding technique is a technique granted to me by the 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the sword-wielding technique with the heart. About 15 minutes later, the cracks in the void that Duanling Tian had created had completely healed. Only the tear in the void remained, and it would take some time for it to heal. This was the crack in the void that Duanling Tian had created using the technique granted to him by the 4th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Brilliant Sword Heart. The technique granted to me by the 4th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, the Brilliant Sword Heart, allows me to merge with the energy in my body to form a sword. From today onward, I'll call it the body and sword as one. Duanling Tian thought to himself. The body and sword as one was currently Duanling Tian's strongest technique. If I use it with the otherworldly celestial, the body and sword as one, I won't be limited to just one sword. At that time, I'll be able to transform into a sword and my clones will be able to transform into several swords as well. Duanling Tian thought to himself as his eyes lit up like the stars in the night sky. However, that 3 tribulation bodiless celestial, Liao Naijiang, isn't that strong. Even if I didn't use any technique, it wouldn't have been difficult for me to kill him, let alone the fact that I managed to use the body and sword as one technique granted to me by the 4th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. Currently, with my strength that has been raised by the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, I'll be able to tear the void apart even if I don't use any technique. As for Liao Naijiang, Even though he used all of his abilities before he died, he only managed to cause the void to nearly collapse and crack open. He didn't actually tear the void apart. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally realized the huge gap between him and Liao Naijiang. I didn't expect the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, would be able to raise my strength to such an extent after I became an eminent celestial. The elementary devouring tactic is indeed an extraordinary assist-type divine ability in the Devata realms. Although Duan Lingtian was surprised by his current strength, he was not too surprised. After all, not only had he devoured the heaven and earth spirit energy in the human devil saint city, but he had also devoured the heaven and earth spirit energy in one of the two richest saint stone mines in the Debussy subterranean. Chi! 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 Another quarter of an hour passed before the crack in the void was completely healed. In the vast expanse of space, only Duan Lingtian remained standing there like a god, causing the surrounding crowd to look up at him. Brother Tian. Ku Er's eyes sparkled as she looked at Duan Lingtian, and her peerlessly beautiful face revealed an expression of deep adoration. Father is so amazing. A hint of admiration could be seen in Duan Si Ling's eyes as well. Gan Ru Yen looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression on her face. He's so powerful. When Huang Wenjing looked at Duan Lingtian, her expression was even more complicated than Gan Ru Yan's. I, Peng Lai, haven't lived in vain to have such a master. Peng Lai said proudly as he straightened his back. It was as though he was afraid others would not know that the godlike purple-clad young man was his master. Brother Ling Tian. Huang Qi Ling said in a hoarse voice. Although Huang Qi Ling was happy for Duan Lingtian, he was also slightly ashamed of his own inferiority. He could not bring himself to call Duan Lingtian Brother Lingtian. Yun Fuyi, who was standing next to Huang Wenjing, looked at Duan Lingtian with fear in his eyes. He could not think of anything else. Clan leader Yang. At the same time, Duan Lingtian, who was hovering in the air like a god, said indifferently as his eyes shone brightly at Yang Zhenxing, the patriarch of the human devil clan. Chapter 23:31. I'm sorry. I couldn't control myself earlier and ended up killing your master. When the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls heard Duan Lingtian's words, they were rendered speechless. He couldn't control himself earlier and ended up killing Duan Lingtian's master? At this moment, everyone could tell Duan Lingtian was trying to provoke Duan Lingtian. However, even if they could tell, what could they do? Lord Patriarch, as soon as Duan Lingtian spoke, the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls shifted their attention to Yang Zhenxing, the patriarch of the human devil clan. However, the patriarch's master, a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial, had died in Duan Lingtian's hands in just a single blow. It would be easy for Duan Lingtian to kill the patriarch of the human devil clan. After all, although the patriarch of the human devil clan was powerful, he held a high position in their hearts. However, they knew this was not the case. No matter how powerful the patriarch of the human devil clan was, he was not as powerful as his master. Since Lord Patriarch's master, a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial, has been killed by Duan Lingtian, who else in the human devil clan can defeat him? He killed a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial in just a single blow. It's easy for him to kill the patriarch who's weaker than a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. The human devil clan is in danger today. Many of the people from the 3 palaces and 6 halls had grim expressions on their faces. Despair rose in their hearts. They felt the human devil clan was in deep trouble. After all, the human devil clan was facing a godlike powerhouse who could kill a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial in just a single blow. At this moment, Yang Zhenxing, the patriarch of the human devil clan, felt as though his lungs were about to explode when he heard Duan Lingtian's indifferent words. He finally said, Duan Lingtian. Yang Zhenxing took a deep breath before he glared at Duan Ling Tian with a grim expression on his face. Then, he said coldly, Duan Ling Tian. He said coldly, do you really think no one in the Human Devil clan can defeat you just because you killed my master? Even if your strength is comparable to a 5 or 6 tribulation bodiless celestial, it's still easy for the patriarch of the Human Devil clan to kill you. When Yang Zhenxing spoke about the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, a hint of reverence could be seen in his eyes. It was as though the patriarch of the Human Devil clan was extremely powerful. After all, the Human Devil of the Human Devil clan. The patriarch of the Human Devil clan seemed to be stronger than a 5 or 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Patriarch? Everyone from the 3 palaces and 6 halls was dumbfounded when they heard Yang Zhenxing's words. The eyes of the leaders of the 3 palaces and 6 halls, including Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, and Xing Yuanba, the vice palace master of Great Spirit Palace, narrowed their eyes in shock. The patriarch is still alive? As people in the Human Devil clan who knew about bodiless celestials, they knew a thing or two about the bodiless celestials in the Human Devil clan. One of them was the old ancestor whom the patriarch of the Human Devil clan had mentioned. They clearly remembered the patriarch of the Human Devil clan. The last time the patriarch of the Human Devil clan appeared was more than 2,000 years ago. At that time, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan was a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. If he was still alive, he would be a 7 or 8 tribulation bodiless celestial at the very least. When they heard the patriarch of the Human Devil clan mention the patriarch of the Human Devil clan, they realized the patriarch of the Human Devil clan might still be alive. Patriarch Yang, based on your words, the patriarch of the Human Devil clan is a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial? Duan Ling Tian asked with a faint smile on his face as he looked at Yang Zhenxing. Although Duan Ling Tian maintained a faint smile on his face, he could not help but feel a sense of dread in the depths of his heart. He could tell the patriarch of the Human Devil clan was not afraid of him. The patriarch of the Human Devil clan was not bluffing. Perhaps his words could be false, but the awe and veneration in the depths of the patriarch's eyes was undeniable. What? Are you afraid? Yang Zhenxing sneered when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. Afraid? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Perhaps. However, so what if the patriarch of the Human Devil clan is a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial? If I'm not mistaken, he shouldn't be in the Human Devil clan's territory, right? It's impossible for him to make it here in such a short time, right? Yang Zhenxing's expression darkened when he heard Duan Ling Tian's question. Duan Ling Tian continued to ask. After all, Duan Lingtian's guess was correct. The patriarch of the Human Devil clan was indeed not in the Human Devil clan's territory. Moreover, it was impossible for him to make it here in such a short time. As the saying goes, distant water can't quench a nearby fire, Duan Ling Tian said as he extended his divine consciousness and sealed the area around Yang Zhenxing, Patriarch Yang, before you make a move and send a message to your ancestor. I have full confidence that I can kill you and leave. No matter how strong a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial is, he won't be able to find me in the Dao Martial Saint Land. With my current strength, I can tear the void and open the space barrier at any time to head to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. As Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, Yang Zhenxing's face darkened further. His eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking. He discovered, at this moment, it seemed like he really could not cause any trouble in front of Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, how do you know our ancestor isn't in our territory? Yang Zhenxing sneered and said, who knows? Our patriarch of the Human Devil clan might be hiding nearby and looking at you as if you're an ant. He could kill you at any time. Really? The smile on Duan Lingtian's face grew even brighter. Since that's the case, I'll try to kill you, the patriarch of the Human Demon clan. Let's see if he can still keep his composure. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's aura suddenly changed, and a murderous aura swept out. Whoosh! 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 A gust of wind blew in the air, causing Duan Lingtian's robes to flutter noisily. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was glaring at Yang Zhenxing with a murderous aura, seemed to have transformed into a god of death. It was as though he would kill Yang Zhenxing at any time. Just as Duan Lingtian's murderous aura was about to kill Yang Zhenxing, a voice rang out. Duan Lingtian. Yang Zhenxing's angry voice rang in the air. After I leave today, if you dare to touch anyone from the Human Devil clan, the Human Devil clan won't rest until you're dead. When I return, the old ancestor of the Human Devil clan will definitely kill you and annihilate the entire Azure Cloud Mansion. Yang Zhenxing's voice rang in the air like a thunderclap. It was filled with ruthlessness. Oh, no! As soon as Yang Zhenxing finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness trembled as though he had sensed something. Horror dawned on him immediately. You're seeking death. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy that was mixed with saint origin surged out of his body through his 99 saint veins and transformed into tens of thousands of sword rays. During this process, Duan Lingtian had also transformed into a part of the tens of thousands of sword rays. In just a blink of an eye, the tens of thousands of sword rays gathered and transformed into a 3-foot-long white sword that hovered in the air. It emitted a terrifying aura as though it could destroy heaven and earth. Swoosh! As soon as the 3-foot-long white sword appeared, it suddenly swept across the air and left an inconspicuous sword ray in its wake. And it was this very inconspicuous sword light that whizzed out, as if it was an inch of the earth and the sky. In just a blink of an eye, it arrived at the space where Yang Zhenxing was standing and tore a terrifying hole in the air. It was a bottomless tear in the void. Swoosh! 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 The tear in the void continued to extend until it tore apart the space where Yang Zhenxing was standing and tore apart his body. At this moment, Yang Zhenxing's body was shrouded in a blood-red flame. This was the technique Yang Zhenxing had used as soon as he finished speaking. Rip! The void tore apart like a piece of paper. Yang Zhenxing, who was torn apart, looked more like a human portrait on the paper. However, after Yang Zhenxing's body was torn apart, it did not enter the tear in the void. Instead, it turned into 2 silhouettes that continued to fade until they disappeared. Swoosh! When Duan Lingtian saw this, his expression turned even more solemn when he reappeared. He actually managed to escape. What kind of technique is that? Duan Lingtian asked himself. When he discovered that something was amiss with Yang Zhenxing, he did not hesitate to make a move. However, it was still too late. Yang Zhenxing had escaped. Just now, he seemed to have crushed a blood-red jade slip. Then, a blood-red flame burned on his body. When I used the technique of body and sword as one, to cut apart his body and the void around him, he had already escaped. Not only did Yang Zhenxing escape, but he also completely got rid of Duan Lingtian's divine sense. It was as though he had disappeared into thin air. Just as Duan Lingtian was surprised by Yang Zhenxing's escape technique. Blood-red flame escape talisman. A cry of surprise rang out. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.